I became an internet sensation after attending my ex-girlfriend's wedding. I transmigrated to attend my ex-girlfriend's wedding, was arranged at the ex-boyfriend's table, and not only that, the MC asked me to sing and give my blessings. Sorry, but I'm a person with principles. Since I'm a guest, I'll sing like one. Chapter 1, The Ex-Boyfriend's Table. Now, let's formally welcome the groom and bride. Next, let us all witness their love story together. At the same time, let us send them our best wishes. The sound of applause filled the air, continuous and thunderous. Then, a soft, beautiful classical wedding march began to play, filling the space with its sweet melody. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, immediately dazed by the blinding chandelier, causing a momentary dizziness. A sharp, intense pain, much like the headache after a hangover, pierced his mind, making it hard to breathe. He took a few deep breaths, and after a while, the pain was slightly relieved. It was then that he began to realize where he was. He found himself in the middle of a lavish wedding ceremony at a large hotel. The air was filled with flowers and balloons, and the whole place was luxuriously decorated. On the big screen directly in front of him, the photos and videos of the couple played, detailing their love story. And he was sitting at the guest table. Where is this? Why am I here? Lin Hao was confused, filled with questions. He only remembered driving around, and a stray dog suddenly darted out in front of him. He swerved the wheel hard and seemed to have crashed. Had he passed out? Was this a dream? Hey, buddy, wake up. You just had one shot of white wine and passed out. No wonder Xiaomushuan never stayed with you. You're just not up to par, said a burly man sitting next to him, shaking his head with a laugh. Xiaomushuan? Stayed together? Was he talking about me? Lin Hao, still dazed, had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, he saw a wooden plaque in the middle of the table, and a chill ran through his body. Ex-boyfriend table. The plaque boldly displayed those four words. Wait, what? His table was their ex-boyfriend table? When did he ever have an ex-girlfriend? He didn't even know. At nearly 30, he had never even touched a woman's hand, let alone been in a relationship. Sure, he had played various instruments, but those were just tools to survive. Aside from tutoring in different communities, his time was spent talking nonsense with kids in after-school classes. In terms of relationships, he had been absolutely clean. As Lin Hao thought about these things, his head started to ache again. A flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind, apparently not asking for his permission. Once all the memories fell into place, Lin Hao finally understood his situation. The world in front of him wasn't the world he was from. Although it seemed similar, the history had taken a completely different path. In short, this world was an entertainment industry oversaturated and overflowing. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that he had crossed over into it. And, coincidentally, the owner of this body was also named Lin Hao. Same name, same identity. As for the people at this table, although Lin Hao didn't want to accept it, they were all the bride's ex-boyfriends. It seemed the bride, Xiaomushuan, was a famous influencer, and had set up this ex-boyfriend table as a gimmick to generate buzz. The body's previous owner was a love-struck fool who had suffered heartbreak, drank too much, and, well, it worked out to be Lin Hao's benefit. But, honestly, this was a very awkward situation. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, the doors to their hall slowly opened. The bride, Xiaomushuan, entered, holding the groom's arm, walking toward the guests. When the group of ex-boyfriends at his table saw her, they immediately began to murmur, sounding somewhat indignant. I thought she'd found some handsome guy, but he's just an old man. He's definitely old enough to be her father. Right? Look at that guy's balding head. I don't get what she saw in him. You guys don't get it, do you? It's about wealth. What else? Nowadays, women are just so realistic. That's right. Listening to their words, Lin Hao didn't say anything. But in his memories, he knew Xiaomushuan was indeed a little materialistic. The reason why the previous owner of this body had ended up as one of her exes was simple: he had been totally obsessed with her. He had practically bent over backward for her, completely blind to the fact that he was being taken advantage of. Brand name bags. Brand name cosmetics. Brand name clothing. He had given it all. If he were a rich second-generation guy, that would have been fine. But no, he was just a recent college graduate, working 3 part-time jobs and barely affording food, yet he spent all his money on her. Wasn't he that just foolish? Lin Hao scoffed at such behavior. But remembering that he was using someone else's body, he felt a bit guilty. Hey, buddy, what's your opinion? You're not really going to bless them, are you? The burly man suddenly asked. Lin Hao, hearing this, shook his head and replied indifferently, it's all in the past now. What happens with her, it's none of my business. Hey, you're pretty free-spirited. I can't let go so easily. Don't laugh at me, but that woman used me for a lot of resources. After she took everything she needed, she just turned her back on me and found someone else. What a heartless person. Lin Hao fell silent. Or rather, he didn't know how to comfort the guy. Was this the right time to compare whose pain was greater? That seemed unnecessary. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Dufei from Tinfei Media, the burly man said, offering him a cigarette. What should I call you? Lin Hao, sorry, I don't smoke. Lin Hao waved his hand. He didn't want to smoke. His father had passed away from lung cancer caused by smoking. So he had a strong aversion to it. No worries. Dufei nodded, took back the cigarette, and laughed. You look the youngest at this table, and you don't talk much. I really don't get how you two got together. Realizing he might have said something wrong, Dufei quickly added, hey, I didn't mean anything bad. Don't take it the wrong way. It's fine. Lin Hao didn't mind, even though he himself felt that this body didn't quite fit with the people here. Mature. Not old enough. Wealthy. Not rich enough. Handsome. He looked at his reflection in the table and thought, he wasn't bad looking. But this body was too weak. It was skinny, like a bamboo stick. It didn't match at all. Looking at their ex-girlfriend Xiaomu Xuan on stage, she was certainly beautiful, and in her wedding dress, she shone even more. Maybe she had chosen him to satisfy some weird craving. Lin Hao honestly couldn't think of another reason. Of course, he wasn't degrading himself. But right now, he didn't think he had that much appeal. At this point, the MC on stage was already speaking confidently. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. The flower girl brought the rings, the bride and groom exchanged vows, and the audience applauded, many of them wiping away tears. Then the MC said, thank you all for sending your blessings to the newlyweds. However, applause alone isn't enough. Let us move to the next segment. We'll randomly select a guest to sing a song for the newlyweds and offer their blessings. The selected guest cannot refuse. Whoever the light shines on will sing. Let us begin. Without giving anyone a chance to refuse, the lights immediately began to sweep the room. Most of the guests avoided the spotlight, not wanting to be picked. However, a few brave girls in the corner were eager to be chosen to show off their singing skills. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was fate. When the light stopped, the beam of light was on Lin Hao. Seeing this, the entire room went silent. Lin Hao was speechless. This probability seemed a bit too targeted. The others were just looking for a spectacle. After all, apart from their table, no one else knew what ex-boyfriend table meant. They were just curious to see what would happen. Brother, I really can't help you with this, Dufei said, his lips twitching, turning away. This was now an embarrassing public humiliation. Har har, well then, let us welcome this guest to sing a song for the newlyweds, the MC said, clapping. The others joined in clapping. The atmosphere in the room became hot and lively. Seeing Lin Hao, Xiaomu Xuan's face darkened for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her expression and looked at him expectantly. Oh, are you sure you want me to sing? Lin Hao scratched his nose, standing up uncertainly. That's right. The rules are the rules. It's a big day, you can't refuse, the MC reassured with a smile. It's fine, just sing a few lines to express your blessings. It seemed like they were trying to make it easier for him, afraid he might not be able to handle it. All right. He sighed. Lin Hao felt the sudden restless throbbing in his heart, which was more like the obsession left by another soul. Well, since it has come, let's make the best of it. Let him let go of the other party's obsession. Looking at the piano in the corner of the hall, Lin Hao raised his hand and gestured, is it convenient to use that piano? Oh. The MC obviously didn't expect Lin Hao to choose to play the piano, and said with some surprise, "No problem, everyone warmly welcome it." After their voice fell, their whole audience applauded again. Only Xiao Mushuan on the stage frowned. She knew Lin Hao better. The other party had pursued her for more than a year, but she didn't remember that he could play the piano, and he had never shown this skill in front of her. And Lin Hao didn't say too much. He just walked to the piano and sat down slowly under the gaze of everyone. He calmed down a little. Thinking for a while, his fingers pressed lightly. A slightly sad note began to spread. Chapter 2, Thank you for inviting me to witness your love. How many winters have passed since we broke up? What day of the week is it today? Occasionally, I still think of you. As his fingers moved from fast to slow, Lin Hao slowly began to sing. He actually had a lot of songs in his small music library that could work for a wedding blessing, but at this moment, he had no intention of using them. What identity did he hold right now? Please. He was the ex-boyfriend. Just like Dufei had said, "You're a former lover, and you're here, foolishly sending blessings." Lin Hao was someone with boundaries. Even though the past had nothing to do with him, he really couldn't bring himself to do something that silly. But since he had been invited as a guest, he might as well sing guest. From a certain perspective, it was quite fitting for the situation. And it could also serve as a way to resolve the previous owner's lingering feelings. Lin Hao considered himself to be quite skilled with the piano, and performing a self-accompanied song wasn't especially difficult for him. This wasn't to ruin the event. It was just a simple show-off. A wait event. When the crowd heard Lin Hao start singing, they were momentarily stunned. This song. It sounded a bit unfamiliar. Probably something they hadn't heard before. But the melody was quite pleasant. Moreover, Lin Hao's slightly low and delicate voice had a storytelling style that made people involuntarily focus and listen more closely. The song continued. Your sudden message caught me off guard. I froze, standing still. While everyone else was happy for you, I was the one who just woke up, foolishly. It turns out someone had already prepared a wedding dress for you. The emotions were slowly building, and the lyrics clearly pierced the wedding atmosphere. After these few lines, everyone's gaze began to shift. They looked at Lin Hao, then at the bride, Xiao Mushuan on stage. Could the story in these lyrics be real? The atmosphere felt way more complicated than expected. Many young people quickly pulled out their phones to search. Sure enough, nothing came up. It seemed, this was actually true. Instantly, gossip ignited like wildfire. The groom on stage, however, had a dark expression. What the hell was this song about? Damn it, just a former lover, coming here to ruin the wedding? But now that it had already happened, he couldn't exactly stop Lin Hao from singing. To avoid looking petty, he had to suppress his inner anger. Meanwhile, Lin Hao wasn't paying attention to anyone else. His eyes were fixed solely on the piano. In the blink of an eye, the song reached the chorus. Thank you for inviting me to witness your love. I remind myself not to escape. Walking step by step with the invitation in hand. To their venue he meticulously arranged. But sadly, this is your scenery. And I'm just a guest. I've let go of all memories. To fulfill your love. But still, I refuse to believe this is fate. Long time no see, you seem distant. Our handshake's so polite. Why must I pretend in front of him that my world once had you? Whoa, this is original. Dufei, sitting next to him, couldn't hold back anymore, blurting out a curse. He had been suspicious when Lin Hao first started singing, but couldn't be sure. But now, hearing these lyrics, he was completely stunned. He didn't even need to search the lyrics online. Wasn't this exactly about their group of exes at the wedding? Incredible. This was really impressive. Earlier, he had underestimated Lin Hao due to his age, but now, he was utterly convinced. The lyrics. The composition. It was absolutely satisfying. Dufei felt a sense of unspoken relief, as if he were saying, sometimes, a simple phrase is more powerful than any formal education. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he slapped his thigh hard. I forgot to record it. He was the head of Tungfei Media, and how could he miss such a viral moment? Big scene. In an instant, Dufei forgot his ex-boyfriend's status and began looking around the venue, left and right. Finally, he spotted a girl in the corner holding up her phone and recording a video. He rushed over. Hey, can you send me the video you just recorded? No other reason, I just want to hear it again. Dufay leaned in and smiled, or I can buy it from you. Just tell me the price. Always talking about money, old habits die hard. Huh? No need, I liked it too. I'll send you a copy. The girl, startled by his actions, quickly shook her head. Thanks. After receiving the video, Dufay quickly tucked it away like it was a treasure. Soon, Lin Hao finished his song. Without much interaction, he quickly left the venue under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Only the guests remained, gossiping intensely. The MC, witnessing the awkward scene, nearly cried. In all his years in the business, this was the first time he'd encountered such a tough situation. His teeth almost ground down. You could sing, but what the heck was that song? Even if it was meant to disrupt the event, it hadn't been this harsh. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at the lighting technician. The technician quickly shrank his neck and waved his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. It was completely random. The MC felt a deep sense of frustration. How could this be so coincidental? He glanced at the groom and bride, whose expressions were darkening, and his heart sank. With a bitter smile, he realized that while the former lover had left, he still had to finish his job and earn his paycheck. How was he going to explain this? There was no way to salvage it. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had just left the hotel when he received a call. It was his university classmate and best friend, Zhu Ren. As soon as he answered, Zhu Ren's angry voice came through. Hey, Lin Hao, what the hell are you doing? Didn't we agree to go for an interview today? I've been here for over half an hour. Where the hell are you? Interview. Lin Hao froze, suddenly recalling. The two of them had agreed on this interview, but the original owner of this body couldn't resist and had decided to come to Xiao Mushuan's wedding instead. He had stood up his friend. Better give me a good explanation. I begged for this opportunity. You better not have stood me up, or we're done. Zhu Ren raised his voice. Sorry, send me the address. I'll head over immediately. Shenhong District, Jiu Ning Road 38. Hurry up, the interview starts in less than half an hour, Zhu Ren urged. When you get here, head straight to the second floor, advertising department. I'll be waiting for you. Got it. Lin Hao hung up and immediately flagged a taxi. In his memory, Zhu Ren was also a recent graduate, and they had done a lot of part-time work together. When Lin Hao was chasing after Xiao Mushuan, he had borrowed a lot of money from Zhu Ren, about 30 to 40,000. Zhu Ren had lent it to him without question, though he had never repaid a cent. Debts of gratitude were the hardest to repay. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the address Zhu Ren had given. In front of him stood a grand building about 20 stories tall. Maiko Entertainment Company. It seemed the whole building was owned by this company. It looked quite impressive. After greeting the doorman, Lin Hao made his way to the second floor. From a distance, Zhu Ren, who had a slightly chubby physique, spotted him and waved. He lowered his voice, this way, and then nodded at the guys in line behind him. Sorry, just got here. The others nodded understandingly. Lin Hao walked over and squeezed into the line. There were quite a few applicants, about dozens, and they were ranked at the front. Brother, what have you been doing? Don't think about love affairs all the time. We are young, and what we need is career and money. With these two things, you can find any woman. Yes, that woman is a little pretty and has a good figure, but what else is there? You are not from the same circle at all. Why do you lose your soul when she is mentioned every day? Can you cheer up? Zhu Ren came up and scolded him, and then whispered in his ear, I asked my relatives to fight for this interview opportunity. Just don't perform too badly, and you will pass it. Feeling the concern of this guy for him, Lin Hao did not make any excuses. Instead, he said calmly, thank you, I know. I probably won't have any contact with her in the future. What are you thanking me for? Zhu Ren punched him on the shoulder and said, that's right. Hurry up and break up with that woman. Don't think about it. Perform well later. Lin Hao nodded. As the interview began, soon, waves of applicants began to take action. It was about half an hour before it was their turn. The interview was not conducted individually, but in groups of 5. 2 other men and a young girl went in with them at the same time. Inside the room, there were 3 interviewers, 2 men and 1 woman. Just a glance and let them sit down. Then, the middle-aged man on the left asked the girl who came in first, Gao Ying, "What do you think of the advertising department?" "I." The girl named Gao Ying didn't seem to expect to be asked this question. She hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and said, "I think the advertising department is the face of the entertainment company, and the advertisements produced are a means of publicity. The two complement each other." The middle-aged man nodded and wrote some words on paper with the other 2 interviewers. "According to your resume, you didn't study advertising, and you are relatively young. What do you think are your advantages?" "I think. It seems that in order to save time, each person's questions are not too many, but very targeted. The interview speed is very fast." When it came to Lin Hao, the question was changed again to, "What do you think advertising is?" Lin Hao was slightly startled. Suddenly remembered a passage he had seen in his previous life, and vaguely remembered some of it. In a narrow sense, advertising is about spreading the word, while in a broad sense, it is the process of delivering value to consumers through comprehensive means. "Oh? Then what do you think are the categories of advertising?" At this time, the short-haired woman sitting in the middle looked at him and asked again. Lin Hao was not nervous, as the difficulty of this question was not too high. After thinking about the cases in his previous life, he answered again: "Activities, public relations, promotions, copywriting, planning, personnel planning, etc. can all be considered as the category of advertising." He was not a professional advertising talent, but he had the experience of watching advertisements in his previous life, so he could handle a few sentences. The woman nodded and recorded again. After all 5 people had finished asking, they were asked to go back and wait for the results. It took about 3 days. After coming out, Zhu Ren wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I was so nervous just now." "You are really amazing. I feel that your answers are impeccable." "Not really. It's just an interview. What's there to be nervous about?" Lin Hao smiled, "But what can he do? He can just look for another one. Besides, given his situation, is he afraid of not making money?" "You are really talking without any pain. We only make 150 yuan a day by handing out flyers, and we are exhausted. The monthly salary of this company is 8,000 yuan at the lowest, and there are other commissions." Zhu Ren said with a proud look of expectation, "When I enter this company, it will be like having a stable job. I must perform well." Lin Hao smiled but said nothing. Chapter 3: Newcomer to the Advertising Department. Because he had to wait for the results for the past few days, Lin Hao had a relatively leisurely life. He woke up at dawn every day. Because the rented house was not far away and there was a Beihai Park next to it, he would go for a run in the early morning to exercise. He felt that this body was too weak, at least not comparable to his previous self. "I am tall enough, but a little fat and not very strong. I need to train with some intensity." After running and taking a shower, he would find a nearby breakfast stall to eat. "I took this opportunity to chat with my boss about the latest news and gained a deeper understanding of the world." It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that he received a text message from the advertising department of MSI Entertainment. "Interview passed. Go to work on Monday." Surprise or excitement? Not really. Just treat it with a normal attitude. He had just seen the result when Zhu Ren called him the next second. He said that he had also passed, and his tone was very excited. He chatted with him for a long time, but most of the talk was useless nonsense, so Lin Hao automatically filtered it out. "No, we have to celebrate tonight no matter what. Let's go to the usual place, Tokugawa Barbecue. I'll make the arrangements. See you at 7 o'clock. After saying this, Zhu Ren hung up. As for Lin Hao, he still showed up that night as he really couldn't afford to delay. The two of them ate and drank. Maybe Zhu Ren was too happy and got drunk all night. Even though he was unconscious, his mouth was still busy, mumbling all kinds of expectations, but there was no logic to it. Lin Hao was overwhelmed, but he had to carry this guy back, which invisibly gave him another workout. By the time I got back to my small apartment, it was already midnight. I was so tired that I simply washed up and fell asleep. He is not a person who likes to stay up late and cannot be called a night owl. Soon, it was Monday. For a behemoth like MSI Entertainment, having a few new people join a department is not a big deal. It's more like a drop of water falling into the sea, which can't create even a single wave. Joining the company with them were a girl named Gao Ying and a man named Lin Hao, a total of 4 people. Naturally, there was not much work assigned to the 4 people, because they needed to learn in the early stages, and most of their work was to help the elderly. First, take a look at what the department does, get to know your colleagues, etc. Here, the 4 of you can sit over here. There aren't too many people in our advertising department, so you have a lot of freedom at work and you don't have to feel stressed. Meng Haifeng, an old man from the advertising department, made arrangements for the 4 of them. Thank you, Brother Meng. Please take care of me in the future. Zhu Ren was very concerned about all of this and was in a very positive state. Lin Hao also hurried to thank him. Gao Ying is a little shy. Lin Hao, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. The working environment is quite good. The desks are far apart and separated by glass partitions, which pays great attention to privacy. You're welcome. It's nothing. You'll get to know it after a while. The atmosphere in our advertising department is amazing. By the way, the cafeteria is on the 12th floor. Several people nodded. Also, the head of our advertising department is Sister Yu, the one who interviewed you. She's not here now, so don't mistake her for someone else. The 4 people nodded, all a little surprised at the same time. Who would have thought that the woman was actually their boss? Okay, you guys can learn by yourselves. I have something else to do, so I won't be with you 4. Meng Haifeng looked at the 4 young men and suddenly remembered his younger self. He asked them to pack their things first and then went to do his work. When other people in the office saw the 4 new young people, they greeted them in a friendly manner. Har har, what do you think, Lin Hao? This working environment is more than 1 level higher than our previous part-time job. Zhu Ren smiled foolishly while packing his things. The environment is quite good. Lin Hao had to admit it. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with working from 9 to 5. Then he found a basin, washed a rag, and wiped the desk carefully. There were a few dusty books on it. I picked them up and flipped through them. They were all about some knowledge about advertising copywriting. It's quite new inside, probably because I haven't seen it for a long time. I didn't throw it away. After wiping it, I put it in a corner where I work, so I can flip through it when I have nothing to do. Hey, can you lend it to me for a while? At this time, Gao Ying suddenly came over, pointed at the basin and rag and asked embarrassedly. Har har, you don't need to ask him, just take it. Before Lin Hao could say anything, Zhu Ren on the side snatched it away and handed it to the other party enthusiastically. Thank you. Gao Ying looked at the 2 of them gratefully. What are you thanking me for? We are all colleagues from now on. It's only natural for us to help each other. Zhu Ren smiled indifferently, walked over to help the other party clean up, and started chatting enthusiastically about all sorts of things. Lin Hao was quite speechless when he saw this. Why do I feel like you've installed everything? At noon, the 4 newlyweds went to the cafeteria together. MSI Entertainment has a huge staff. The 12th floor is not called a cafeteria, but it is more like a huge buffet restaurant. You can eat whatever you want, just swipe your work ID. When the 4 people came down, Meng Haifeng called them to the conference room, saying that the boss was back. After a while, everyone arrived at the meeting room. Well, everyone is here, right? Let me tell you a few things. Yu Ting looked up at everyone, and then fixed her sight on Lin Hao and the other 3. First of all, these are the 4 newcomers. On behalf of the advertising department, I welcome you. I also hope that you can get familiar with the advertising department as soon as possible and get started with the work as soon as possible. As she spoke, she led everyone in applauding. After a few seconds, she changed the subject and said, now let me get down to business. When everyone heard this, their faces straightened and they quickly quieted down. Last month, our advertising department came up with a lot of plans, and some of our customers were very satisfied. Lao Meng, Jingqing, you 2 have done a good job this month. As for bonuses, in addition to the original commission, each of you will get an additional 5,000 as a reward. After Yu Ting finished speaking, Lao Meng and Jingqing stood up. Thank you, Sister Yu. The 2 of them hurriedly expressed their opinions. The others looked at them with envy, but the level of their copywriting this month was not as good as theirs. Acid. It's too sour. However, the advertising department has always been based on performance. Whoever has a better plan and a higher approval rate will naturally earn more. This is understandable. Everyone has time to make money. On the other side, except for Lin Hao, the other three people had faces full of surprise. In addition to commissions, there are also bonuses. These welfare conditions are good. Seeing the two of them being polite, Yuting just waved her hand and then frowned. Of course, our department also has shortcomings. Last month, we were able to take in some small orders, and the profits were not very high. We relied entirely on the rush of volume. Not only did everyone feel very tired, but the efficiency was not good. Moreover, I heard that several big clients' cases were rejected this month, and there is not much time left. I don't need to explain what this means, right? Everyone remained silent after hearing this. It is common sense that the bigger the order, the harder it is to come up with a plan. But they dare not argue. Do the work that suits the needs. You can only choose people based on their work, but people cannot choose work. Otherwise, why do we say Party A is the father? It was Lao Meng who broke the silence and said, "Sister Yu, don't worry. We will work on the plan and try to get it done within the time limit." How sure are you? What Yuting cares about is the success rate. To be honest, Sister Yu, it's less than half. Old Meng thought about it and said with a stiff face, "Too low." Yuting rubbed her temples, looked at the list in her hand and said, "The boss attaches great importance to these cases, and I heard that other companies are also eyeing them. Now their higher-ups are suppressing them and no news has been released. Even if we can't take them all, we have to grab a few, otherwise the company will lose face and I won't be able to report to their boss." "I understand, Sister Yu. Let's all work harder," said Lao Meng. Seeing this, Yuting could only nod and then instructed, "Make sure to move forward with the case. By the way, Lao Meng, show the client information you have to the for newcomers. Other things are all on paper. We still have to do it in practice to know what we are doing. If you have any ideas, you can check them or send them to my email." Old Meng nodded, thinking that Yuting was just eager to hire someone. But no one took it to heart. These old guys can't even come up with a solution, so what can a few newcomers do? It's nothing more than taking a look and understanding the process. Well, let the newcomers feel the pressure. After a while, Lin Hao and his friends returned to the office again. It's just that Meng Haifeng stuffed some information in their hands, which was the customer information mentioned during the meeting, and told them to study it themselves. Lin Hao, who had nothing to do, opened the first page. "Well, it's an emerging liquor company called Vati, and we need them to develop an advertising plan to break through the current sales volume. But there are a lot of requirements. For example, the budget must be controlled and not exceeded, which means that a large number of advertisements cannot be placed. For example, if you want to highlight the difference between your own liquor and other liquors, this difference is naturally not in the taste, and it is even less likely to be in the packaging. Finally, the slogan cannot be just one sentence, nor can it be too short. Party A has too many requirements. This is not allowed, that is not allowed. My God, it's just a coconut milk. How can it be introduced in a special way?" Zhu Ren felt a headache after seeing this and was the first one to complain. "That's still okay. Look at the third-party house hunting company. To put it bluntly, it's just an agency. How can it advertise?" Lin Chao was also confused. "I can't think of any." Gao Ying frowned. The three of them suddenly discovered this job Alexander. Seeing them having headaches, other colleagues kept smiling. It was the same when they first arrived. "Don't be anxious, this is just the beginning. If you wait any longer you will end up with baldness. Do you really think it's so easy to make money in the advertising department? Which one of them is not achieved through years of hard work?" Of course, they didn't notice that Lin Hao in the corner had already started taking action with their computer. Right now, someone is ready to make some money. During the meeting just now, Lin Hao felt that the boss Yuting in the advertising department was quite generous and would not treat people unfairly, so he thought he could give it a try. On the one hand, he wanted to solve the problem of his empty pocket, and on the other hand, he wanted to pay back Zhu Ren's debt. So, a title quickly came to his mind. "I have a story. Do you have any wine?" Chapter 4, Who is this guest? And just as Lin Hao was getting down to work, he didn't know that a video about him had become popular on major websites. What caused the incident? Naturally, it is Jufi's masterpiece. He took back the video of Lin Hao singing and playing the guitar at the wedding and put it on the headlines of his own Tongfei Entertainment News without thinking. Although Tongfei Entertainment News is just a little known website and does not receive much attention. But this time it was different, it exploded directly. That's right. It exploded. 5 hours after it was first put on the shelves, the number of clicks had soared to more than 70,000. What a concept! The instant hotspots of first-tier entertainment websites can't reach this speed, let alone their third-rate small websites. Look at this word. Look at this song. Look at this occasion again. Click in, and you won't be able to leave. The process was basically the same as Du Fei expected. Wang Jing is a sophomore girl who likes to read entertainment news and listen to music. Today, she just casually browsed around like usual. As an old hand, I definitely cannot miss out on the hot spots. But there doesn't seem to be any big news recently. For example, which female celebrity was photographed in a relationship, or which male actor cheated on his wife. It seems that only reading this kind of news is exciting enough. But nothing happened, it was too peaceful. It's really meaningless. Just as she was about to open her usual music app to listen to some songs, suddenly, an inconspicuous title at the bottom of the webpage caught her eye. At least I can still be a guest witnessing your love. A video is attached below. Another headline grabbing one. Seeing this, Wang Jing despised it in her heart, but she had to admit that this title was indeed very attractive. Then, with disdain, she clicked on the video again. No way. Curiosity kills the cat, let alone a woman. The video is not very professional and is a bit shaky. Because it was recorded with a mobile phone, the clarity is not very good. Although it's a bit blurry, the scene is amazing. This is a large wedding scene. The screen directly turns to their host, and it seems that he is going to choose a guest to sing a song to bless the newlyweds. Soon, a boy was chosen. And this boy actually slowly sat down in front of the piano. He also wants to play and sing by himself. There's something. Wang Jing thought the other person looked quite handsome, but since she only saw his profile, it was hard to say. After a while, the music started playing. And at this moment, Wang Jing's eyes never left the video screen. It is not easy to move people with a song. But to put it bluntly, music is nothing more than a way for people to express their emotions. This kind of expression can trigger the listener's emotions only if it resonates with them, so music is contagious and can make people feel the same way. Just a few minutes of video. Wang Jing felt this resonance. She also put herself in the situation and couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Jing doesn't think she is a person who is easily moved, even though she has listened to many different kinds of music. No matter how gorgeous their words are, they will not leave any special feeling in her except that she will remember them deeply. At most, she would add the songs she thought were good to her playlist, which was the greatest respect she could show to a good song. But this video is different, it gives her more of a shocking sense of the scene. What kind of courage does it take to attend a wedding as the bride's ex-boyfriend and sing and play songs by yourself? Not to mention that the song he rapped was about his own love story. All right. Although this is a sad story, it is absolutely true. The straightforward lyrics hit straight to their heart. Then she wiped her tears and seemed to think of something. I quickly opened the music platform and searched, but found that I couldn't find the song at all. Not giving up, she opened the comment section again, trying to find some clues. I'm afraid you won't believe me, but I, a man, actually cried when I heard it. So, if you get married, please remember to send me an invitation. I want to see how happy you look and let me see you off for the last time. What on earth was that woman thinking? She didn't even cherish him. Singing this kind of song live is so explosive. The level of composition is so amazing. It's so immersive. The lyrics are awesome. Does anyone know the name of this guest? What's the name of this song? Unfortunately, apart from those who liked and were touched by the song, the rest of the people in the comment section, like her, wanted to know the name of this boy and the song. But no one could get a response. For a moment, this guest actually had a sense of mystery. Is it his original creation? Wang Jing couldn't help but think of a terrible thing. Otherwise, why wasn't it published? Because this song was just prepared by this young man for this wedding. It seems that this is the only explanation that can make sense. But no matter what, she still forwarded the video to her friend group and recommended it emphatically. Certainly. There are many viewers who share the same idea as Wang Jing. After being moved, Lin Hao's identity became the information everyone was searching for. But without exception, nothing was gained. However, as the search volume continued to increase, not only Tingfei Entertainment, but other entertainment news headlines also put this video on the headlines. After all, this video is currently not copyrighted. Anyone can use it. With so many viewers, it is hard for a small company like Tingfei to cater to them all. We must take advantage of this wave of popularity. At the same time, many entertainment companies were eyeing Lin Hao. But due to the lack of any information, they could only set their sights on Tingfei Entertainment Company. After all, they were the ones who released the video first. It's not fair for you to say you knew nothing. The key is who would believe it. Dufei was very excited. But just one day later, his head became as big as a bucket. The phone has not stopped ringing since morning. Dufei, if you have time someday, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Oh, brother, I've been so busy these past 2 days, maybe another day, another day. Afei, how are you doing recently? Is there anything I can help you with? Just ask. Otherwise, I'll come to you right now. Brother Tang, I'm not at work these days. Let's talk about it later. Brother Fei, there's a new KTV in Dongcheng. I'll take you to a bath after we're done. How about that? I don't have the time. I can't spare the time, brother. So, you wait for my letter. Well, if it were normal times, Dufei would definitely agree to everything. But today, these people are too purposeful. After all the twists and turns, there is only one question. That's where you can find the protagonist in the video. He swore to God, he also wanted to know where to find the other person now. At the same time, Dufei regretted it so much. If he had left his contact information that day, he would not have ended up like this. The video was obtained and the traffic was also available. But it's them who are popular. If there is no one, who will hang you? But Dufei knew one thing more than anyone else, and that was Lin Hao's name. After thinking about it, Dufei simply gritted his teeth and made a phone call. Hello, why are you calling? After the call was connected, a woman answered the phone with a bad tone. Is Xiamu Xuan here? I have something to discuss with her. Dufei said coldly. What? My president Du, are you still thinking about getting back together? The woman sneered and said, Mu Xian is already married, I advise you to restrain yourself. Don't worry, I'm not thinking about her. I have something else to do. Dufei said calmly, also, Zhang Yang, aren't you a bit too nosy as an agent? Stop talking so much nonsense. Mu Xian has several scenes today and is busy now. Let's talk when she has time. Zhang Yang said impatiently. Dufei was not in a hurry, but smiled and said, Zhang Yang, have you not read the entertainment news in the past 2 days? News? What news? What exactly do you want to say? Zhang Yang became a little confused. It's okay, just take a look later, I'll wait for you to come back. Dufei sneered and then hung up the phone. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment and couldn't help cursing inwardly, but she still opened today's entertainment news and started reading. She wanted to see what Dufei was keeping in suspense. But it wasn't long before she saw the video. When I read the comments below, my heart sank. He didn't care about the situation and quickly called Xiamu Xuan, who was filming, over. What's wrong, Sister Zhang? Why did you suddenly call me down? The play isn't over yet. Xiamu Xuan, wearing a costume, came down with a puzzled look on her face. It was the first time she saw the other party so flustered. Something happened, Mu Xian. Zhang Yang's tone sank. What's up? Xiamu Xuan was stunned for a moment and suddenly had a bad feeling. Look, this is today's real-time news. It's already getting hot. Zhang Yang took out her mobile phone and played the video. Xiamu Xuan just took a look and felt disappointed immediately. Let us take a look at the playback volume. 124,652. In an instant, her face turned pale. The bad memory from a few days ago resurfaced. Is this video a viral video? She asked uncertainly through gritted teeth. He hated Lin Hao to death. She could never have imagined that a timid person like before would behave so abnormally. It almost dragged her into the abyss. It's not just a normal hit. You were just looking at one of the entertainment websites. Now the real-time hotspots have exploded, but fortunately, no one has taken photos of you. Zhang Yang nodded, and then said, I just found out about it. Du Fei told me. He seems to have something to talk to you about. Du Fei. Xiao Mushuan frowned and asked, did he post the video? Whether it is or not, you have to call him back. The number of hits on tingfei.com remains high. It won't be a bad thing for you if you can remove one post. If netizens really find out that the video is of your wedding, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Yang lowered her voice as much as possible, but to be honest, she was not sure in her heart. The popularity of the video could no longer be controlled at the moment. Even if Tingfei removed the video, it seemed meaningless. It was probably only a matter of time before she was discovered. With this in mind, she looked at Xiao Muchuan with complicated eyes. As an agent, although she was more than one artist, she seemed to have no room for development when encountering such a thing during the rising period of her career. Chapter 5, He died. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Xiao Muchuan's face turned even paler. She has paid too much to get to where she is today, and she absolutely cannot accept ruining herself because of this video. She is a woman who wants to escape from the mud and reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. She couldn't afford to fail here. Sister Zhang, don't worry, I'll call him right away and ask him to remove it. You must help me, too. Xiao Mushuan directly grabbed Zhang Yang's hand. Her expression was full of panic, and tears were about to flow from the corners of her eyes. I know, Mu Xian, I brought you up, I can't just watch you get ruined. Zhang Yang patted her hands and said calmly, but you should also know that some things are beyond your and my control. Right now, we must not let this matter ferment any further, otherwise neither of us will be able to report to the company. Since the company can give you all the resources now, it can also take them back. This matter ends here and cannot be delayed any longer. I understand, Sister Zhang. I'll find him right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mushuan nodded quickly. She knew that what Zhang Yang said was true and realistic. At the same time, my heart was cold. It can be said that the company has made a lot of efforts behind her to achieve her current success. If the company took all of this back, she couldn't even imagine it. I won't say anything more to you. Just hurry up and deal with it. After saying that, Zhang Yang walked away without looking back. Xiao Mushuan forced herself to calm down, took a few deep breaths, and then dialed Du Fei's number. Du Fei, what do you want to do? She asked this question through gritted teeth. Hey, I thought you wouldn't call. Du Fei couldn't help but sneered, what do I want to do? I didn't do anything, Xiao Mushuan, you think too highly of yourself. Did you post the video of the wedding? Xiao Mushuan didn't bother to talk nonsense and asked directly. That's right, but even if it wasn't me, someone else would have passed it up. Du Fei admitted generously, you didn't think I was the only one who recorded the video with my phone that day. But Tingfei Entertainment is your company. Xiao Mushuan got straight to the point. So what? Du Fei said disdainfully, it seems that you have no right to manage the affairs of my company, right? Tell me, what is your purpose? You want money? I can give it to you, just tell me the amount. Xiao Mushuan frowned. Har har, Xiao Mushuan, do you think I would be short of your money? Du Fei couldn't help laughing. So what are you doing this for? Xiao Mushuan suddenly thought of something and said with an ugly face, this is impossible, it's over between us. This time, Du Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he cursed, I say, you are too shameless, woman, are you worthy of my attention? Now even if you kneel down and beg me, I will not be interested in you. He felt insulted. But then the anger disappeared. Right now, the other party is feeling much worse than himself. Don't go too far. Being scolded like this by the other party, Xiao Mushuan's knuckles turned purple. But when he heard the other party say it was not because of him, he became puzzled and asked, then what do you want? Lin Hao. Du Fei stated his purpose. Lin Hao. Hearing this name, Xiao Mushuan couldn't help but imagine the other person playing the piano in her mind again. She didn't understand what the connection was between the two men. That's right, just give me his cell phone number. Du Fei nodded and said slowly, in return, Tingfei Entertainment will delete all videos and news related to you. What do you want his phone for? Xiao Mushuan was annoyed, really annoyed. Especially when I heard the word Lin Hao. He always felt that it was all her fault that he had come to this point, but there was nothing she could do. Don't worry about that. It's up to you to decide whether to give it or not. Dufay was too lazy to explain to her. In his mind, he cursed all the other entertainment companies that plagiarized his videos. I eat meat. You drink soup. As a result, the meat had to be thrown away before it even entered my mouth. This feeling is really unpleasant. Fortunately, I got a call from Lin Hao. No loss. No loss. Dufay pretended to be indifferent, but Xiamu Xuan couldn't afford to waste time, so he could only give the other party Lin Hao's cell phone number. The latter did not break his promise and directly removed the video related to Lin Hao's hotspots. Hey, Mr. Du, we worked so hard to generate such a huge amount of traffic, why did you remove the video before it even reached its peak? In the office of Tongfei Entertainment, Liu Chunxing, the head of the publicity department, was going crazy. Following this, boss, I really had to go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. You finally have a full meal, but he pushes you away before you have finished eating. What is this? Are you angry? Dufay felt helpless when he saw his old employee getting angry. Why not withdraw? If he didn't withdraw, how would he get Lin Hao's phone number? From the tone of that woman Xiamu Xuan just now, it seemed like she was about to kill me. Don't worry, I have found more exciting news than this video. Dufay could only comfort her. Real. Liu Chunxing looked like he didn't believe it. Can I still lie to you? Dufay glared, then thought of something and asked, by the way, Lao Liu, does our company still have a composition department? Composition department? Oh my god, are you the boss of the company? Liu Chunxing's mouth twitched before he explained, Boss Du, our company's composition department couldn't afford to disband half a year ago. Where's the recording studio? Dufay said speechlessly, the recording studio is not gone, is it? I do have this, but I haven't touched it for half a year. I don't know if the equipment inside can still be used. Liu Chunxing replied. Ahem. Lao Liu, what do you think about releasing a single given our company's current situation? Dufay was almost speechless. How did my company end up in such a mess? Release a single. Liu Chunxing almost made Dufay laugh out of anger, and couldn't help but remind him, Boss Du, I have to remind you that if you continue to do this, the company will be close to bankruptcy. Okay, go out and do your work first, I'll think about it first. Dufay waved his hands in pain. We were talking nicely, but how did the conversation turn into one about me going bankrupt? You really don't know how to talk. Dufay waited until the other party went out before he prepared to call Lin Hao. Originally, he wanted to buy the other party's song and release it on his own company, so that he could make a lot of money by relying on the popularity. But given the situation of my own company, it doesn't seem to be working. Never mind, let us get the person here first. If it doesn't work, just rent a recording studio outside. It's okay to spend some money. Thinking of this, he dialed the phone. Soon, Lin Hao's voice came from the other side. Hello. Hear this sound? Dufay felt so comfortable. That's really transparent. Finally found you. Dufay wanted to shout out loud to vent his anger. Har har, I'm Dufay from Tongfei Entertainment, brother, it's been a long time. The word missing has not been finished yet. The other party replied, sorry, you dialed the wrong number. Then. Beep beep. Dufay looked down at his phone, confused. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh shit. He hung up. He actually hung up. Dufay had imagined many different scenarios for the two of them to meet, even though their identities were a little special, as they were both ex-boyfriends. But no matter what, he never expected to be hung up in this way. Then. He dialed again. Brother, I'm Dufay, see you. Beep, beep. Hello, I'm. Beep, beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Dufay was stunned. Damn it, you won't even let me finish my sentence. What is going on? If Lin Hao's voice had not been clearly distinguishable, he would even suspect that Xiamu Xuan had deliberately messed with him. I finally got the phone number. But I can't get through. It's too difficult. Dufay fell into extreme depression. Lin Hao on the opposite side felt a little wronged. All right. He had to admit that he really didn't remember it. I simply thought the call was a scam. At this moment, Lin Hao was slacking off in the office. Of course, I am not just slacking off. I will occasionally use the computer to edit the plan. Although I have a complete advertising plan in mind, I can't bring it out on the first day. At least you have to pretend, otherwise the cost-effectiveness of coming here to work is too low. While editing, Lin Hao was suddenly startled and looked at his phone. He seemed to remember something. Jufei. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere. After thinking about it, he finally remembered everything completely. Oh. Looks like I blocked the wrong person. Lin Hao thought about it, picked up the phone, called the other party, and then replied. At the same time, he was also curious about how the other party found him. Hello, this is Lin Hao. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Hao asked after the call was connected. Dufei was so moved that he almost cried. He finally picked up. Brother, you really gave me a hard time finding you. Dufei vented with a helpless look. Forehead. Lin Hao didn't know what to say. Brother, where are you? I'll pick you up. I have something to talk to you about. Dufei quickly got to the point. It's not very convenient, let's talk on the phone. Lin Hao likes to keep his distance from people he is not familiar with. I don't mean anything else. Do you remember the song you sang at Xiaomu Chuan's wedding? Seeing that Lin Hao was so defensive, Dufei asked with a serious expression. Yeah. He nodded. I want to buy that song. Dufei said seriously, I hope you can promise me. Lin Hao was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to have this idea. Buy that song. Why? After a moment of silence, he asked. Brother, to be honest, someone filmed your wedding and posted it online. It's now a viral video. Dufei did not expose himself because he was afraid that Lin Hao would be disgusted. It's popular. Lin Hao was stunned. But then he figured it out. Maybe the guest was a little too hurtful. Yes, it's popular. Dufei affirmed, so I want to buy it. Of course, if other companies contact you in advance, I can add more to the price. Hearing Lin Hao's surprise, Dufei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be the first person to ask to buy this song. The reason why I asked for extra money is out of sincerity. That's right. You must show sincerity. Chapter 6, Daily Padding and Recording. MSI Entertainment, I'm free at noon. Since the other party came to discuss business, Lin Hao had no reason to refuse. Although this song was not written for the purpose of making money, the appearance of Dufei did help him save a lot of unnecessary trouble. At least as a newcomer, he doesn't have to go to major companies with music scores to knock on their doors. Sometimes, circles are very important. When you are not in this circle, it is common to be rejected. Lin Hao had written his own songs before, so he knew how difficult it was to become famous. Every step can crush your feet. What? MSI Entertainment. You signed with them. On this side, Dufei's face changed drastically when he heard Lin Hao's words. MSI Entertainment is one of the giant entertainment companies in Jiangning province. The company covers multiple fields and has achieved remarkable results. Lin Hao actually works in this company. Has he been signed by the other party? Thinking of this, Dufei felt instantly chilled. Am I going to fetch water with a bamboo basket? Well, I work in the advertising department of this company. Lin Hao explained. He felt that the other party might have misunderstood. Advertising department. Dufei's mood is now up and down, and he is almost driven crazy by Lin Hao. Hearing this, he was a little confused as to why MSI Entertainment would let Lin Hao work in the advertising department. Shouldn't such an outstanding singer-songwriter be placed in the singer department? Or does MSI Entertainment feel that one song is not enough to prove itself? Is there any problem? Lin Hao asked puzzledly. Nothing, I'll be there soon, waiting for you downstairs. He looked at his watch and found that the time was almost up, so he hung up the phone and hurried off. I drove to the entrance of MSI Entertainment and waited for about half an hour before I saw Lin Hao coming out of the company. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early. After getting in the car, Lin Hao apologized slightly. It's okay, I just got here too. Dufei waved his hand and asked him, where are we going? Let's find a quiet place to talk in detail. Well, let's talk about it in the car. Lin Hao thought about it and realized that he was a person who was afraid of trouble. There's no need to go to a special place for this kind of thing. All right. Dufay was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, "It's like this. I told you last time that I have my own entertainment company called Tingfei Entertainment." Lin Hao nodded. They had been introduced to each other the last time they met. "Well, I have to explain to you. My company is not like MSI Entertainment. It may be much smaller in scale," Dufay said with a wry smile. "How do you plan to buy this song?" Lin Hao understood what the other party meant, but he didn't care much. Distribution channels can sometimes determine a lot of things, but that's about it. The quality of the song itself is the one that has the final say, and external forces cannot interfere too much. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't mind, Dufay breathed a sigh of relief with gratitude. He was really afraid that the other party would look down on his company, and if it really came to that, there would be nothing he could do. "There are two ways. The first is that I buy your song and find someone else to sing it." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao shook his head and said, "Let's talk about the second one. The second option is that you sing the song and I'll be responsible for the release." Dufay gritted his teeth. Although the company did not have a composition department now, Tingfei Entertainment Company had quotas for new singers to participate in the ranking. "Okay, how much is the money?" Lin Hao is not a greedy person, but he doesn't want to suffer any loss. Although Dufay really likes his songs. But business is business. What kind of feelings? Large companies like MSI Entertainment usually give excellent composers around 5% commission, while singers get around 10%, and famous singers get even more. As he spoke, Dufay's tone suddenly became serious, "And I will give you 20%. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this. He did not doubt the other party's words, but was a little surprised. He gave himself a 20% commission right away, which was already ridiculously high. He also said that it requires excellent composers and famous singers, and it also has to be a large company with deep pockets. Who am I? I'm just a newcomer at best. I know what you're thinking." Looking at Lin Hao's expression, Dufay guessed most of it, and couldn't help but smiled bitterly and explained, "To be honest, my company is not doing very well now, and we have very few resources to use. Even in terms of channel promotion expenses, we can't compare with those big companies. I'm also taking a gamble by buying your song. If I win, the company can ease the current economic situation. If I lose, I'll accept it. The worst that can happen is that I can start all over again. One song, I'm afraid it won't have much effect." Lin Hao didn't expect that the other party would dare to bet on him. It was too risky. Besides, it was unrealistic to expect a song to save the company. "No, this song is different." Dufay disagreed with him, turned his head sharply, and said seriously, "I'm not really good at describing it, but it's definitely unique." "Unique? Is this a compliment?" Seeing that the other party was full of confidence, Lin Hao could only nod and say, "Okay, let's do as you say." Naturally, he doesn't want the other party to lose money. Cooperation seeks win-win results. "Then when do we start?" Seeing that he agreed, Dufay's unstable mood finally settled down and he asked hurriedly, "Let's wait for 2 days. I just started working and it's not a good idea to ask for leave," Lin Hao said after hesitating. "Okay, call me when you have time." Dufay originally wanted to release a single while the popularity was high, but seeing that Lin Hao obviously didn't want to delay his work, he didn't feel comfortable bringing it up. Lin Hao nodded. After saying goodbye to Dufay, I got back to paddling, working. It was not until Saturday, when he was off duty, that Lin Hao took the initiative to contact the other party. Dufay took advantage of the 2 days to clean up the company's recording studio, and found that the equipment was still usable. That's perfect. No need to rent it out. No doubt about it, let's start a cleaning operation for all employees in the company, no one can escape. After seeing Dufay's actions, Liu Chunxing was completely desperate about their boss. The entertainment news section was already half dead, with few people doing the work, and now they have to deal with music too. He was completely convinced. It's not like Tingfei Entertainment has not been involved in music before, but what was the result? It didn't even make it into the top 50 singers list, and this was despite spending a lot of money on publicity. To put it bluntly, few listeners are willing to pay for junk music. That's the reality. Now, President Du is about to make a comeback. Why? If it weren't for his age, Liu Chunxing felt that he would have left long ago for the sake of a stable salary. Looking back, this company still had a lot of fresh blood. But now, it's full of old, weak, sick and disabled people. As he was sighing, Du Fei had already driven Lin Hao over. Quick, Lao Liu, the people are here, make arrangements quickly. Du Fei couldn't help but feel a little high-spirited when he brought Lin Hao to his company. What arrangements? Liu Chunxing looked at Lin Hao behind Du Fei and couldn't help but look at him carefully for a while. Anyone you haven't seen on TV is not a famous singer. A bit young, like a college graduate. No way. Is he a newcomer? Liu Chunxing almost suffered from high blood pressure. I wanted to scold Du Fei on the spot to vent my anger. Either you spend your money on women or it's a waste of money. At this moment, Liu Chunxing really wanted to ask, do you have a brain? Recording studio, see if anyone else knows how to use those equipment. Hurry up and get started, time is running out. Du Fei urged heartlessly. Liu Chunxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Boss Du, do you really want to record it? Du Fei was so angry when he heard this. What does this mean? Everyone is here, is it okay not to record it? God knows how much traffic he paid for Lin Hao's mobile number. Isn't this a slap in the face? Lin Hao standing next to him was still a little dazed. He was stunned by the miserable state of the company as he walked along. If it weren't for the neat and clean interior decoration of the company, he would have been really afraid that these few people were a group of scammers. No one at the front desk. Hurry up, I'm telling you, Liu Chunxing, you know the popular video a few days ago, he's the protagonist. Record the song quickly today. Our company's newcomer list next month can get into the top 10, no. Top 3. Du Fei said directly. Upon hearing this, Liu Chunxing shuddered. He looked at Lin Hao again and suddenly remembered. If it was that song. There's something to it. Liu Chunxing was the person in charge of the entertainment news section and he understood this immediately. I quickly called over a few employees who knew how to use the equipment to participate in the recording. Lin Hao was somewhat flattered when he stepped into the recording studio. Looking at the recording equipment that had been polished to a shine and was spotless, he felt that Du Fei had invested a lot in him, a newcomer. It's really a bit difficult for the other party. If he doesn't sing this song well, he won't be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. Fortunately, the recording process went smoothly. Lin Hao understands his own strengths and weaknesses and can proactively improve himself. If he finds something that he doesn't sing well, he will listen to it once and then sing it a few more times until he is satisfied as a singer. It's just a matter of repeating the process. For a veteran like him, the degree of freedom is actually quite high. To be honest, the people in the recording studio are not professionals, they just have a basic understanding of the equipment. There is no standard for what is considered a good recording or how to sing with emotion. As for Du Fei, he just gave up. According to him, Lin Hao has the final say in recording songs, and all he wants is a finished product. Having said that, everyone present was still stunned by Lin Hao's live singing. They have all watched the live video. I don't know why, but once I hear a few lines of the lyrics, I can't help but be immersed in the wedding scene. This is also what makes this song so great. Looking at Lin Hao's soulful singing, Du Fei was full of admiration. After eliminating the noise in the video, his singing in the recording studio is obviously more delicate. He doesn't look like a college graduate at all. It's simply impeccable. Chapter 7, Starting the Chart Race. Compared to the song Lin Hao sang at the wedding before, this recording took longer. Strictly speaking, the lyrics and emotions of the song Guest actually have a progressive rhythm. At the scene at the time, Lin Hao only sang half of the song. Now sing the second half of the lyrics. I have to say, it's another more depressing feeling. Just like sadness spreads. And it's getting worse. But Lin Hao felt somewhat embarrassed, because after recording the song, the way these people looked at him changed a little. Like pity? All right. As to why this is so, Lin Hao probably understood it as well. I'm just too lazy to explain. He couldn't say that the creation of this song had nothing to do with his own experience and was just created to suit the occasion. Even if I say so, these people may not believe it. Du Fei is the best proof. After the recording was completed, she actually came over to comfort him, saying things like, "There are many good women in the world, there is no need to hang yourself on a tree, it's not worth it," and so on. Lin Hao ignored him. "Just think of it as me trying a little too hard." As for the so-called ex-girlfriend, to be honest, he no longer has any impression of it. By the way, don't use the real name of the singer when releasing the album. After finishing, Lin Hao couldn't help but remind the other party. He doesn't want anyone to dig out all his information. He always feels uncomfortable. It's good to hide behind the scenes and make some money. Not using your real name. Dufay nodded in understanding, and then asked, "What name should we use?" "Whale Fall." Lin Hao thought about it and said, "As the saying goes, when a whale dies, all things come to life. That's a pretty good meaning, that's it." After saying that, Lin Hao didn't ask the other party to send him off, and just took a taxi and left. As for the follow-up matters of the song, Dufay naturally took over and got busy. He understood the process, whether it was submitting for review or promotion. To put it bluntly, the company will enforce it with the highest standards. Although his company is a bit third-rate. In mid-July, the weather has gradually become warmer. Most students take holidays during this period, and either stay at home or go out for a walk. At this time of year every year, some entertainment companies actually choose to have their popular singers release a few songs and hit the charts. Because compared to big festivals like the Chinese New Year, releasing an album during the students' vacation is the most appropriate. This was all figured out bit by the issuing department. Why do you want to tell me? Well, because this time period has the highest traffic. Young people is the mainstream of consumption. Although it is called a chart-topping event, the two time periods at the beginning and middle of the month should still be distinguished. In the latter range, competitiveness is no longer that strong, and it is more like chronic suicide. Few people will enter the market during this period. No matter whether they are new or old singers, they all like to start releasing songs at the beginning of the month. On the one hand, maximize timeliness. On the one hand, it can also protect the profits of yourself and the company. The monthly ranking, to put it simply, is a comparison of the performance of this month. If you release a song in the middle of the month, you only have half a month to complete the sprint. With half the time as others, how can you compete? Is it about the quality of the music? Sorry, if there really were good songs, would they, the newcomers, have the chance to perform? The company is not stupid. The resources invested and the returns are proportional. The music in their hands. To put it bluntly, these are just what the big brands have left over. An instant success is just an exception. Don't take it seriously. Therefore, whether there is enough time to hit the charts is crucial for new singers. Dufay naturally understood this. It's just that he can't wait until next month. The reason, of course, is that the popularity of the video of Lin Hao playing and singing at the wedding is gradually fading, which is not a good sign. Although the company has removed the video, other entertainment companies are still reaping the benefits. Just a video of less than a few minutes earned them a lot of traffic. In terms of click volume, it should add up to hundreds of thousands. Almost saturated. Dufay had already tolerated them drinking the soup, and they had almost finished it now. Be reasonable. It was his turn to eat meat. What happened to half a month? Can't it make the charts in half a month? Dufay disagreed. We have to make it more difficult. Otherwise, how can we show how great this song is? The heat is receding, but it's not completely gone. He must grab this little tail of traffic. After finishing all the matters concerning the song's release, Dufay sat in the office every day to get through the tribulation. The first thing he does when he comes to the company every day is to open the music player software called Yunting to check the rankings of new songs. Speaking of Yunting, it is definitely the leading music software in China. It is no exaggeration to say that it has monopolized 70% of the domestic market, and it is even more than that. As for the rest, whether they can be used or not is of no use to Dufay. On Yunting, the list of newcomers is independent. To put it bluntly, this is used to train singers for major companies. Whoever can stay at the top and stand out within a month will be able to gain popularity, and his or her debut will naturally be much smoother. Of course, the difficulty here is naturally not small. Where there are people, there is competition. How many entertainment companies are there in the country? How many new artists release songs every month? These are countless. As for the list of Yunting, only the top 100 are counted. For major companies, only the top 100 are recognized by fans. These are all unwritten old rules. Of course, the higher the ranking, the greater the benefits for the company. After all, downloads are linked to money. If you can get the recognition of your fans, then you can get everything. The starting point of the song Guest is not high, just over 100. The number of downloads on the first day was also disappointing, with only a little over 300. Is Dufay anxious? I can only say that his mentality is still okay. The download volume was not large, but he read the comments below, and without exception, they were all positive. Compared with other songs, Dufay did not do much promotion for the song Guest. The company can't afford to invest too much money in this area. More. The song has to fight on its own. The traffic of ranking within the top 100 and outside the top 100 is different. Fans prefer to listen to songs on the charts, and no one will notice the songs that are too far down. But there are exceptions. Unlike other songs, people who have listened to the song Guest are likely to have watched the hot video from the past few days. The two are linked. There will always be careful fans who will notice this. Then, diffusion spread. So he made his way from outside the top 100 to within the top 100. The Guest only took one day. Har har, I found it. It wasn't there a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to be released today. Guest, so this song is called Guest. It really didn't disappoint me. Hurry up and check if it's the boy in the video singing. I want to be his fan. He's handsome and a good singer. Whale Falls, oh my god, that's not the original name. No matter if it's his real name or not, just repost it and add that video to it, it's amazing. Hey, did you notice that the lyrics are a little different? The comment section of Guest has already started a heated discussion, which is not common in the newcomer list. But when one listener mentioned the lyrics, most people were stunned. I was so excited just now that it seemed like I hadn't finished listening to the song. Hurrying and quietly going to listen to music. Result. It's out of control. Most fans then realized that what they had heard before was just the beginning. Here, it is covered by the ending. Thank you for your special invitation. Watch the love you want. The guests may be another destiny. Leaving your own affairs until now. What else do you have the right to care about? After all, you are the one who will eventually become your spouse. I'm just a guest. I lost all my memories. Come celebrate your wedding. But I still don't have the courage to bless you. Thank you for giving me the final clarity. Give myself back to myself. At least I can be that one. Guests who witnessed your love. Oh my god, what kind of magical lyrics are these? How humble must love be to reach this point? It's so realistic. Many fans' eyes turned red after listening to the song. In addition to downloading. It can only be downloaded. Contrary to the exaggerated emotions of these fans, Dufay, who was sitting in the office, burst into laughter early in the morning. Although the number of downloads that day was only a few hundred, it has now exceeded 9,000 and is about to break 10,000. It's so fast. Even though Dufay was full of confidence in this song, he was still surprised. As The Guest entered the top 100, the download volume was unstoppable, and some extreme fans even wanted to dig out the protagonist of the story. After all, the truth will come out. When Xia Muchuan's wedding scene was discovered by one of her fans, the song Guest was pushed to another level. Who is Xia Muchuan? Someone searched it out. Just a third-tier female star. Is this song written for her? Why? Therefore, most fans who had heard the song Guest went straight to Xia Muchuan's Weibo and cursed at her. There's nothing I can do about it, this song is written too much in favor of the singer. No one will think that the humble party is wrong. The only one who is wrong is the one who gives up first. This chaotic battle situation stunned all major entertainment companies. In just 3 days, the download volume of Guest has exceeded 80,000. 1. Heatwave. Singer, Bai Shu. Downloads, 95,526. Company, Galaxy Entertainment. Second place, Guest. Singer, Whale Fall. Downloads, 84,551. Company, Tingfei Media. Third place, Distant Dream. Singer, Ling Pei. Downloads, 61,485. Company, MSI Entertainment. See the list. Dufay really didn't know what to say. I can only say that the fans this year are too fierce. He himself is very far-sighted and visionary. Not only did the song rank second, but it also caused a lot of criticism on Xiao Muxuan's Weibo. Look at the first place again. Don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer, it will be time to change players soon. What about third place? Wow, MSI Entertainment. That is Lin Hao's current company. Did you buy the songs yourself and then give the news to other companies? If the other party knew this, the expression on his face would definitely be very interesting. But this is not his fault. You should put such an excellent singer-songwriter in the advertising department. Isn't that nonsense? Thinking about it, Dufay decided to call Lin Hao to report the situation. He felt that the other party would definitely be shocked. But the result made him wish he could find a hole to crawl into. Oh, it's just over 80,000, still a bit low. These are the other party's exact words. Dufay even suspected that he had heard it wrongly. He originally thought that he would be satisfied if this song ranked third, but then he looked at others and found that they did not take this chart seriously at all. Please, do you know what it means to be second on the rookie list? Dufay really wanted to yell at this moment. But he was afraid of scaring Lin Hao. I could only swallow the words that were about to come out of my mouth. Chapter 8, About Home. 8 o'clock in the evening, Rongjia Hotel. Inside the room, the scattered glass fragments and the red wine-stained carpet indicated that there had just been a moment of catharsis and rampage. Xiao Muxuan had already smashed everything that could be smashed, but her mood still did not get relieved at all. Right now, she is completely overwhelmed by the comments on Weibo. Those unbearable comments and insults kept appearing in her mind and could not be dispelled. Why? Why is that? Just because of a song? Xiao Muxuan couldn't understand from beginning to end why a song could have such a great influence. Just a few days ago, Zhang Yang told her that the popularity of the video was fading, but in just one day, she understood what public opinion was. If you can. Xiao Muxuan absolutely doesn't want to have any interaction with Lin Hao. Only. There are no IFS at all. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. The fish she raised had now become a man-eating wolf. Is she wrong? Xiao Muxuan kept asking herself. Before he got the answer, the cell phone beside him rang. When she saw the name, her face turned pale again. Sister Zhang, this matter. As soon as she said that, Zhang Yang interrupted her mercilessly and said self-deprecatingly, "Don't say anything, Mu Xian. I just listened to that song. It is indeed well written and emotionally touching. However, he does not seem to have used his real name, or maybe he sold the song. Forget it, it doesn't matter. What I want to tell you is that the song is now ranked second on the new artist list. It will probably be ranked first soon. Do you know what this means? But Sister Zhang, I have nothing to do with him anymore. I'm already married." Xiao Muxuan still refused to give up. "Yes, you are married." Zhang Yang's tone suddenly turned cold and she said, "Because you are married, the influence of this song can be maximized. Just because I got married, does that mean I'm the wrong person?" Xiao Muxuan's voice trembled slightly, and he was already a little hysterical. "It doesn't matter." Zhang Yang said calmly, "What you said is not important, Mu Xian. Public opinion is like this. When it comes overwhelming you, if you can resist it, you can move forward. If you can't resist it, you can only stop here. You should know this better than me. What's more, this matter has already reached the ears of some people in the company. I can't help you. Are you going to go this far too?" Xiao Muxuan roared. "It's not my decision to do this. I don't have the right to do this." Zhang Yang couldn't help but sigh, "This is all the company's decision. I've earned so much money for the company, are you going to attack me just because of this little bit of public opinion?" Xiao Muxuan threw the goblet in his hand again, venting his inner anger. "Please stop all your recent activities and schedules for now. Director Liu's filming has been greatly affected because of you. He is now seeking compensation from the company. Don't show up too often before the matter is settled." After saying that, Zhang Yang hung up the phone mercilessly. Xiao Muxuan simply fell to the ground with his eyes dull. Then, another phone call came. "Even you don't believe me." She picked up the phone and said with a dead heart, "Let's get a divorce." The voice on the other end was cold. It was you who chased me in the beginning, and it was you who begged me to marry you later. So what? You want my resources, and I want your beauty. We just get what we want. You don't think we will really fall in love with each other, do you? You bastard. Xiao Mushuan cursed. I'm a bastard. The other party couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Mushuan, after so long, you don't really think you are a little girl who has never seen the world, right? Okay, let's get divorced. That's what you said. After Xiao Mushuan said this, he threw the phone out fiercely. At that moment, she couldn't hold back any longer and squatted down and burst into tears. Lin Hao didn't know how big an influence his song had, nor did he know how many people's life trajectories were changed because of it. Apart from the fact that Dufay had made a phone call to report the results, it can be said that he had never paid attention to his own songs from beginning to end. He thought the data was too ugly. From his point of view, it is difficult to make big money. Maybe it will take some time for the song to achieve success. In the meantime, he should just quietly be a nobody. Lin Hao happened to have a few days of vacation at the end of the month, so he planned to take this opportunity to go home and visit his family. In his previous life, his parents passed away early, and he traveled alone for a long time. But now, his parents are still alive, but they are a bit old. It must have been a long time since he went back, and even his memory is a little blurry. The previous owner of this body was such a bastard. Lin Hao has always attached great importance to family affection. After taking a few days off, the company's internal procedures are still quite easy to follow. It is better to say that newcomers like them who have just joined the job and have not yet gotten the hang of things are marginalized figures, or even dispensable in a sense. Lin Hao likes this relaxed and free atmosphere. Of course, he also has to prove that he has been working during this period and not just slacking off. So before leaving, he sent the advertising copy he had edited to Yu Ting's email. As for whether to watch it or not, that is the other party's business. Even if the final result is to be thrown into the trash can, Lin Hao doesn't mind talking to the customer himself. It's just a waste of time. The problem is not a big one after all. In short, this copy cannot be wasted, every word counts. However, he also believed in Yu Ting's character and would not ignore him the whole time. After saying a brief goodbye to Zhu Ren, he embarked on his journey home. From Jiangning to Tianjin. 3 hours of soft sleeper. Tickets aren't hard to get. After getting on the train, there was only one empty seat in the 4-person sleeper berth. He was accompanied by 3 female students of similar age, who looked younger than him. A few people were chatting, and Lin Hao was not familiar with them, so he simply put on headphones and watched the drama quietly. When he has nothing to do, he can take a closer look at the level of development of literature and art in this world. After just reading the beginning, he lost interest. The introduction clearly states that it is a workplace film, but it turned out to be a romance film in the beginning, and the plot is also incoherent. Boring. Lin Hao decisively gave up on TV dramas and decided to watch some movies. But before he found a movie that suits him, a girl opposite him started playing music on her cell phone. He couldn't help but frown. Playing music in public places will disturb others. To be honest, he was somewhat disgusted by this behavior. But then he was stunned again, because the music the girl played was none other than the song he had recorded not long ago called Guest. Isn't it such a coincidence? It turned out to be his song. Li Shuawei, I know you like this song, but you don't have to play it every day. The girl's upper bunk, another man couldn't help but laugh and said, I never realized that you have the potential to chase stars before. What's wrong? Are you obsessed with it? What do you know? This song is different. Let alone Shuawei, I have forwarded it several times. I wish others could listen to it with me. On the upper bunk of Lin Hao's bed, another girl praised him, I have sent it to the class group several times. That's right, this singer named Jingluo is really amazing. I watched the wedding video and cried every time I watched it. It was so touching. I don't understand why such an affectionate little brother would be abandoned. The girl named Li Shuawei couldn't help but said indignantly. Lin Hao was speechless when he heard this. There's nothing wrong with affectionate praise. But, abandoned isn't the right word. Are you a pet? That's right. I was so angry that I cursed Xiao Mushuan for an hour on her Weibo. That woman is really blind. Me too, but then my hands got so sore from typing. The other two followed suit. It's a pity that he is a new singer and he only has this one song. I don't know if he will release any more in the future. Li Shuawei said disappointedly. Suddenly seeing Lin Hao staring at them, he blushed and said, "Sorry, did we disturb you?" "Fine." Lin Hao shook his head. At this point, he felt that the other party playing songs in public was not so annoying. The key is to see whose song it is. Is the song you guys listening to very popular?" After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask. He is now number 1 on the newcomer list. He even defeated Bai Shu from Xinghe. He is very powerful. The girl on the upper bunk of Lin Hao explained. Who is Bai Shu? Lin Hao was somewhat unfamiliar with this name. But I felt relieved when I heard that I was ranked first on the newcomer list. No wonder Dufei called me in a hurry, it must be because my grades were good. But the data that Dufei mentioned last time is the first place only to this extent. You don't even know Bai Shu. He's the rising star of Xinghe Company. I didn't expect that he would run into Whale Fall right after his debut. How miserable. Li Shuawei explained and sympathized. If it wasn't for Whale Fall, the first place would definitely be his. Then the Whale Fall is quite powerful. Lin Hao praised himself without blushing or beating his heart. He is more than amazing. He is killing like crazy now. Let alone the rookie list, even if he is on the overall list, he will have the strength to fight. It's just one song, it shouldn't be that great. Lin Hao is being modest. But he underestimated his position in the hearts of several girls, which earned him angry glares from the 3 of them. He just hasn't finished writing it yet. Maybe it will be released soon. Li Shuawei forced an explanation. Even if it's just this one song, in our hearts is no worse than any other singer. Yes, you are right. Lin Hao dared not refute the radicals. Whether he wrote it or not, only he himself knows. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, but fortunately the train arrived at the station soon. After leaving the station, Lin Hao took a taxi according to his memory. The traveling back and forth also made him decide that he should learn to drive when he had time and then buy a car. Chapter 9, Father and Son. Wanqing District. Minhuili Community. This is where Lin's father and mother live. The buildings in this area are quite old and look grey and dilapidated. It seems that they have not been renovated since the early 1990s. For a while, the government seemed to have attempted to demolish the property. But most of the people living here are elderly and can't afford the hassle. And it's too difficult. In the end, it can only be left unresolved. According to memory, Lin Hao arrived at the door of Unit 2, Building 8. Because it was an old building, there was no convenient elevator, and his family lived on the 5th floor, so he could only walk up step by step. He was very young and climbing a few flights of stairs was not a big deal, but when he thought of his elderly parents in this life, he felt extremely sad. Take out the key and unlock the door. The 2-bedroom, 1 living room home was quiet. It's a bit early. It seems that my parents haven't got off work yet. Lin Hao did not wait quietly for them to come back. He simply tidied up the house inside and out, and then went downstairs to buy some vegetables. He was ready to show off his skills himself. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After a busy day, Lin's father Lin Ruhai and Lin's mother Gao Nanhua finally came back. I heard some noise in my kitchen. The old couple were so frightened that they thought they had been thieved. Only when Lin Hao came out with the plate did the 2 elders breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time they were surprised that their son had returned. Put it down quickly, son. Mom is here. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Mother Lin took off her coat and quickly took the dish from Lin Hao's hand. She complained for a while, but looking at her son who could cook, she also felt that her child had really grown up and matured. That's right, let your mother come, and you just sit for a while. Father Lin also echoed the sentiment. He himself was a quiet person. But the child is back, and I am happy enough. It's okay, Mom and Dad. We'll be done with 2 more dishes here soon. Don't worry about it. You've been busy all day. Just sit down and take a rest. Lin Hao pushed his parents aside. Without explaining, he went back into the kitchen. Lin's father and mother were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Soon, 6 dishes and a soup were served on the table. In his previous life, he lived alone for a long time, so he has a lot of experience in cooking. But right now, his action shocked Lin's father and mother. I remember the last time I came back, their son seemed to know nothing. Why does it seem different this time? The two elders couldn't help but mutter something in their hearts, but they didn't say anything. No matter what, as long as their son is changing for the better, they should support him. At the dinner table, it was Lin's father who first asked him, "How is your work going lately? Is everything going well? I joined a big company. The environment and treatment are pretty good. All in all, I earned over 10,000 yuan." Lin Hao thought about it and deliberately raised his salary. He wanted to reassure his parents. Anyway, the difference is not that big. This high. Mother Lin was surprised, then said happily, "Then you have to work hard. In a few years, your parents will give you some more money so that you can make a down payment." Your mother is right. Having your own house is more important than anything else. Dad Lin nodded. The ideas of the older generation are always deeply rooted. Real estate like houses, which maintain their value and have the potential to appreciate in value, are definitely the first choice. I'm still young, there's no rush for a house. Lin Hao took 2 bites of food and said vaguely, "No, I'll save enough money to buy you 2 a new apartment, and then buy a car for my dad." Go away, stop talking nonsense. You don't need to worry about your dad and me. We live in this old house very well. We know everyone in and out of the street. If we move to another place, your dad and I may not be able to adapt. And the car, to put it bluntly, is a consumable. It costs money every day. Your dad can just ride an electric bike every day, and he can pick me up after get off work. Mother Lin said. Just take care of yourself, you don't have to worry about anything here. Dad Lin was very pleased to hear that his son wanted to buy him a car. This old house doesn't even have an elevator. It's too troublesome to go up and down. Lin Hao couldn't help but retort. Oh, what's the big deal? Your dad and I are both very agile. Is it possible that we can't handle climbing the stairs? Mother Lin said without any concern. Okay, why are you talking about this? Let's eat quickly. Dad Lin interrupted Mom Lin. Putting aside the topic of buying a house, the family had a meal in harmony. After dinner, Lin's mother cleaned up. And Dad Lin called Lin Hao to play chess with him. Dad Lin doesn't he have any hobbies and doesn't he drink or smoke? But chess and fishing are 2 things that are inseparable. Lin Hao also knows a little bit, but he can't be said to be proficient in it. He can just barely handle a few moves. How long do you plan to stay this time? After taking a sip of tea, Father Lin asked. The company gave me 5 days off, so I thought I'd come back to see you and Mom and stay for a few days. The game situation was not going well, and Lin Hao was thinking about his next step. He really has no temper for this thing. It's just right. Your dad and I are off work tomorrow, so we can go fishing. Father Lin became interested immediately after hearing this. Lin Hao was stunned, then nodded and said with a smile, okay. What's good about that? You just go fishing every day. You can't eat all the fish, so you give them away. Can't you just rest at home? When Mother Lin had finished cleaning up, she happened to hear what Father Lin said and was immediately furious. What do you know? Fishing is all about the process. If you want to eat them, just go to the market and buy a few. Mother Lin said everything else was fine. But when it comes to fishing, Dad Lin still sticks to his bottom line. Yes, Mom, this is the only hobby my dad has. What's wrong with fishing? At this time, Lin Hao also helped to mediate. Mom, this is all for your own good. You finally get to come back, and you have to accompany him to go fishing. Mother Lin said as she brought over the cut fruit. It's okay, Mom. I haven't been with Dad for a long time. Lin Hao took a bite of the apple and immediately praised it, it's so sweet. Seeing this, Mother Lin didn't know what to say. The next morning. Early in the morning, Dad Lin took him out. Fishing? Everyone pays attention to the morning air. In fact, whether you get up early or not has nothing to do with whether you can catch fish. It is just a forced theory. You know what, this theory is quite confusing. By the time the father and son arrived at the river, many fishing friends had already taken their seats. Dad, all the good seats are gone. Lin Hao looked at the riverbank and found that any spacious space available had already been occupied. It's okay. These guys are laymen. They've been in that spot so many times. There aren't many fish left. Dad Lin looked confident and took out mosquito repellent and sprayed them both with it. Then he picked a piece of land overgrown with weeds and used his feet to trample out a piece of land. We'll just sit here today and get a few pounds of it, and let them see it. Then you can let your mother see it when you get back, Father Lin said. Lin Hao suddenly felt a little regretful for coming out with his dad. Listening to the buzzing of the swarm of mosquitoes that had just woken up, he wondered if the mosquito repellent could really stop them. Fishing is a boring recreational activity. Sit down. It's basically difficult to get up again. Looking at the tranquil riverside can actually temper one's character. Lin Hao, on the contrary, doesn't think there is anything difficult about these. Being able to spend time with his family is the most important thing. But the result is a bit disappointing. The two of them didn't gain much in the morning. The fish in the fish basket are less than the mosquito bites on my body. In Lin's father's words, it's definitely not a technical reason. The weather is bad, too stuffy. All the fish have floated up, and there is nothing underneath. Lin Hao didn't dare to refute his father, he just felt itchy all over. After returning home, Dad Lin took the few fish he had to give to his neighbors, while Lin Hao fell asleep in his bed in a daze. I don't know why, but he prefers taking a nap to sleeping in. Physical problem. When I opened my eyes again, I was woken up by my cell phone. I took a look and saw that it was Dufei calling. Lin Hao closed his eyes and pressed the answer button. Brother, it exploded completely this time. Lin Hao felt that Dufei's tone was always this startled, but he was used to it. It seems that if I don't use this tone, I won't be Dufei anymore. How much? He asked dazedly. It's about to break 300,000, har har. Now the outside world is saying that your song breaks the rules and is a phenomenal song. Those entertainment companies that were planning to promote your song are dumbfounded. They didn't expect your song to be so popular. It has suppressed all the new artists they had prepared. Dufei couldn't hide his excitement. He keeps an eye on the data every day. It was really a surprise every day, I couldn't stop it, and now my mouth is almost stiff from smiling. Before, Liu Chunxing mocked him for going bankrupt, but now these guys are more proactive than him and come to report as soon as they see any sign of trouble. Lin Hao couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard that. Then I calculated silently in my mind. What is 300,000 x 0.2? 60,000. It didn't seem to take many days. This wave is really good. Hey, brother, are you listening? Seeing that he didn't answer, Dufei couldn't help but ask. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, when can the money be paid soonest? This is what he cares about. Money. Dufei was startled, and immediately said, it will take at least 2 months. 2 months, is that so long? Lin Hao frowned. Not to mention 2 months, I don't even have the money to pay this month's rent. There's no other way. We have to go through the regular process. Besides, the money is transferred to the company's account regularly by Yunting. There's no other way. Dufei was stunned, and immediately asked, if you need money urgently, I can transfer some of it to you first. Is it convenient? Lin Hao was indeed a little anxious. Har har, no problem, just tell me your bank account number and I'll ask the finance department to sort it out. Hearing Lin Hao's question, Dufei didn't care at all. It was just an advance payment for Lin Hao's share of the future profits, which was not a big problem for him. And with Lin Hao's song, the profits will continue to flow in. Lin Hao nodded and told the other party his account. Less than 5 minutes after I hung up the phone, a reminder message arrived. 50,000 yuan. Quite a lot. This formation should be enough for him. Chapter 10, An Inconspicuous Email. On Monday. As usual, Yu Ting came to the company as usual. But today she was a little impatient. Even when she met a colleague who greeted her, she just nodded slightly without saying much. I hurried to the office and the first thing I opened was my email. The advertising copy of several large companies is about to expire, so she has to follow up on it. At the same time, we also have to review whether the submitted copy is qualified and check it carefully. As usual, Lao Meng and his team would always send it about a week in advance. This time is obviously no exception. As the head of the advertising department, Yu Ting has a lot of things to deal with. So there are a lot of documents piled up in my mailbox, some of which I have read and some of which I have not. All in all, it's a bit of a mess. But this did not hinder her, and she recognized the familiar name at a glance. Meng Haifeng and Jing Qing. It's not that Yu Ting favors anyone at work. But the copywriting of these two old employees is indeed very stable and has a high pass rate, so the speed of the review must naturally be accelerated. Open the file in the email. She looked very carefully. But soon. She frowned. How to say it? She felt that the two people's copywriting did not achieve the expected effect. Meng Haifeng mainly focuses on wineries and beverage factories. Jing Qing focuses on third-party intermediaries and automobile brands. Teamwork and cooperation. This model is not the first time, she understands it, but the content is too shallow and there is no innovation at all. Having been rejected for a copywriting job before, Yu Ting knows how picky clients are. This also means that what you bring out cannot be just something to fool people. What does it mean to fool around? What you wrote can come to other people's mind if they think about it carefully, but it doesn't give them a flash of enlightenment. It is one thing that Party A is willing to spend money, but you cannot treat Party A as a fool. To put money in your pocket, you need real work, not perfunctory work. This is the purpose of the advertising department. Although I wasn't very satisfied with it the first time. But she didn't give up and watched it a second time. To meet the needs of the four companies, even if there is only one copy that can be used, it will be fine. Get it first and talk later. You must not lag behind in speed. But after a while, Yu Ting was still disappointed. The copywriting of the two people was too conventional, without any highlights, and seemed too forced. There is no doubt that Party A will not agree, otherwise they would not have returned it last time. Sighed. She then looked at some of the others. After all, there are more than just these two people who can take on the responsibility of the advertising department. What if anyone has a novel idea? Say bad things. And because it was a large copy, everyone submitted. To be more realistic, it's just a matter of trying your luck for a high commission. Yu Ting looked over little by little. The more I watched, the more silent I became. In comparison, the copywritings by Meng Haifeng and Jing Qing are actually quite good. What a brain hole! What the advertising department needs most. But now everyone seems to be missing something. Yu Ting leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. At this moment, she had to prepare for the worst. If she couldn't get any of the documents, how would she explain to her superiors? Fixed thinking. This is a common problem after working for a long time. It's useless to force these people to come up with ideas at a time like this. Yu Ting also started out as an employee in the advertising department. Once her mind becomes tired, it is difficult for her to come up with inspiration. She can understand. But not above. The company will not sympathize with you just because you have been working for a long time. On the contrary, profit comes first. The purpose of employees' existence is to create profits. Yu Ting knew this very well, not to mention that the boss was not in a good mood these 2 days. It seems that the performance of the new singers launched by the company is not ideal enough, which makes people panic. If I show up again at this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Headache. Sometimes people are just like that. When you sit in a position, you will yearn for a higher position, but when you reach the next position, you will find that it is not getting easier. When she opened her eyes and was about to face everything calmly, Yu Ting suddenly found a familiar name popping up below the mailbox. Lin Hao. She was distracted for a moment. Then I remembered that it was one of the 4 newcomers. You actually submitted the copy. Yu Ting couldn't help but be stunned. On the day of the interview, the other party did leave a good impression on him, but it was rare for a newcomer to be so actively involved in work during the internship period. Although she said some encouraging words during the meeting, they were just polite words. Yu Ting didn't think that 4 people could get started right away. But since the other party dared to send it, if he was not overconfident, he should have brought something. Thinking of this, Yu Ting decided to open it and take a look. Then, the office fell completely quiet. She couldn't find a solution, and outside, Meng Haifeng and others also had worried looks on their faces. I don't know if the copywriting this time will work. It feels a little off. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. I've been having a headache these past few days. I've revised it countless times, and I really can't write anything anymore. Your 2 are okay, but I'm not sure about mine. I've had dark circles under my eyes from working so hard these past few days. Jing Qing yawned, then scratched his head and said, in order to find inspiration, I'm now staying at home in a daze every day. If it weren't for the high salary, my wife would have run away long ago. No way, Brother Meng, Brother Qing, are you guys under so much pressure? After hearing their conversation, Zhu Ren came over on a chair. Are we still big? Jing Qing pointed towards Yu Ting's office and said, the one with the most pressure right now is Sister Yu. Let me tell you, if our department can't handle any of these farads, the CEO will have enough to take a pounding. Have you heard about our company's new singers competing on the charts these days? I heard about it. His name is Ling Pei, right? Gao Ying raised her head and answered. Oh, you are well informed. Jing Qing nodded, then lowered his voice and said, every year our company will vigorously promote several new singers to the charts. This year, Ling Pei is the most valued female singer in the company. We invested a lot of money in her promotion, but it seems that the results are not ideal. She was exposed by someone. Although she is not from our department, it is still a company. I heard that the boss was furious about this matter and scolded many people. Don't you think the atmosphere in the company is not right these 2 days? Are the results so bad? Not really. Zhu Ren asked, puzzled. At this time, Meng Haifeng took over the conversation and said, that depends on how you compare. Our company's new singers have always aimed to be in the top 3, or even first. It was pretty good at the beginning, but this year there was a particularly evil new singer named Luo. Whale Fall. Another person joined in the fun. Well, Whale Fall, right? Let alone our company, even Xinghe Entertainment's Baishu is out of business. The newcomers that 2 big companies have been promoting have been blown up by a newcomer from a small company. They've become a joke. This scene hasn't happened once in 10 years. Do you think the boss can be happy? Brother Meng is so amazing. How did a small company do that? Lin Chao interrupted curiously. Meng Haifeng immediately shook his head and said, I don't know the details either. I just heard them talk about it during dinner. It seems that they are quite far away. Oh, by the way, if any of you use cloud listening, you can take a look. I have. Gao Ying weakly raised her hand and took out her cell phone to show them. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. The first place, Guest, by Jing Luo has more than 380,000 downloads, while the second place, Heat Wave, by Baishu has only more than 170,000 downloads. Only half of what others have, less than that. Let us take a look at our own singer Ling Pei. Already fell out of the top 3. Came to the 6th position. The number of downloads is even more disastrous, not even over 100,000. This is too tragic. Lin Chao was amazed. So, be careful these days. If the boss catches anyone taking his anger out on you, it'll be basically the end of you, Meng Haifeng said earnestly. If our copywriting doesn't pass, then. Zhu Ren shuddered at this moment, and thought of something, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Have you figured it out? Meng Haifeng glanced at him, then couldn't help but sigh and said, our department is now like being roasted on the fire. We can only move forward, not retreat. If we are unlucky, we will probably have to take the blame. Is it so cruel? Gao Ying looked like a little girl, terrified. That's right. It's speechless. Isn't it just one department that suffers, and their whole group suffers as a result? Lin Chao felt a little ashamed. So, you guys should learn quickly and get started as soon as possible. There is strength in numbers, and by then, our advertising department will be able to stand up. Meng Haifeng looked at them and smiled. Just as several people were talking. Suddenly, the office door opened. There was a rapid sound of high heels. In a blink of an eye, Yu Ting came out. He looked at everyone and then asked, where is Lin Hao? Everyone was stunned, not knowing why Yu Ting asked Lin Hao. Zhu Ren even thought that Lin Hao had made a mistake and offended Yu Ting, and immediately stammered, Lin Hao, was away for something. Where did he go? Yu Ting obviously didn't intend to let go of this topic and continued to ask Zhu Ren. Zhu Ren knew he couldn't hide, so he said, he's on vacation. Take a vacation. Yu Ting was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, wait for him to come back and ask him to come to me. It's urgent. After saying that, he hurried back to the office. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at each other. Hey everyone, Lin Hao hasn't made any mistakes recently, right? Seeing Yu Ting leaving, Zhu Ren hurriedly asked several people. I don't know. Please don't let anything go wrong at this critical moment. Lin Chao said in fear, did you see the look in Sister Yu's eyes just now? Why did I feel like she wanted to kill someone? No way, that guy asked for leave a long time ago, and he didn't do anything. Zhu Ren recalled. Don't worry too much. It may not be a bad thing. Sister Yu has always been impatient. Maybe she really wants to see him for something. Jing Qing was very good at observing people's expressions and felt that Zhu Ren was making a big deal out of nothing. That's fine. It scares me to death. Zhu Ren patted his chest, didn't dare to chat anymore, and quickly rode his chair back to his workstation. Chapter 11, Product Cover Copywriting. In fact, Jing Qing's guess was not wrong. Yu Ting really had something to discuss with Lin Hao. And it's urgent. She had already read the advertising copy written by Lin Hao in the email, and she had read it more than once, and she took a deep breath because of it. The conclusion is simple. Even though she had worked in the advertising department for many years, she was still stunned by Lin Hao's novel idea. But more. It's exciting. Because she felt that the approval rate of Lin Hao's advertising copy was quite high, and the client could not even find any reason to reject it. So she came up with the idea of finding the other party to have a chat. Compared to an email, she was more interested in this person. But the other party is on vacation. The originally impatient mood calmed down instantly. Due to timeliness, for now, she can only send it to party A for review. The copy is detailed enough and there is basically no room for change. It doesn't seem like it was written by a newcomer in their workplace. Yu Ting thought she had struck gold. And it comes at a sensitive time for the company. Soon, she sent out the copy. However, Yang Shen, the CEO of Vati Liquor Company, was holding a meeting with his key employees at this moment. As for the theme of the meeting, very direct. How to increase the sales of Vati Liquor. This is also what he is most concerned about at the moment. Of course, he didn't have to worry about this problem. It's just that the promotional copy produced by MSI Entertainment's advertising department is really not convincing. Yang Shen is not a nouveau riche who knows nothing. On the contrary, he went to college. The reason why he chose the liquor industry is not because he likes it, but because it was inherited from his family. There is no reason for you to not want it, right? But as the sales of liquor declined year by year, Yang Shen decided to make drastic reforms. The so-called reform. It does not necessarily mean a complete renewal of the enterprise. Is it feasible to come up with a unique advertising promotion? This is what Yang Shen has been thinking about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a lot of money to find MSI Entertainment. He used a tablet to project the PPT he made for employees onto the wall of the conference room. It contained nothing but the company's policies, etc. What he wanted to hear more was employees competing to come up with ideas for the company. However, the meeting room was very quiet. He was the only one talking. Yang Shen felt extremely tired. He felt that no one understood his feelings. You are obviously a boss, it must be very glorious to say it out loud, right? But what is the truth? Tread on thin ice. Endless worries. As he was thinking about it, an email notification on the tablet caught his attention. The sender is Yu Ting. He had met the head of MSI Entertainment's advertising department before. But Yang Shen was also speechless. After all, it's a contract worth millions, and you're not even willing to meet me. This MSI Entertainment company is really too arrogant, and at the same time, I also doubt whether the other party is just perfunctory to me. I immediately felt unhappy and felt like I had found the wrong person. Naturally, Yang Shen was not worried that the other party would continue to fool him with some ordinary copywriting. After all, the decision-making power was on his side from beginning to end. If the requirements are not met, you can refuse to use it at any time. This is Party A's right. After all, several million is not a sum of money that can be wasted. My heart is resisting, but my hands are honest. What if a miracle happens? With this thought in mind, he opened the copy. It's just that this time the copy was a little different from what he had imagined, and he was drawn into it as he read on. Suddenly, the conference room fell into silence. The employees looked at each other, but no one said anything. But what's the point of sitting like this? They turned their eyes to Yang Shen's position again. I want to find out what this boss is thinking. A long time. Yang Xinsai raised his head. Unlike his previous negativity, his eyes were now shining. I have to say, this ad copy is so well written. He could even imagine the moment when his own winery would regain its glory. Ahem, everyone, let me tell you a few things. Please listen. Yang Xin sat up straight, organized his words, looked at everyone and slowly said, "You all know the situation of our winery. It's not going to work this way. Now the goods in stock can't be sold, and the newly produced goods are all put into stock. It's like all the goods are stuck in our hands. We really can't bear it anymore, so now I announce that our factory will no longer make conventional large bottles of liquor. We will switch to small bottles, and all mid to high-end categories will be removed from the shelves. We will focus on the low-end market and design a new set of products." He spoke passionately, but all the key members present were dumbfounded. They are aware of the situation of overstocking in the factory. Now it's a winery. Who doesn't he have some inventory? This is all normal. To put it bluntly, sales channels are the key. Word of mouth and age are all factors that influence channels. But what did Mr. Yang just say? Should we just give up the big bottles of wine and switch to small bottles? Still focusing on the low-end market. That's a shitty amount of money. Just close down. The originally quiet meeting room suddenly became buzzing with discussion. Yang Xin raised his hand to calm the crowd, signaling them to stop arguing. When everyone quieted down, he continued, "I know what you want to say and what you care about. Profits. Since it is a small bottle of wine and is in the low-end market, where does our profit come from?" His question was indeed of concern to everyone present. And everyone was waiting for his answer, wanting to see what he would say. In the past, our consumers have always been middle-aged and elderly people. But now, I hope everyone can have a longer-term vision. In the future, we will focus on the young people's market. Yang Xin said confidently, "There will be no limitations." Young people. Someone raised his hand and asked, "Middle-aged and elderly people are the mainstream drinkers of baijiu nowadays. How many young people will buy baijiu? This market is too small." That's right, it doesn't make any money. The profits in the high-end market are the greatest. That's right, we should make high-end wine. Hearing this, everyone followed suit. So we need to make products that are suitable for young people. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Yang Xin slammed his hands heavily on the table and said seriously, "I call this the product cover copy." Product cover copy. What is this? Everyone was a little dizzy, and suddenly they realized that Mr. Yang seemed a little different today. Why did he speak in such a coherent way? I've never seen him like this before. How can it keep people so intrigued? The so-called product cover copy is. What Yang Xin is going to talk about next is naturally the innovation process of Maobai. The stuff in here. It's an alternative approach. Instead of following the mainstream, it develops from a niche circle and directly differentiates itself from other brands through positioning and strategy. As for what is cover copy? After Lin Hao's analysis of the text, it can be said that it is very clear. All worries and complaints vanish in the toast. The furthest distance in the world is when you clink glasses but cannot touch each other's hearts. I got everyone drunk just to have a secret conversation with you. When you are young, live happily. When you are old, live freely. Drinking alone is not lonely, but thinking about being alone after drinking is lonelier. The reason why Yang Xin was so determined was that he had seen the sample content of these copywritings. Although there is not much written, it is definitely enough to make it clear. How can we capture the consumption of young people? So is the emotional resonance enough? Who says drinking must be alcohol? Are you sure you're not drinking in the right mood? Yang Xin really admires the person who wrote the copy, his ideas are so tricky. Every word basically goes straight to their heart. In Yang Xin's opinion, these short sentences are the most successful and valuable part of this advertisement. The result speaks for itself. Sign a contract. A contract must be signed. Yang Xin was about to embark on a revolutionary journey for his own winery, and the 3 million yuan in fees was directly paid to MSI Entertainment. There is nothing to hesitate about. If he doesn't take this plan directly, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. And what about Yu Ting? After successfully winning the contract from Vati, the pressure was immediately relieved a lot. However, she did not feel that the company made a profit, but instead felt that the company lost money. From her point of view, the profit brought to the other party by that copywriting was definitely far more than 3 million. The liquor industry has always been highly profitable. Even in the low-end market, the profits cannot be predicted by common sense. When Yu Ting announced the news in front of everyone in the office, the most excited person was Meng Haifeng. Because he did write the copy for the winery before. Although I don't feel good about myself. But it still passed. Jing Qing also habitually wanted to go up and congratulate him, but Yu Ting's subsequent words directly threw the entire advertising department into chaos. The smile on Meng Haifeng's face froze in an instant before it could even bloom. By the way, the copywriter for this advertisement is Lin Hao. We originally wanted to wait for him to come back before announcing it, but our department has been too depressed recently, so we'd like to share the good news with everyone in advance. Yu Ting smiled and said, Meng, Zheng, don't be discouraged if you didn't pass. Just keep working hard. Having said that, he left. Zhu Ren swallowed and pinched Lin Chao behind him, causing him to grimace in pain. What are you doing? Lin Chao was angry. How could he bear being pinched for no reason? I just want to ask, did I hear it correctly? Sister, you just said that the copy was written by Lin Hao. Zhu Ren asked again uncertainly. Yes. Lin Chao smiled bitterly. He couldn't believe it. They all came together, but he has already won the big contract. As for them, they didn't write any copy. Why do I suddenly feel a little sad? Fuck, that kid actually got a contract from a big company. Zhu Ren suddenly started mumbling, no, when he comes back, he has to treat me to a big meal. No, at least 3 meals. Looking at the overly excited Zhu Ren, Meng Haifeng and Jing Qing couldn't help but look at each other. This year's newcomers are quite fierce. Chapter 12, Money-Making Days. Lin Hao came back 3 days later. A little earlier than he expected. He said he was going home to spend time with his parents, but apart from their normal days off, Mr. and Mrs. Lin had to go to work every day and had no time to take care of him. He is basically alone at home. Sleep in and watch TV. Quite boring. Watching my parents work so hard day after day. Lin Hao suddenly felt that the money Dufei transferred to him was still not enough. That money can make my life more comfortable, but it can't change my parents' living conditions. At least it's some distance away from a house with an elevator. We have to hurry up and make money. Lin Hao was moved by this. For the first time, I felt the emotion called urgency. After returning to Jiangning, Lin Hao was not in a hurry to return to the company. He found a nearby driving school and signed up for a class, intending to get a driver's license first. Lin Hao can drive, so his learning progress was quite smooth. Getting a driver's license is not just about being able to drive. It also takes some time and effort to go through the process, so it will take more than a day or two to complete. This delayed another 2 days. When Lin Hao returned to the company again, he always felt that the atmosphere in the advertising department was not right. When I came back this time, everyone looked at me strangely. Specific? He was somewhat unable to put it into words. As his best friend, Zhu Ren was the first to lose control. He rushed forward and hugged him angrily, saying, "Brother, you are so mean. You didn't even tell me about such a big thing, and you left for so many days without even calling me." Lin Hao was attacked by him and couldn't breathe. He patted his arm and said speechlessly, "What's the matter? Let me go first." Zhu Ren let him go upon hearing this, and then said, "You are really good. You actually sent an advertisement to Sister Yu's mailbox without my knowledge. That's it? You didn't vote." Lin Hao couldn't help but feel very strange. I couldn't help but ask back. He really doesn't know whether anyone voted or not. Didn't we say at the last meeting that participation is what matters? So why not practice while you have a chance? He said it lightly, while Lin Chao and Gao Ying on the side just smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. At the current level, they have a hard time even with small plans, let alone such tricky big clients. It's better not to send it. What you wrote is a mess, so you ruined all the points in the impression. What the hell, I don't even know how to write it. Zhu Ren opened his mouth, and thinking back to the conditions of Party A gave him a headache. You can't blame me for this. You can't figure it out. You blame me. Do you have any shame, kid? Lin Hao's face turned dark when he heard this. But since the other party is his best friend, there is nothing he can do. I don't care, it's definitely your fault. Zhu Ren simply said unreasonably, I have thought about it. We will go to Xiangsu Pavilion tonight. We are brothers. You have to prepare a meal for me first to calm my nerves. Crispy Pavilion. A famous hotel in the surrounding area. Lin Hao had heard of it before. It was a place where the minimum per capita consumption was around 1,000 yuan. This guy is drifting. You are treating yourself like a pig to be slaughtered. But he was stunned as if he thought of something. Zhu Ren dared to say this. That means his copywriting passed? Although I am aware of the strength of the copy I submitted, I still feel very happy when it is recognized by others. Okay, stop messing around. It was Meng Haifeng who took the initiative to come out and save the situation. He congratulated Lin Hao and said, the document has been approved and the contract has been signed. Congratulations. After he finished speaking, other people in the advertising department could no longer sit still and began to congratulate him. Under normal circumstances, the advertising department wouldn't make such a big fuss when signing a big contract. But Lin Hao's current identity is too special. A newcomer who just joined the company. I guess no one would believe it if I told them. So the development potential is terrifying. From obtaining the client's information to writing the copy. During the time. Half a month. Everyone is unclear. But no one present would be able to do it. Whether it's a sudden idea or real strength, it's never a bad idea to leave a good impression on the other party. In the workplace, it is more practical to praise others than to step on them. Thank you, everyone. Lin Hao thanked everyone and accepted Zhu Ren's invitation to dinner, and asked everyone to go together when they were free. By the way, Sister Yu was looking for you a few days ago. She seemed very anxious. Go over there quickly. He was so busy celebrating his achievement that he almost forgot about the important matter. It was Lin Chao who reminded him. Lin Hao nodded, went to Yu Ting's office and knocked on the door. Enter. Soon, Yu Ting inside responded. Lin Hao pushed open the door and saw Yu Ting busying herself with her head down, so he asked softly, Sister Yu, are you looking for me? Hearing their voice, Yu Ting raised her head quickly and found that it was Lin Hao who came back. She immediately stood up and said, Come on, no need to stand, sit down and talk. Lin Hao nodded and sat on the sofa obediently. How was your vacation? Was it enough time? Yu Ting doesn't like drinking tea because she heard it would make her teeth yellow. As a woman, ordinary hot water is enough, she is not that particular. But today, she still reached into the drawer. He got out some scented tea that someone else had given him, and then made a cup for Lin Hao. The latter quickly took it and said thank you. Well, it's enough. Did I come back too late? Lin Hao thought that Yu Ting disliked him for taking too long off duty, so he asked directly. It's not too late, don't worry. Since the company dares to give you a day off, just take a good rest. Yu Ting looked at Lin Hao and smiled. Are you used to being in the advertising department recently? If there is anything you are not used to, please tell me in time. Not really. Lin Hao told the truth. The advertising department is a brain-intensive place, but it is much more comfortable physically. And him? No brain work required at all. So I'm paddling from the inside out. You can still get your salary at the end of the month. This worked. Who else? That's fine. You've heard about it since you just came back. The copy that was given to me has already been used by the Vati winery. The more Yu Ting looked at Lin Hao, the more she liked him. This kind of liking is not between men and women, but love for talent. He is young, honest, and doesn't talk much, which makes him a perfect fit for this department. Yes, everyone told me just now. Lin Hao nodded. By the way, I need to talk to you in detail about the money. For orders worth over 1 million, our company gives a commission of 10%. For this contract, Vati Winery paid 3 million, and 10% is 300,000. In addition, I will try to get some bonuses for you, up to about 10,000 yuan at most, which will be paid together with your salary. Do you think there is any problem? Yu Ting said this while observing Lin Hao's expression, because she wanted to see the other party's expression when faced with a huge sum of money, and whether he would be shocked. Unfortunately, Yu Ting was disappointed. Lin Hao had no expression at all. He was given 300,000 yuan for a 3 million yuan order, and the company took 90%. It doesn't seem like much. It's acceptable. After all, the opportunity is given by others. A company like MSI Entertainment will not let itself down in this regard. I'm fine. After thinking for a while, Lin Hao suddenly raised his head and asked her, if there are good copywriting later, can I continue to send it to my mailbox? Yu Ting was stunned. I feel very relieved. Young people are full of energy. She admired Lin Hao's calm and positive character. Of course, this is the time when we should not discourage the enthusiasm of our employees. No problem. I'll have someone type out the work our company will take in the future and give it to you. If you have any ideas, just give them a try. Yu Ting smiled. Lin Hao nodded. After he came out of the office and returned to his seat, Zhu Ren came over to him again without anyone noticing. How about it? What did Sister Yu say to you? He asked curiously. Nothing, just talked about salary. Lin Hao answered absent-mindedly, but suddenly he remembered that there seemed to be a car company among the for-demand advertisements last time. It seems to be promoting a car brand. As for why I thought of this, the reason is simple. Car companies have money. The advertising fee must be high. The commission he can earn will be higher. So Lin Hao planned to start with this copy. How much? Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Zhu Ren did a zipper job on his mouth, then looked left and right, as if he was guarding against a thief. I'm afraid you'll be scared. Lin Hao felt that this guy would definitely not be able to accept it. Nonsense. I, Zhu Ren, have been all over the country and have seen all kinds of storms. Can you scare me? Zhu Ren said with disdain. Lin Hao quietly raised 3 fingers to him. 30,000. Zhu Ren nodded and said, it's about what I guessed. It's a big company after all. Lin Hao just shook his head. Not 30,000. Zhu Ren was stunned, then said dissatisfiedly, is it because we are in the internship period that you only give us 3,000? This is too little. How about we forget about the dinner at Xiangsu Pavilion tonight? There are so many people here. I don't want to cheat you. I don't earn enough to spend. Lin Hao was speechless when he saw this. This guy really cared about him, but his brain was not very smart. 300,000. He muttered softly. What? When Zhu Ren heard this, he suddenly yelled, shocking the whole office. Sorry. Sorry. Realizing his own gaffe, Zhu Ren quickly stood up and waved his hand to apologize to everyone, then sat down again and asked Lin Hao, 300,000. The latter nodded. Fuck, it's sent. Zhu Ren cursed. Don't be so surprised. Give me your bank card number. Lin Hao just felt a headache. This guy was comparable to Du Fei in some aspects. What for? Zhu Ren asked with a puzzled look on his face. I'll give it to you if I tell you to. Lin Hao urged. Zhu Ren took out his cell phone and looked at it, and Lin Hao simply copied it. Direct online banking transfer. I just transferred 40,000 yuan to you. Check if it has arrived. After finishing, Lin Hao asked him to take a look. Are you crazy? Why are you transferring money to me for no reason? Just treat me to something nice. Zhu Ren was shocked. This is what I lent you in bits and pieces before. Let's just leave it as it is. It's been a long time since I returned it. If you don't return it now, people will forget about it. Lin Hao held his forehead and said. He originally wanted to transfer 50,000 yuan, but he only had 50,000 yuan in his hand. The salary has not arrived yet. After deducting what is needed for daily life, there is not much left. I didn't expect that we would suddenly return to the time before liberation. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked Du Fei for more advance. What's the big deal? Brother, are you being too polite to tell me these things? Zhu Ren said angrily when he heard this. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. Lin Hao knew that this guy was telling the truth, and couldn't help but be moved and said, didn't you want to buy a car before? This is a good opportunity to save some money. Chapter 13, Big Projects. How do you know I want to buy a car? When Zhu Ren heard the word car, his tone quickly became much more restrained. When you were working part-time before, you were holding your phone every day and you couldn't wait to get into it. It's no secret. Lin Hao smiled. I was just taking a look. Ju Ren said a little embarrassedly, "It's my dad who bought a car for my sister. I was itching to buy one, but when I asked for one, my family didn't have enough money. I had no choice but to earn it myself." Lin Hao knew that Ju Ren had an older sister, so he asked, "Didn't your sister give in to you?" "Why?" Ju Ren couldn't help but sighed and said, "I gave it to her, but her workplace is too far away, and she has to take taxis and buses every day. It's not a good thing for a girl to always do this. Besides, I didn't earn much at that time, so I just gave it to her. Why do we have to make such a clear distinction between sister and brother? Yes, you are a good man of our generation with vision." Lin Hao gave a thumbs up and praised. "Go away, stop teasing me." Ju Ren slapped his hand away and asked with envy, "What about you? What are you going to do with the money you make?" "We are about the same. I plan to buy a new apartment for my parents first," Lin Hao said directly. "Fuck, you are such a ruthless guy, I can't even imagine it." Ju Ren lost his temper after hearing this. Is buying a car similar to buying a house? It's so tiring to chat with this guy, he always leaves you speechless. What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you heard this saying, sometimes reality is just one small step away from dreams? Lin Hao said slowly. That's all poisonous chicken soup. When did you read this? Ju Ren said disdainfully. I'm afraid you won't have motivation. Lin Hao explained, I don't even dare to think about it. What's the difference between it and salted fish? Ju Ren was speechless and raised his middle finger at him. By the way, please teach me how to write copy later and I will try to write it. Just as he was about to go back, Ju Ren suddenly remembered something and said to him. Okay, I'll send the copy of Vati to your email first. You can refer to it and try to start with a small plan first. In fact, Lin Hao didn't hold anything back regarding Ju Ren. It's just that there are some things he can't tell this guy. After all, he himself can't see things with common sense. Starting from a young age. Don't I have what it takes to become a big hit? Ju Ren looked at him expectantly and asked. No. Lin Hao shook his head firmly. TSK, you're really discouraging me. Not wanting to pay attention to him, Ju Ren quickly returned to his work, intending to turn on the sage mode. Lin Hao also continued his copy editing. Compared to the Vati winery, the advertisement of this car company called Kairoué is actually simpler. That's how it is for him. After all, not only do you have to recall those literary and artistic short sentences that resonate with emotions, but you also have to break down and categorize the content, which is really too brain-consuming. Just type the title first. Simple and crude. Emperor Yu Huang. How about it? Just ask whether you are attractive or not. Lin Hao looked at these four big words and always felt that another 300,000 was waving at him. It's all right. After get off work, Lin Hao and Ju Ren arranged a gathering for colleagues at Xiangsu Pavilion as agreed. Apart from those who had urgent matters at home and had to go back to take care of the children and cook, there were only 6 or 7 people left, which was not a lot. Among them are 2 newcomers, Jiao Ying and Lin Chao. Yu Ting didn't come because she had an appointment in advance. Seeing that he chose this location, his colleagues liked it, but they still felt it was too high profile. Considering that Lin Hao would receive a high commission for completing a big contract, he felt that the other party was very wealthy and really wanted to treat everyone to an expensive meal. It must be like this. In fact, they wrongly blamed Lin Hao. He himself actually felt that it was very high profile and didn't want to come to such a place at all. Won't it be nice to choose a buffet? Eat whatever you want. The price-performance ratio is also high. He looked at the shameless Ju Ren beside him. I can only lament that I met the wrong person. Since he had agreed, Lin Hao could only go ahead with it. Fortunately, the meal went quite harmoniously. His colleagues had no intention of ripping him off and behaved very restrainedly. With Ju Ren around, there was no dull moment during the meeting. Everyone chatted and laughed, which helped to improve the relationship between colleagues. Even so, I still spent more than 9,000 yuan when I checked out. My pocket is empty again. Instantly clean hands. Lin Hao smacked his lips and looked at Ju Ren, who was picking his teeth with a toothpick and looked like a gangster, and he wanted to kick this bastard out. He was the one who ate the most just now. Eat whatever is expensive. If there are more than one dish, it will be difficult to save the situation. The lively dinner came to an end. Life returned to normal again. Lin Hao's salary was paid on the morning of August 10. Nearly 320,000 yuan is a huge sum of money, which is not too much for a newcomer. The landlord almost couldn't withstand the pressure. It took him so long to rent a small apartment for only $800 a month that he almost had to throw away all his luggage. Fortunately, a telephone transfer came to the rescue. A crisis was resolved in time. At noon, Lin Hao was eating quietly on the 12th floor when Dufei suddenly called. "Brother, I have a big project here. Do you have any ideas?" Dufei said in a mysterious tone on the other end of the phone. "What project?" Lin Hao took a bite of vegetables and asked vaguely. He has become immune to any actions taken by Dufei. This guy is definitely the best of the best and the chosen one. There is a movie theme song. Now the investment side is soliciting songs from major entertainment companies. The price offered is not low. The word has already spread. Dufei got straight to the point. He knew that Lin Hao was short of money, and so was he. The reason why he approached the other party was, on the one hand, to see if Lin Hao still had interest in creation, and on the other hand, he also wanted to make another attempt on the monthly list. There's no way, the idea of ranking on the list is too addictive. It's addictive. Besides, what is inspiration? In Dufei's opinion, money is the only way to force it. This is all bullshit, for the sake of art. How much? Dufei was right. Lin Hao is indeed motivated when it comes to work related to money. That's not right. It should be a job related to making a lot of money. For million, is that okay? Dufei coaxed. How much can I get? Lin Hao asked quickly. How about the old rules? The old rules Dufei was referring to were naturally 20%. It's a bit low. You are creating a work based on a proposition, which increases the difficulty. This guy was not honest, and Lin Hao argued with him. 25. Dufei raised the bet generously. Lin Hao ignored him. 30. Can I call you brother? Go out and ask around. Even first-tier singers can't offer this price. Dufei was about to cry. He felt that Lin Hao was becoming increasingly difficult to please. If the price continues to rise like this, my company will be too humble. How can a boss lower himself to beg a singer? But Dufei really had no choice. Go out and find a songwriter. Find another singer? Can I buy back another Whale Fall by spending some money? The answer is definitely no. There is no other way, just coax her. What kind of movie is it? Lin Hao asked at this time. He only believed half of what Dufei said. First-tier singers could not offer this price, but they had commercial added value, so their comparison could not be made. To put it bluntly, the reason why he is so confident is because of the quality of the song itself. Besides, the relationship between him and Tingfei Entertainment Company is complementary, and the issue cannot be viewed based on the treatment of employees. The investor only gave me a rough idea of the story. I'll send it to your email address later. You can take a look at it first. If you have any ideas, call me. Dufei knew that Lin Hao had an idea and seemed extremely excited. Okay, let's make it clear first, if I really write it, I have to sing it myself. Lin Hao also put forward his own requirements, which is to maximize profits. Your own songs naturally need to enhance your fame. Can only be used on Whale Fall. To support a stranger? Sorry, he's not that generous. No problem. Just come to my brother's place to record. Tingfei is open to you 24/7. You can use any equipment you want. Dufei didn't mind at all, he knew Lin Hao would say that. The reason why he dared to tell the other party was because the investor did not specify the singer. In this way, the song can not only be used as a theme song, but can also top the charts under the name Whale Fall. It kills two birds with one stone. Dufei's hair turned bald from thinking about it. No way. Whale Fall has been so popular recently that he could hardly sleep at night. His own company, too, has become well known now. So, he was thinking about continuing to squeeze. No. It should be cooperation. As soon as he got the news, he called me. Good. Lin Hao agreed to his request and hung up the phone. After dinner, go downstairs. Returning to his workstation, Lin Hao took a sip of water and then slowly opened the email. The file Dufei sent was not big, with only a few hundred words when opened, just a simple story outline. The title is eye-catching. Love You. This should be the name of the movie. Reading down, it is a story about love. Predecessor. Current. Split and joined. As expected, it ended in tragedy. Okay, old trick. Lin Hao has seen quite a lot of this kind of subject matter. From his perspective, such a film with such emotional problems basically has no interest and is not worth watching. But he also understands that most women are the mainstream consumers of this kind of movie. The more subtle and entangled it is, the more it can stimulate their senses. The movie doesn't have a large audience, but the box office shouldn't be too bad. After all, movies involving female audiences often mean a form of bonded viewing. What is bundled movie viewing? Let me put it this way: how many girls would go to the movies by themselves at night? Most of them are accompanied by their boyfriends. Since you are accompanying, no one cares whether you watch it or not. As long as you go in, the money has been spent and the investors have made money, right? Lin Hao couldn't help but come to this conclusion. After all, if the movie fails due to poor quality, the songs he wrote will also be affected. Lin Hao still takes good care of his reputation. Money has to be earned. But you can't earn it blindly. We have a bottom line. Okay, let us get back to the topic. In Lin Hao's opinion, the positioning of this movie is actually very clear. It has to be a love song. He thought so. I probably have some ideas in my mind. Chapter 14, Movie Theme Song. Once you have an idea, the rest of the things will be much easier. One weekend, Lin Hao came to Tingfei Entertainment Company early in the morning. This time the front desk was no longer empty. A pretty girl was in charge of reception, with a pair of big round eyes that were quite attractive. Next second, Lin Hao was about to take back his idea. Because they didn't know each other, the other party refused to let him go upstairs. I'm Dufei's friend, he asked me to come. Lin Hao tried his best to explain. Everyone who comes here says they are friends of our president. Do you have an appointment? The girl shook her head and asked vigilantly. No, how about I give him a call? Lin Hao took out his cell phone and shook it at her. The little girl didn't say anything, but her eyes showed that she was watching the show, and it was obvious that she wanted to see how he would fight. She had seen this kind of scare trick many times, and there was no way she would be fooled. Just at this moment Liu Chunxing walked in from outside. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. My goodness, this is a rising supernova in our company, but he was stopped at the door by the front desk. How can this be tolerated? Wu Feifei, what are you doing again? He hurried forward. He didn't have an appointment. Wu Feifei was startled by Liu Chunxing's call and explained at a loss what to do. This is our company's singer. He needs an appointment. Remember this. Don't stop him next time he comes. Liu Chunxing glared at the little girl and said, if you do it again, I'll expel you. He still has this right. Fortunately, it was me who came. If President Du saw this, his attitude would be even worse, and he might even let this girl go home today. Huh? Sorry, I didn't mean it. The little girl didn't know Lin Hao, but she was very familiar with Liu Chunxing. When he heard that he wanted to fire him, he was shocked and apologized to Lin Hao pitifully. At the same time, I felt a sense of injustice. When did a news media company like ours have a singer? She has been here for so many days and I haven't heard about it. It doesn't matter. Lin Hao didn't take it to heart at all. At worst, the problem can be solved with a phone call. There is no need to make things difficult for the other party. There are a lot of people coming to their company recently. The receptionist is new and doesn't recognize them all. Liu Chunxing took Lin Hao upstairs to explain. I felt a surge of emotion. The reason why the company is so lively is ultimately because of this young man in front of us. Just one song attracted a lot of news media and fans, who were like commercial spies and were eager to sneak in to find out the news. At the same time, I was also glad that Lin Hao used the name Whale Fall, otherwise it would not be hidden. It's okay, she did nothing wrong. Lin Hao didn't mind. By the way, how come you have time to come here today? Liu Chunxing changed the subject and asked curiously. Record a song. Lin Hao said. Recording a song. Liu Chunxing was delighted when he heard this. Are there any new works? Last month, they soared to the top of the new song chart of Yunting and had a gap of nearly 200,000 with the second place. If it hadn't been moved to the overall chart at the beginning of the month to make room for new songs, the song Guest would still be at the number 1 position. Even so, the number of downloads of this song is still increasing every day. We are almost in the top 30 in the overall ranking. You know, he's just a newcomer. Without any fan base, it's just a mess. Young and promising. This is what it means to be young and promising. Yeah, I have some ideas, Lin Hao nodded and admitted. Then I'll go call them right away. Are we still meeting in the recording studio? When it comes to recording songs, Liu Chunxing is more active than him. Even though these guys are all half-baked, they are professionals. We just need to cooperate. Good. Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, Lin Hao could only nod. Soon, Liu Chunxing called the elderly people who knew how to use the equipment last time to the recording studio. Dufei has business to attend to, so he has to wait a while before coming back. However, after hearing Liu Chunxing's report, he was also very excited and asked them to cooperate well and come back as soon as they were done. Liu Chunxing agreed readily. In the recording studio, everyone looked at Lin Hao enthusiastically at this moment. The whale fall that the outside world is hotly discussing is now standing in front of them. Who could have thought that he would be such a young man? If this were to get out, it would definitely be big news. But they all have to keep their mouths shut. President Du has emphasized many times before that the monthly bonus is not in vain. It is just the beginning and you will earn more in the future. This is the first time I have been promised such a great deal since I came to the company. It's really good. Soon, everyone arrived at their respective seats. What kind of songs to sing? What instruments are used on the device to record? They are waiting for the other party to designate. Lin Hao didn't let them wait too long. The song he chose was Dignity. The reason why I chose this song is largely because the lyrics are very cool, and the style is somewhat different among sad love songs. To put it bluntly, the song selection this time was purely to fit the story of the movie. Since the movie ends in tragedy, the song will definitely be sad, there is no doubt about that. But there are so many sad songs, how can I make one that feels fresh? Singing skills. Skill? Feel sorry. Lin Hao thought he was not that powerful. The vocal range is too narrow, but the timbre is okay. In this world where art is supreme, his singing level is average at best, and that's an exaggeration. Any new singer here has to hone his skills in the company for a year or so before making his debut. He took advantage of the fact that he could compose music. Singer-songwriters can take shortcuts wherever they go. Since there is nothing special about the singing skills, the lyrics have to be flexible. It just so happened that the song Dignity was written just right. Cool enough. Sad yet clean and neat. Dufei rushed back at around 3 in the afternoon. He has been quite busy lately, and his legs are becoming thinner from walking around. There is no way, because the company that the chart-topping Whale Fall belongs to is written as Tingfei Entertainment in the internal column, so the company has been gaining a little popularity these days. Those clients and drinking buddies who had gradually disappeared in the past are now in touch again. Business matters. There is no such thing as true love. Anyway, Dufei has seen everything over the years. But I can't refuse business contacts either. If you don't look at the people, you have to look at the money, right? So you should get involved if you should. Dufei hurried back to the company and went straight to the recording studio upstairs. When he pushed the door open and went in, he found that Lin Hao was not inside. Only Liu Chunxing and his gang were left tinkering with the equipment. Where are the people? He looked stunned. I'm leaving. Seeing him coming back at this time, Liu Chunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, he left an hour ago. Where's the song? Not recorded. Dufei was a little panicked. Did something happen? Oh my god, if I had known this would happen, I would have come back earlier. Don't worry, Mr. Du, everything has been recorded. Liu Chunxing seemed to have not yet recovered from the scene just now, and hurriedly explained. Finished recording. When Dufei heard the other party say that the recording was completed, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt at ease. Then, he asked with great interest, how is the quality of the songs this time? Liu Chunxing and others thought of the melody just now, and suddenly they didn't know how to describe it. What's wrong? Not good. Dufay's heart skipped a beat. Could it be worse than expected? That's bad. Without the blessing of the movie theme song, it would be difficult to make the charts. No, it sounds good. Liu Chunxing thought about it and said seriously, it can even be said to be no worse than The Guest. Listening to music at their age is different from that of young people. It sounds good, it's all good. But the resonance points are different. The reason why the last version of Guest was so infectious was that the scene brought them into the song, which fit the lyrics and made people empathize. But what about today? Although the main instrument is piano, the feeling is different. The idea of this song seems to be telling you an adult love story. Isn't it worse than The Guest? Okay, everyone hurry up and make the production progress. Send it to me once it's done. Hearing Liu Chuanxing's high evaluation, Dufay felt itchy in his heart like a cat scratching, and he couldn't wait to play it out and listen to it. Everyone nodded. They were so engrossed in what they had just heard that they were now quite anxious. On that day, it was said that inhumane laughter was heard from the general manager's office of Tungfei Entertainment Company regarding the solicitation of theme songs for the movie Loved You. While Dufay is busy with his rise, other well-known entertainment companies are also actively preparing for the battle. It's not just about money, it's also important to use your strength to establish your position in the industry from time to time. This movie, directed by the famous director Chu Feng, has received widespread attention in the industry and its popularity online has remained high. At the same time, most media outlets are reporting and speculating. Which company can take this huge order of 4 million? Among them, the ones that rank high in popularity are naturally Galaxy and MSI, the two companies are old rivals. In addition, the chances of Lingdong Dream coming true are not small. It is a newly emerging big company with money behind it. I heard that it signed a lot of big singers some time ago. In addition, there are many other competitors. In fact, according to the normal process, when looking for theme songs for movies, they will usually entrust a trustworthy company to produce them. They rarely choose to collect songs online because this method is too offensive. To put it bluntly, it's okay for small companies. If it works, use it. If it doesn't, return it. But a well-known big company has sent you a song, and you are so straightforward. Besides, appropriate or not is a very general concept. To put it bluntly, it is not the director who has the final say. Among so many companies, which one is right for you? If I really return it to someone, will it affect our next cooperation? These are all areas worth discussing slowly. The circle is so small that you can see us if you look up or down. You have to save your face too, right? Doesn't Chu Feng understand this? No, he understood. But that's just his temper. He does whatever he likes. If he really has to consider so many things, the movie will not be pure. He is a pure director. Chapter 15, Too Reckless. MSI Entertainment. 11th floor, conference room. CEO Chen Jungwo sat in the main seat, and the heads of various departments sat on both sides. At this time, the atmosphere was a little depressing. You've all heard that the high company invested in Starry Sky Pictures Chu Feng to shoot the movie Loved You. Don't just stand there, tell us what you think. He tapped the tabletop with his fingers. Chen Jungwo slowly opened his closed eyes. At first glance, I saw the direction of the composition department. Ging Zhu, the head of the composition department, knew he couldn't avoid it, so he could only bite the bullet and say, I've seen the outline of the story of this movie. It's about love, and it's a theme that's more youthful. But considering that the director is Chu Feng, I plan to let Lao Xing compose the music and Chen Yu sing it. After he said this, many people who knew the inside story were surprised and looked at him sideways. The old Xing mentioned by Ging Zhu is an old man in the company's composition department. Xing Shuhang has composed many popular songs and is very strong. Chen Yu is also one of the company's most outstanding singers. He released a song a while ago, and I heard that it received good responses from all sides and has a solid fan base. The cooperation between these two people is clearly a strong alliance. Just for the theme song of a movie, there is no need to go to this extent, right? No one knew it, but Ging Zhu knew in his heart that MSI Entertainment was bound to win the theme song this time. Ling Pei, the newcomer that the subsidiary company had been promoting a while ago, lost in a rather embarrassing way. Not only did Xingha's Baishu explode, but he was also surpassed by several newcomers from unknown small companies, and he almost couldn't stay in the top 10. This has never happened before in previous charts. Of course, this defeat cannot be entirely blamed on her. To put it bluntly, the quality of the music is not good enough. How big of a gap can there be for new singers? It must be his department that is to blame. The sudden rise of Whale Fall is too mysterious and phenomenal. Just one song has messed up the trend of the entire charts. Otherwise, the top 3 would have been stable. But the company only looks at the results. Process. That's just an excuse. No one will listen. Can. Chen Jungwo was silent for a while, then agreed directly. Gengju breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The matter was over. If I mess up again this time, I will probably have to face judgment. Even though the boss looked taciturn now, Gengju knew how terrifying he could be when he got mad. What about the advertising department? How is the copywriting planning for those big companies going? Changing the topic, Chen Jungwo looked at Yu Ting again. There is no way. There are only a few departments in the company that make money, and the pressure is definitely high every time we have a meeting. Fortunately, Yu Ting was prepared and said directly, the contract for the Vati winery has been signed and received, and the remaining 3 major plans are still being competed for. The words are not final. Leave room for negotiation. There isn't much time left. As the CEO, Chen Jungwo was no fool. When he asked the question to the point, his tone immediately became heavy. Yes, until the end of the month. Yu Ting didn't dare to refute anything. Although they say they are still competing for it, the success rate is actually not high. She knew that this statement would be exposed, but she had no choice as she was in the workplace. No matter what method we use, we must grab the next one. Chen Jungwo made the decision directly. Good. Yu Ting nodded expressionlessly, but she couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. This is quite difficult, but since it was the boss's personal order, she could only carry it out. Okay, that's all for these 2 things, the meeting is adjourned. Chen Jungwo stood up, said this, and left. At this time, Na Yifan from the music department stood up with the information and complained to Gengju, "Old Geng, this is really unfair of you. You have Old Xing composing the music, but you can't find a new singer. Chen Yu's schedule is so full, isn't this going to kill me? I don't want your life, but Mr. Chen can take my life." Gengju said depressedly, "If it weren't for that Whale Fall who suddenly appeared, I wouldn't have asked you for help. A newcomer would definitely not be able to handle it." With the lesson learned last time, Gengju was much more cautious when facing the competition for the movie theme this time. Excellent composers and singers are coming. How else can we lose? Na Yifan smiled when he heard this. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Hey, it's none of your business, but you're still gloating over other people's misfortune. How about you try it instead? Gengju recommended speechlessly. Goodbye, I won't come. The pressure is too great. Fortunately, Ling Pei's singing skills are not bad this time, otherwise I would not be able to escape. Na Yifan said, and suddenly turned to Yu Ting and said, I was wondering why the 2 of you were involved in this matter together. Why don't you share the same difficulties as a company? My situation is much more difficult than his. Yu Ting sorted out the advertising materials in her hand and had no idea where to start. Come on, it's time to compete. Everyone has their own difficulties. It depends on who can get through it. Come on, both of you. Na Yifan said and left. Gengju and Yu Ting looked at his back and complained. Similar meetings are also taking place in major companies at this moment. The outside world is rushing to report news about the movie theme song. After all, anything related to hot topics always requires publicity. Some media people make a living from this. Why use your brain when you can solve the problem with your mouth and keyboard? It's not cost effective. Director Chu Feng's latest masterpiece, I Loved You, is a masterpiece about a love story. It will be released at the end of the month, so stay tuned. The theme song of I Loved You is being collected. Who will win the 4 million yuan? Will it be the guardian of the old dynasty or the change of the new era? MSI Entertainment takes on Galaxy Entertainment, and Lingdong Dream intervenes. Who will win the top spot? Is Star Pictures intentionally provoking a war among major companies in order to reap the benefits? As a viewer, who will you support? Star Pictures. In the office, General Manager Lu Guangyan slammed the newspaper in his hand onto the table in front of him with an angry look on his face. Sitting opposite her was the person involved, Director Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I have already told you everything in detail. We can entrust a company to customize whatever song you want. If you continue to do this, the entire company will be filled with negative news, and the PR department won't be able to suppress it. Lu Guangyan suppressed her anger and said, and people are saying that we did this on purpose in order to make the major companies compete with each other. Chu Feng heard this and confronted him without any concern. You promised me before that I would be in charge of this film and no one else was allowed to interfere. Doesn't the theme song count as part of the film? Since I, Chu Feng, have chosen to shoot it, I have to choose the best and most suitable one. This kind of song produced through competition is definitely better than the one we just find a company to commission. What the news said is true. In the art circle, without competition, there will be no quality. But have you ever thought about how many people we will offend invisibly? Lu Guangyan was very troubled. She suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to give Chu Feng the power to shoot this film. This guy is too stubborn and won't listen to anything. If anyone has offended me, it is me. The company can completely distance itself from me. I, Chu Feng, am not afraid of offending anyone. Chu Feng couldn't help but sneer. It's been so many years, and you still have this personality. Can't you change it? Lu Guangyan knew Chu Feng's character. At this point, she could only say tactfully, at worst, you have to choose one from MSI, Galaxy, or Lingdong Dream, right? That way, I can explain to the outside world. The songs haven't been sent yet, how can I choose? Chu Feng frowned and said, besides, if they were really good, I would choose them without your advice. Okay, wait until the songs are sent over and listen to them first, then we'll talk. Lu Guangyan held his forehead and felt a headache again. The deadline for submitting submissions for the theme song of the movie, I Loved You, is 10 days, which is not a lot of time. For the composer, it's even a bit rushed. Creation? They are all the product of time accumulation. The more anxious you are, the lower the quality. Dufay ignored all this and handed in his paper early. After all, Lin Hao recorded quickly and he had no pressure at all. Besides, he had listened to that song all night and couldn't think of any reason why the other party would refuse. This is indeed the case. Because of the tight schedule, Chu Feng basically just listened to music every day and had nothing else to do. It can be said that his film is complete only without the theme song. So he was very serious and listened to each song. What matters is the content, not the company name. There were not many songs sent to him the day before, just a few, but Dignity caught his ears instantly. He is a director and knows what he is shooting. Whether a song fits a film or not, besides the melody, the lyrics are what he cares about the most. What he had previously sent to the outside world was just a vague outline of a story, so most people might not understand the story as a whole. When writing lyrics, it is very likely that the words will not express the meaning clearly. But Chu Feng felt that he was wrong. This song can be said to be integrated with his film. Very harmonious. That's the only way he could describe it. Loved You is a film that shows young people's views on love. Breaking up is an emotional problem faced by most young people today. But in the script and the film, Chu Feng did not intend to let the story lean towards the normal way of thinking in the past. Be different. This is what every director wants to do. Just like the title of this song. The emotions he photographed. It is the dignity of young people. That's it. When Chu Feng found Lu Guangyan again with the printed song, the latter was still a little unresponsive. Is the time set for 1 day? Lu Guangyan even felt that Chu Feng's previous words were all lies to her. This is too thoughtless. Everyone knows. The better the song, the longer the creation cycle. Even if it is not absolute, it can apply to 99% of the cases. So you can imagine what was sent the day before. But Chu Feng actually picked out one song. I want this song. Hurry up and contact the other party and sign the contract quickly so as not to delay the release of the film. Chu Feng said seriously. Wait, let me see first. Lu Guangyan took it nervously, feeling a little dizzy. Song title, decent. Company, Tinfei Entertainment. What kind of company is this? I've never heard of it. Chapter 16, it's over before it even begins. Although the news was released a long time ago, this is only the first day of official delivery. Isn't it too hasty to make the decision? Should we wait and see? Lu Guangyan frowned. At the moment, she had her concerns. This method of collecting songs itself is not popular with the outside world, but now Chu Feng has finalized the songs in just one day. Too fast. It's unbelievably fast. How will the outside media and other entertainment companies view me? Playing tricks on others. It's just a matter of face. This kind of thing has nothing to do with time. As long as the quality is good enough, it's fine. Besides, this song really suits my movie, so there's no need to wait. Chu Feng always speaks his mind, but he is not completely ignorant. After thinking for a while, he added, when the company releases the news to the outside world, just say that it was me, Chu Feng, who decided it. The second half of the sentence was not said. Probably has nothing to do with the company or something like that. Lu Guangyan also understood what he meant, and couldn't argue with him, so she sighed and said, have you really decided? It's decided. Unless this film is not released, I still say that this is my movie and I have the final say. Chu Feng said seriously. Okay, now that you've said that, I won't persuade you anymore. Just go ahead and make sure the movie is released by the end of the month. Lu Guangyan waved her hand. Wait for Chu Feng to leave. She thought about it and immediately made a phone call. Your publicity department should quickly issue a statement saying that the theme song for the movie, I've Loved You, has been decided and the collection activity will be stopped immediately. Send now. The tone on the other end of the phone sounded a little shocked. Send it now, that's it. After saying this, Lu Guangyan hung up the phone and rubbed her temple. Pain. It hurts so much. Then she lowered her head and looked at the paper in front of her again. Decent. Well, the song title is well chosen. It's just that this matter was not handled decently enough. At this point, we can only hope that this song will shut up the media when it comes out. Otherwise, even if Chu Feng took the blame on himself, the company's reputation would be ruined. Because of Lu Guangyan's decision, the statement from the publicity department of Star Pictures came quickly. How fast is it? Headlines in the outside media such as, "Who will get the movie theme song?" are still gaining popularity. This way. The company announced that the theme song has been finalized. So much so that most people find it hard to comprehend this news. However, it was verified that the company that issued the statement was indeed Star Pictures. That's right. So this is true. Then. The media was dumbfounded. What is this operation? Is it possible that the theme song is fake, but the purpose is to increase traffic? Chu Feng is considered a famous director, but he also likes to do this. Show. So cool. When seeing the information released by Star Pictures, not only the media were dumbfounded, but even the major entertainment companies were collectively stunned. Submitting a movie theme song is not that simple. It doesn't mean that you can just take the news and write it down. It's different from a personal system. If a department wants to complete a song, it must first report to the higher-ups. Then we hold a meeting, go through a process, and then you apply for a list of names of composers and singers. Only after the whole list is finalized can we start the discussion. Of course, this does not exclude all-round singers who are creative, but they are only a minority after all. But it's not as simple as writing a nice song. Topic creation. Won't it take some time? Besides, the submission period is only 10 days, which is not much. The composer takes some time to find inspiration, leaving some time for the singer to record. It's already good enough to produce a finished product within 10 days. This is the foundation and speed of a large company. Small companies can only try their best. But what is the situation now? The theme song was decided on the first day. Speak in professional terms. Isn't this bullshit? One day is not enough time to make a semi-finished product. If you just pick out a song and use it, that's fine. Every company has some stock. Just check the number. How fast can it be? To be frank, even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to produce like this. I'm so angry. It makes me angry just thinking about it. It is rare that the emotions of major companies are all in unison at the same time. This side is not ready yet, but the whole thing is done over there. This is the whole thing. I have no place to vent my anger. It is not convincing that the theme song of the movie, I Loved You, was collected in just one day. Is there any insider behavior in Star Pictures? Director Chu Feng personally selected which company would win the first prize. Is Star Pictures' move intended to gain popularity, or is there another purpose? A movie theme song has been used as a foil by major entertainment companies. Is the theme song of I Loved You just a gimmick? After Star Pictures released a statement, news is popping up again like mushrooms after rain. Compared with the previous enthusiasm, it suddenly became polarized. That's the media. Don't care what they write, just care about traffic. Faced with the overwhelming news headlines and heated discussions among the public, Lu Guangyan did not explain anything. Even when attending the press conference of Chu Feng's movie, facing the questions from reporters, she just asked everyone to watch the movie first and then make their comments. Implications: the songs are not chosen randomly. How do you know that they are not good if you haven't listened to them? In response to this statement, the major entertainment companies have not made any statements to compete with each other. It is better to say that everyone is taking a wait and see attitude. They also wanted to see how well made the song was that was made in one day. Publicity can attract attention, but the music is solid. If it's really just a gimmick, they won't sit idly by. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, it is not difficult for them to join forces to suppress each other. At this moment, Dufay was also reading the report in the office. In the past, in the media, when it came to writing news headlines, he felt that his team was the only professional. No matter how big the matter is, after a fantastic description, it will definitely be shocking enough. It's so high that you have to click in to take a few looks before leaving. Now, having become the protagonist of the topic, he suddenly felt a little inflated and looked down on this group of people. No way. So what if we are facing competition from major well-known companies? Haven't I secured this project? It's really lonely at the top. He thought so shamelessly. At this time, Liu Chunxing didn't knock on the door, but rushed in and reported, "Boss Du, Starry Sky Pictures just urged us to do this. They said that they sent the contract and are waiting for us to sign it. The payment will be made immediately after we sign it." This is the first time Liu Chunxing has seen a contract worth over 1 million since he came to the company, so he can't help but feel excited. Lin Hao's figure inevitably emerged in my mind. A living little god of wealth. Old Liu, don't be so rash. We are a big company. Can you knock on the door before you come in? I am a boss after all. Can you give me some privacy? It's just a contract. Why are you making such a fuss? Dufay said earnestly. These guys are so worrying. Seeing Dufay pretending to be so, Liu Chunxing was very upset and said immediately, "Boss Du, if you don't sign, I will return it. It's just pretending, everyone can do it." Fuck, Lao Liu, you're getting too cocky. Why are you retreating? Hurry up and give it to me. Dufay knew that his little tricks had been exposed, and he glared at him. Liu Chunxing chuckled and handed the materials to him. Mock-up. I can't cure you yet. Now that the contract has been signed, the matter is settled. However, when Dufay thought about the share of the profits he had promised before, he felt a little annoyed again. A full 1.2 million. How is that kid going to spend it? When I was his age, I didn't even have 120,000, let alone 1.2 million, right? I clearly made a lot of money this time, so why do I feel so envious and jealous? In this regard, Lin Hao did not let Dufay worry. Adding this 1.2 million, the total balance in his card is now more than 1.5 million. After this period of hard work, it is enough to buy a 2-bedroom house for my parents in Tianjin. But you can't take out all the money at once. He was afraid that his parents wouldn't be able to accept it. It's hard to explain the 300,000 plus salary in the advertising department, not to mention the 1.2 million from the movie theme song revenue, which is really too much. So Lin Hao simply transferred 100,000 yuan to his family. Although this is a lot of money, it may make sense. Mom, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to you. It's all my own money, which I have saved for a long time. Please save it for me. I'm afraid to spend it. This was the excuse Lin Hao gave himself after making the payment. Mother Lin was indeed shocked by him, but she could understand when she thought that this was the money her son had saved for so long, and asked with concern, "You saved it all for me, do you have enough money?" "Don't worry, Mom. I still have salary and commission, which is enough for me." Lin Hao smiled and said, "Maybe my salary will increase soon, so I'll buy you and Dad a new apartment. Okay, Mom will save it for you first. Mother Lin thought he was joking, but she was happier than anyone else that her child had made progress. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He is not a good liar, but he had to keep up the lie for his parents. After. Just remit the money on time. When it comes to buying a house, take it one step at a time and let your parents save enough money first. In addition to sending money home, Lin Hao has also been planning his move these days. The apartment I rent now is too small. The whole room is only about 40 square meters, which feels a bit depressing and crowded. He wants to change to a bigger one. In the past, I had to make do because I had no money, there was no other way, but now that I have more money, I want to improve the quality of my life. Lin Hao felt that he was a vulgar person. So there's nothing wrong with doing what ordinary people do. While at work, Lin Hao browsed a lot of rental information on his computer. He wants to find a job that is close to the company and convenient for commuting to get off work. Many of them meet the requirements. Soon, Lin Hao chose a residential area. Maple Forest in Shishan Mountain. From the company, it is just around 2 streets ahead, about a 10-minute walk. He would pass by every time he got off work, and the food looked quite exquisite. It's a pity that there are no photos online, so I don't know what the decoration style inside is like. Lin Hao prepared to make a phone call to ask. Chapter 17, Renting a House. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? After dialing the phone, Lin Hao asked politely. Not sir, but Miss Zhao. The voice belonged to a woman, who seemed to have just woken up, and spoke in a lazy tone. Well, Miss Zhao, it's like this. I saw you posted a rental information online. Lin Hao said slowly, can I go and see the house? Rent a house. Hearing this, the woman's tone suddenly became higher, and she said, no problem, when will you be there? 5:30 in the afternoon, is that convenient? Lin Hao decided to go and take a look after get off work. Okay, just call me when the time comes. The woman said immediately. After setting the time, Lin Hao hung up the phone. After get off work, he walked to Shishan Fonglin Community, Building 2, Gate 2, and turned left after entering the community. I knocked on the door according to the address and a pretty woman opened the door. Just an image. Something special. Although she was nearly 1.7 meters tall, she was wearing plush pajamas with anime avatars printed on them, and a pair of open-toed slippers on her feet. His grey hair was a little messy and covered his eyes. He rubbed them and finally managed to open them. Hello, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was silent for a moment and introduced himself. Zhao Jing. The woman couldn't help but yawn and said, come in. Lin Hao nodded and followed the woman into their house. For a moment, he felt a little dazed. How to say it? The environment inside the house is quite tidy, and the furniture looks high-end enough, with a few pots of flowers scattered around. That is. It's a bit too two-dimensional. Why is it described like this? There are anime posters on the wall. The sofa is filled with anime dolls. Even some corners are decorated with anime accessories. The overall style and color are biased towards two-dimensional design. There are 2 floors here. The upper room is also mine. The upper and lower floors are connected. You can think of it as a duplex. The upper floor is rented to you. You can take a look. It has all the appliances. It used to be my studio. It's a bit messy now. I just need to clean it up. Zhao Jing introduced as she walked, then sat down on the sofa. He picked at the gaps between his toes with his left hand. With his right hand, he picked up a can of beer from the table, unscrewed it, took a big gulp and continued, the house is the same from top to bottom, about 120 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, a separate kitchen and bathroom. I don't need to tell you about the rent. You should have checked it online. It's 3,500 a month, not including water, electricity and internet. Let me take a look first. Lin Hao said. 3,500 a month in rent is not a small amount, plus water, electricity, and internet fees it's basically nearly 4,000. He also looked at the monthly rent of the houses here. The all-inclusive price is generally around 2,500 yuan, which is 1,500 yuan more expensive. No wonder he couldn't rent it out. But everything in her house is quite new and the environment is quite nice. Lin Hao walked up to the second floor of the duplex. There were some drawing boards and white papers scattered on the ground, with some incomprehensible cartoon characters drawn on them. Some of the papers even had the plot written on them. Is this a comic? Considering the overall style below, Lin Hao felt that this woman should be a cartoonist. The second floor is much simpler than the first floor. There are not many decorations, only dusty furniture and some garbage. It can be seen that it has hardly been lived in. How is it? Is their house okay? Zhao Jing asked without raising her head when Lin Hao came down. It's quite spacious, but there's a lot of dust and garbage. It's quite troublesome to clean up. The furniture and the floor need to be wiped, and the bed sheets in the house need to be changed. And the windows are so dirty that you can't see outside clearly. I'm afraid it's not that easy to clean up by one person. Lin Hao said slowly. Zhao Jing blushed, but she didn't panic. She changed the subject and said, it's not difficult to keep clean. It only takes a few minutes. Look at the location. There's a commercial street across the street, and the Enterprise Park is further ahead. You can buy vegetables downstairs. It's very convenient. Well, drawing comics doesn't make money. Lin Hao suddenly asked at this time. Zhao Jing was stunned when she heard this. I don't understand why the other party brought up the comics. But then, she understood the other party's subtext. This is asking yourself why you rent out the second floor. It used to be okay, but in recent years the subject matter has become so common that it's no longer appealing. Zhao Jing said with a muffled tone and took another sip of beer. I rented it, but there is a small condition. Lin Hao said after thinking for a while. What conditions? Zhao Jing turned her head to look at him, surprised at his straightforwardness. Previously, those who came to view houses would usually haggle with her for a long time. If you have time, please teach me how to draw comics. I'm quite interested in this. Lin Hao was telling the truth. He quite liked anime, but not the ones about love or romance, nor the ones about Ultraman fighting monsters. Thinking of some things in my mind, I feel it would be a pity not to express them. There just happened to be a ready-made teacher right in front of me. It doesn't have to be too profound, as long as it can teach yourself the basic painting skills. Draw comics. Zhao Jing looked at him in surprise, and then said, this is not something that can be learned quickly. I'll charge you a little less. How about 200 per class? Lin Hao was startled, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded, okay. It can be seen that the other party is a little short of money, and he doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. It's a win-win situation. The rent was 1 deposit and 3 installments, so Lin Hao paid for month's rent to Zhao Jing. The contract was drafted by the other party, so there is no big problem. All that was left was to move. Because it was a bit late and the workload was heavy, Lin Hao simply hired a housekeeping company to clean up the second floor. By the time we finished, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities, and then returned to the old apartment to get his clothes. Only then was the move officially completed. I want to invite Zhu Ren over to have a meal to celebrate. But thinking of Zhao Jing downstairs, Lin Hao raised this idea. Depending on the other person's personality, it's not certain whether he will gossip or not. Forget it. Soon, it was the end of August. That is the day when the movie Love You was released. Du Fei told Lin Hao the release time early on, but unfortunately the latter refused on the grounds that he had to go to work. Anyway, the money is in hand, so it doesn't matter whether you listen or not. His own song. You know what you are singing. Du Fei didn't say anything. He knew Lin Hao's character very well. After thinking about it, he made an appointment with a girl to go and see him in the evening. This is the opposite of Lin Hao's indifference. Geng Zhu from MSI Entertainment's composition department had been looking forward to it for several days. Because of this incident, he could hardly raise his head in front of the boss. At the last meeting, the leaders approved all the people who were needed, but unfortunately the recruitment ended before it even started, and there is no room for redemption. Very dramatic. Old Xing was so angry that he almost pointed at his own nose and cursed. Geng Zhu, what do you mean? I, Old Xing, have been very kind to you. Is it necessary to play tricks on me like this? What can you write in a day? These were Xing Shuheng's exact words, and Geng Zhu didn't know how to explain them to him. Old Xing, there's nothing we can do. If we can't figure it out today, we'll have no chance. Geng Ju smiled bitterly. Since Star Pictures finalized the deal in just one day, he naturally wanted to send a song over that day to compete, hoping he could snatch it away. This is the only chance to turn things around. You are my uncle, and you are making fun of me, right? Xing Shuheng blew his beard and glared. It totally felt like he was dreaming. One day, I had no inspiration at all and couldn't write a single song. If this isn't playing a trick on him, then what is this? Even though Xing Shuheng knew about the statement issued by Star Pictures, he did not think that it was a high-quality song that fit the theme of the film. Maybe it's just to make up the numbers. To conceal one's tracks. Geng Ju was so overwhelmed by the scolding. After all, he was the head of the composition department, but facing these old people, he really had no way to deal with them and could only endure it. It is said that those who can compose music are the masters. That's absolutely true. This is especially true in the composition department. Geng Ju was convinced. It's definitely not a good idea to argue with these old men, you can only coax them. It's depressing. Geng Ju felt that he had been living a very depressed life these days. Of course, he did not take no action. So, I bought hundreds of movie tickets for Love You and gave them to my colleagues. From the composition department to the music department, everyone in the entire company who knows each other must get one. I say, Lao Geng, what are you doing? It's just that someone stole the theme song of a movie. There's no need for revenge consumption. It's over. Seeing this, Na Yifun couldn't help but comfort her. He is a good person, but this is extremely stimulating. Stop talking nonsense and quickly arrange for someone to go check it out tonight. Tell everyone that the main point is to listen to the music, and write down your thoughts after listening. Geng Ju didn't care about that. It's really bullying. He had to peel off the fig leaf of Star Pictures so that the boss could see whether it was his own problem. Okay, I'll try to get all the brothers to go and see it, and if you want people to comment on it, you have to go to the publicity department. Seeing him say that, Na Yifun couldn't refuse. He was also clear about this matter. Chen Yu had made all the arrangements, but they were not yet used. It was quite speechless to say. After hearing what Na Yifun said, Geng Ju thought it was true, and that was what the propaganda department did. He had just walked out of the house and had not had time to go over when he ran into Ling Pei and his agent Xu Na walking over. You're just in time. You two should go check it out tonight and see if the theme song is really that good. When facing the newcomer, Lao Geng used a direct commanding tone. There's no way, the classes are clearly divided. Are? Okay. Seeing Geng Ju handing over 2 movie tickets, she and Xu Na quickly took them. I looked down and saw that it was the movie Love You which was released tonight. The two looked at each other, what a coincidence. In fact, even if Geng Ju didn't give it to them, they both planned to go see the movie. There's nothing you can do about it. Women just can't resist romance movies. That's good this time. We can save the ticket money. Looking at Geng Ju's back as he left, Xu Na shook the bill in her hand and said with a smile. Brother Geng is still angry about the theme song. He looks so scary. Ling Pei stuck out his tongue. It has nothing to do with us. It just so happens that we have no activities recently, so we can take a break. Xu Na said. If I hadn't implicated Brother Geng before, he wouldn't have had such a hard time in front of the leader. Ling Pei suddenly said in a low voice. What does it have to do with you? Xu Na took her arm and said, don't think about it. It's all in the past. Just sing well. One failure doesn't mean anything. Ling Pei nodded reluctantly. At this time, Xu Na let go of her and said, I'll go drive the car and wait for you at the door. Don't forget to put on your mask later. Good. Chapter 18, Movie Review. Because the movie Love You directed by Chu Feng has attracted attention from all parties, it is very popular and has been scheduled a lot in theaters. It's basically nighttime. 7:30 in the evening. Ling Pei and Xu Na arrived at the cinema and found that there was already a long queue at the ticket office, mostly couples. They both wore hats and masks, which didn't seem unusual. As a new artist who just debuted, the probability of being recognized was not that high. There are too many people. Fortunately, we have tickets. Xu Na couldn't help but say thankfully, otherwise I wouldn't want to watch it. It's okay. Ling Pei didn't care much and responded. I'm going to get some popcorn and drinks. After Xu Na finished speaking, she walked towards the snack area. Once everything is ready, the next step is ticket checking and entry. Because it was night, there were quite a lot of people coming. Their theater was almost full of audiences. The two of them were in the front row, which was pretty good. Soon, after a brief advertising baptism, the lights dimmed and the film officially began. The night sky was pitch black, and as time went by, countless stars gradually emerged. Then the words, Star Pictures, appeared in large letters. The story begins with a couple playing and joking in their daily life. The love life seems to be pretty sweet. But soon, the two had a quarrel over a trivial matter. After 5 years of dating, we seem to have entered a burnout zone and are both very sensitive. No one was willing to bow their heads. The result speaks for itself. Separate. But the two people's personalities are very similar. This time they both decided not to pursue each other and planned to start a new relationship. During this period, a series of ridiculous things happened. The story is still acceptable to the audience at this point. After all, the atmosphere is developing in a good direction. In their opinion, love goes around in circles, but will eventually return to the starting point. The process is just as the audience expected. Although the man and woman in the film have started their own lives, they are still concerned about each other deep in their hearts. But they have their own pride and can only pretend to be free and easy. What? How can a man be so stingy? Why is he arguing with a woman? Will he lose a piece of meat if he takes the initiative to admit his mistakes? In the row in front of Ling Pei and Xu Na, a woman couldn't help but grumble in dissatisfaction. Soon, the man next to her smiled bitterly and said, "Dear, the problem is that this man did nothing wrong, why should he admit his mistake?" "Liu Rui, what do you mean? What I said was wrong. What's wrong with it? Can't I just coax her? Can't I apologize if I'm right?" The woman immediately got angry and asked, "If we have a fight someday, will you just ignore me?" "No, dear, I'm different from him. How could I ignore you?" The man named Liu Rui hurriedly explained in a low voice. "If we have a fight one day, it's impossible to quarrel. I love you so much, how could I quarrel with you? I mean if. I won't allow this kind of if to happen. If I love you, I must pamper you unconditionally, cherish you, and hold you in the palm of my hand. HMPH, that's more like it." The woman suddenly became a little nervous. Little did they know that Xu Na and Ling Pei, who were sitting behind them, were stunned. The former almost couldn't help spitting out the juice in his mouth. Lick the dog, only when you lick deep is you really a dog. As the progress continues, the film reaches a turning point. Two people who obviously like each other suddenly find that things are out of their control. They started chatting with each other, exchanging pleasantries, and even sending messages to each other to show their concern for each other. But, this kind of friendship-like way of getting along has become the most difficult gap between the two. They became the most familiar strangers. A rainy night. The hero and heroine stood on the street and got caught in the rain. After they were relieved, they decided to say goodbye to each other properly. "I'm sorry, I don't love you anymore. Please live a good life from now on." The man shouted at the other person, smiling and crying. "I don't love you anymore either. You should take good care of yourself." The woman was also shouting, and it was hard to tell whether the water on her face was rain or tears. At the moment when the two of them turned their backs and left at the same time, a piece of music slowly sounded in the theater. Many female viewers shed tears of emotion after seeing this. Don't pile up nostalgia to make the plot bloody. Why ruin the classic after loving it for so many years? All of them are adults and have no debts. I'd rather waste time. Like an actor taking his curtain call. Watching the lights go out. As the song sounded. The film also switches to various sweet scenes of the male and female protagonists over the past 5 years. Each one of them can make the audience present feel involved. Because the scenes they perform are all happening in real life, there is no exaggeration. Too late to make a big splash. Just keep the dignity of saying goodbye. I love you and I don't regret it. Respect the ending of the story. Hearing this song and these words, the audience seems to be able to recall the plot of the film again. For a while, sobbing sounds were heard one after another and tissues were flying everywhere. Ling Pei and Xu Na looked at each other. They could both see the shock in each other's eyes. The emotions felt by them are different from those experienced by the live audience. Both of them are professionals, so they can hear something deeper in the songs. Not to mention that this theme song has already caused a lot of controversy, so it's hard not to pay attention to it. They both had to admit it. This song really goes well with this movie. The two tried to find some faults, but they couldn't seem to find any. And this song is so well written. Both the music and the lyrics are not ordinary things. However, a trace of confusion flashed across Lin Pei's eyes from time to time. She always felt that she had heard this voice somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. Breaking up should be decent. No one should say sorry. Why the debt? I dare to give and I dare to be heartbroken. In front of the lens. It was us in the past who were cheering, crying and shouting. Leaving is also decent. I didn't let these years go to waste. Love passionately. A picture of earnest dedication. Don't let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you straightforwardly. Entering the chorus, emotions are released in all directions. The movie is just reaching its end at this moment. It was still that rainy night, and the scene of the hero and heroine leaving each other was frozen. A line of subtitles appeared. We met in the crowd, and we will eventually return to the crowd. The whole film is over. The audience, who were originally shedding tears, suddenly raised their heads after hearing this. Only now did they understand the conversation between the male and female protagonists at the end of the movie. It's not that they don't love each other anymore. Quite the opposite. They have loved and feel that is enough. No one let anyone down, so it was so neat and quick. The theater became somewhat quiet. After a moment of silence, some people began to talk. Most of them were women, and the men were busy wiping their tears. Occasionally, one or two of them would recall something and secretly wipe their eyes, fearing that others would see them. I have watched so many romance movies, but this ending shocked me the most. When it comes to love, the result doesn't really matter, the process is what matters. That last song is really well written. If it weren't for this song, I would have been able to hold back my tears. Stop talking, I want to be alone. Let's go to Lin Pei. Xuan'ei sniffed and forced herself to get up. It was too easy to get emotional in this theater, and she wanted to go out. Wait a moment. Lin Pei didn't move. What's wrong? Xuan'ei asked curiously. Does this voice sound familiar to you? Lin Pei asked, staring at the big screen. You mean this singer? Xuan'ei thought about it carefully, then shook her head and said, I can't tell, but the voice is quite young. I wonder which company this newcomer is from. His singing skills are just okay. What's really amazing is the melody and lyrics of this song. Even if any other singer sings it, the effect won't be too bad. This time Star Films has made a profit. With this theme song alone, the box office is expected to be pretty good. I want to take a look. Lin Pei said simply. Xuan'ei nodded and sat down again. Indeed, she had always seen media reports before, and after hearing Lin Pei's words, her curiosity was aroused. Which company is it, who is the singer, and who composed and wrote the lyrics? When the subtitles started playing the theme song, the two of them watched it intently. It doesn't matter if you look at it. But then, the two people's faces changed drastically at the same time. Ending song, Whale Fall Tingfei Entertainment. Composer, Whale Fall. Lyrics, Whale Fall. Whale Fall. It's actually him. Lin Pei couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was very familiar with Whale Falls. The debut song that I had prepared for a long time became unknown and even a laughingstock due to the sudden appearance of the other party. Lin Pei was a little unconvinced about all this at first. She also has her own pride. Lin Pei trained day and night and worked hard to improve his singing skills. He believed that he would not lose to any newcomer. It was not until she heard the song Guest and watched the much-discussed wedding video that she realized that she could not change the current situation by just working hard. Good tune. Good lyrics. Even good timing. These are the factors that make a song popular. But she was just a newcomer who couldn't compose or write lyrics, and could only rely on the company to allocate resources to make her debut. The only thing I have to show off is my voice. This is all too common in the singing industry. So Lin Pei was deeply shocked, and she fully realized that she was just a lowly existence. It turned out to be him, and he wrote the lyrics and music for it. I remember he also wrote the music and lyrics for the song Guest. This guy is really amazing. Xuan was full of praise. There are few singer-songwriters, and those of such high quality are even rarer. From her own agent's perspective, all she can do is envy. It would probably be a lot easier to lead a singer like this, and I wouldn't have to bear such great pressure every day. Tungfei Entertainment Company is so lucky to sign such a person. I'm not as good as him, Ling Pei said, biting his lip. Hearing this, Xuan looked at her resentful expression, and her mood for watching the movie was ruined. She said with a smile, Ling Pei, I'm not trying to hit you, you are not his opponent at the same level. Chapter 19, entering the market at the end of the month. With the popularity of the movie, Love You. On the day of its premiere, it successfully grossed 7.3 million yuan at the box office. Because it is the off-season for movies, there are not many big productions at this time, and the competition is not that fierce, so there is great potential. All major cinema chains have been very cooperative and have increased the number of screenings of this film to meet the needs of the audiences that are about to arrive. Almost no one expected it. This simple love film can actually cause such a big sensation. It's totally out of line with the mainstream trend. But then again, movies themselves are unpredictable, and no one can predict what subject matter will be popular. When the first week's box office results came out, the media couldn't sit still. 5463W. Very exaggerated data. What is the concept? It earned over 50 million at the box office in just 1 week. How much was the investment in this movie? According to industry insiders, it is only around 30 million. You know, this 30 million is not the cost of shooting a movie alone, but the total cost. This includes actors, venues, equipment rental, etc. The overall expenses are very mixed. So how much money can be spent on making a movie? 10 million? Or 8 million? That's what I mean. According to the current box office trend, it is inevitable that investors will get their money back, and at this rate it will only take a few days. Later on, you will make a lot of money. It's really eye-catching. Making a movie. Whether or not a movie makes money is not actually determined by the box office performance. If your box office revenue is 1 million, your investment is also 1 million, which means you neither make nor lose money. If your box office is 1 million and your investment is 100,000, it means you make 900,000. Of course, this is the ideal mode. If the shares of the third-party film companies and theaters are taken into account, the investors will still lose money even if the profits are even. So, return on investment. This is the key point. This movie, which cost about 30 million yuan to make, earned 54 million yuan in a week. So how much box office revenue can it earn in a month? 100 million? Or 200 million? It's hard to say, but the return on investment of this movie is too high, so it will definitely make a lot of money. Shock. The first week box office was 54 million. In this August, Star Films is coming with the movie Love You. Famous director Chu Feng teaches you how to define a love story. A touching masterpiece. Did I Loved You make you cry? Theme song of the movie I Loved You, decent, one of the few good works. Mysterious singer-songwriter Whale Fall emerges, Tungfei Entertainment unveils its true colors. As box office revenue continued to rise, the media were frantically digging for information. Matters in the film industry are nothing more than directors, actors, film companies, an analysis of box office data. That's all there is to write about. As for the theme song, that's the music industry's business. Although the two complement each other, they cannot be generalized. It is precisely because of the extensive news coverage and the audience's impressions after watching the movie that many movie fans have gradually begun to pay attention to this song. No way. Many movie fans still remember the scene at the end of the story. You can say that the plot of the movie is well written and the actors are well cast, but without this song, it would definitely not have the soul-stirring effect. It is not a simple additive effect. This is especially important for most female audiences. Therefore, searching for this song became the first thing most movie fans did after watching the movie. The song title is decent. The singer is Whale Fall. To fans, this is a strange stage name and not very easy to remember. But this does not stop them from listening to songs. After all, it's enough that the song is good. The focus is different. With the release of the movie, Loved You, the theme song, Dignity, naturally also made it to the list of new singers this month. Enter the list at the end of the month. Only 2 days left. This is something no one could have imagined. But that's what Whale Fall did. And what about the results? Because movie fans and music fans download at the same time. He entered the top 10 of the newcomer list in a single day. Major companies were shocked. In the morning, Jun was woken up by a call from his agent while he was still sleeping. I drank a little too much at the celebration party last night, so my head hurts and I feel dizzy. But it's all worth it. As one of the newly debuted singers of Ling Dong Dream, he has already completed the tasks assigned to him by the company excellently and successfully. As of the end of the month, Yunting ranked first on the newcomer list. This was his achievement, and he could hardly contain his excitement. And the others are not bad either. In the top 10, their smart dreams took up for seats. Speaking of which, this is thanks to the multi-party fighting last month. Because of a sudden rise of phenomenal singer, Whale Fall, the newcomers of two major companies, MSI and Galaxy, suffered heavy losses. The reputation is a bit bad. There has been no movement from the two major companies this month. In the absence of sniping, it was much easier for the newcomers Ling Dong Dream to make the charts. This is also thanks to MSI and Galaxy, otherwise I would have been finished if I had encountered the phenomenal song Whale Fall. No way. That song fits that scene. It's truly one of a kind. It's so evil. Jun, are you awake? On the other end of the phone, Agent Hu Daeong sounded a little anxious. I drank too much with my friends yesterday, and my head still hurts. Jun said truthfully, "What's wrong, brother Hu? What's the matter? Do you know the recently released movie, Love You?" Hu Daeong didn't say it directly, but asked him. "Yeah, I've heard of it. Isn't this the movie that caused a lot of controversy a few days ago because of its theme song?" Jun had some impression. It was released recently. Hu Daeong added another sentence. Jun was a little confused, not knowing what the other party was talking about, so he simply asked, "Brother Hu, what's wrong with this movie? The theme song of this movie is out." Hu Daeong sighed. Theme song. Jun thought about it for a moment, and suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Hu, you mean that this song is likely to be sung by a newcomer, right? But it doesn't matter. It's already the end of the month. Even if there are extra points for movie promotion, a newcomer can't surpass me. The theme song is a bit unexpected. It was sung by Whale Fall." Hu Daeong reminded. Whale Fall. Jun woke up instantly after hearing this. This name is well known among their newcomer circle. Yes, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Hu Daeong said in a deep voice, "This guy is actually a singer-songwriter. His level is not low. We all underestimated him." Jun quickly opened his phone and looked at today's date. It's already the 31st. Fine. The chart race is about to end. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "There is still one day, brother Hu. Even if it is a Whale Fall, it will not work." He is very confident that he will enter the market at the end of the month. It's not that Jun looked down on the other party, it's just that there was too little time left. Even if he had to be cautious about the chart topping in the middle of the month, but now there is only one day left, what else can he do? I just looked at the rankings, he is already 5th. Hu Daeong did not respond to his confidence, and continued to talk to himself. What? So fast? This time Jun really couldn't sit still, so he hurriedly got out of bed, turned on the computer and started watching. But the next moment, his face suddenly turned pale. Although he was still in the first position, his future was already in jeopardy. First place, sand that cannot be gripped. Singer, Jun. Downloads, 394,565. Company, Smart Dream. Second place, Seasons. Singer, Liu Huajun. Downloads, 364,965. Company, Edong Media. Third place, Decent. Singer, Whale Fall. Downloads, 356,255. Company, Tinfei Entertainment. How is this possible? Jun's face was full of disbelief. My data was accumulated slowly over a month, but the other party caught up in these 2 or 3 days at the end of the month. Am I dreaming? Hee-jun asked himself. But data doesn't lie. Big platforms like Yunting will not engage in fraud. So, it's all true. Did you see it? Hu Dayoung's voice came again on the phone. Too fast, it's already the third one. Hee-jun couldn't help but let out a miserable laugh and said, it's only a matter of time before you get caught up. If the difference between the two people is more than 100,000, he will naturally have no problem and can hold on. But now, the two are only about 40,000 downloads apart, and the other party also has movie promotions. How can I, a newcomer, compete? There are some unexpected events at the company, and it's not your fault. I'd also like to inform you that the promotional activities for the other people have been stopped. Now all resources are focused on you. Although there is still 1 day left, you must hold onto the first place. Hu Dayoung suddenly said. Hee-jun was stunned. Sacrifice other people's publicity resources to help yourself. Brother Hu, why is this? Hee-jun was puzzled. He didn't believe that the company wanted to focus on training him. Bottom line. Hu Dayoung explained slowly, Wei Yixing and Xinghe both lost the rookie ranking last month, which was a big mess. Although the two companies suffered a little, the outside world doesn't care so much. Now, if we lose again, it will invisibly help this guy gain popularity. It's embarrassing for the rookies of 3 big companies to lose to the same person, so we must keep the first place. Having said that, Hu Yong still has no confidence. MSI and Galaxy lost because they were not prepared and were outwitted by the song Whale Fall. Of course, their word, steal, may not be so accurate. After all, the song still has a certain quality and foundation. Now the situation in my own company is actually similar, or even worse. If the company had known earlier that Whale Fall would emerge at this time, it would definitely not sit idly by and at least a good song would have been produced. But now, it's a bit difficult to fight. The situation was just as Hu Yong had guessed. Even if Lingdong Dream concentrated its publicity on Hee-jun alone, it would be of no avail. Dignity is really popular. Not only is he popular among music fans, he also attracts a lot of attention from movie fans. Putting the two together, Hee-jun has no hope at all. Just 2 hours later. Decent. Ranked first. Chapter 20, Fate is Flawed. I almost thought I saw it wrong. It turned out that Jing Luo really released a new song. What kind of operation is this? It's already the end of the month. I am shocked. I followed you here after watching the movie. I have to tell you secretly, it's really good. You must download it to show your support. +1. +1, is that okay? I'll give you +2. Har har, the first place Hee-jun was blown up, 66666. I give you full marks for this counterattack, Hee-jun. It's already the limit for you to stay in the first position until the end of the month. It's time to take a break. We only need to make a slight move and the opponent will fall down. Why does Hee-jun look a little weak? Can you tell me about his health? Brother upstairs, +1 for writing skills. At present, the comment section of the song Dignity has been filled with various memes by netizens. Many new movie fans didn't know what was going on, but they always felt that it was very joyful here, so they all joined in. Typing on the keyboard. Who doesn't know that? It's just surprising. Hee-jun actually became a little famous as well. But not as a singer. But as a supporting role in popular memes. Hee-jun felt somewhat embarrassed after seeing this scene. He thinks he should go the route of a cool and aloof star. But looking at the current trend, it seems to be developing in a funny direction. Angry? That's not the case. You've been criticized like this, why are you still angry? He just thought that what these people said about the word virtual was a little wrong. He stubbornly maintained his point of view. What Hee-jun didn't expect was that the company had also made other arrangements for him at this time. As for the content of the arrangement, Hee-jun couldn't even stare wide-eyed. I actually hope that I can have some interaction with Jing Luo's fans on Weibo. Oh my god. He just lost to the opponent in the rookie list. Is it because I am just a tool that I don't have any face? This is already a trampling on his dignity. Hee-jun really wanted to curse at them to vent his anger, but he thought of the contract he had signed with the company. As the saying goes, isn't he face just the insole of a shoe? Just bear with it, just bear with it. His agent Hu Daong also felt incredible about this matter and never expected that the situation would take such a turn. The two sides were originally on the verge of a fight, but because He Jun was teased by Jing Luo's fans, Ling Dong Dream's defeat did not seem so ugly. There was a magical bundling effect between the two. As a large number of fans gathered at Jing Luo, He Jun's popularity also increased. Although he lost the newcomer list, the singer became famous in another way. The number of song downloads has shown a strange increase. There is no way. Companies also need profits. Since the result is already determined, I can save face and just go for it. It's always right for them to follow the flow of traffic. This is how the situation came to be. I'd like to say sorry to my fans. I will produce better works next time. I hope you will continue to support me as always. There is no way to interact. Being able to send a normal Weibo post is already He Jun's limit. And it was because of this update that his Weibo gained a lot of attention, and his number of followers instantly reached more than 20,000. The comments kept coming in, and they couldn't stop. He Jun was very happy. For the first time, I felt the feeling of being valued by fans. I quickly opened the comments and started reading. Everyone here, I just want to ask, how can we persuade him to give up this idea? Should we take some action? No need. I calculated with my fingers that this guy can only get good luck for 29 days in a month. His fate is floored. 66666 above, are you sure you are counting with your fingers? Are you sure it's not your toes? I know what I'm missing. It's a big health care. He Lauer, I don't think you need to produce any works. Just tell me if you are feeling weak or not, and I will give you a thumbs up. Oh shit. What a mess. Why is it healthcare again? These guys are the enemy, and they scared him so much that he quickly quit Weibo. At this moment, He Jun was in a dilemma whether to look or not. It feels so uncomfortable. Major entertainment companies are feeling as bad as he is. In fact, when Jing Luo released Guest, they had already started paying attention to this singer. But everyone felt that the appearance of this song was too phenomenal. What is phenomenal? I'm just a songwriter who was touched by certain things or certain people, and then inspiration came and I wrote a great song. This sudden flash of inspiration is phenomenal. However, phenomenal singers rarely have sustainability, which means it is difficult for them to create subsequent works. So the major companies didn't take it seriously. They just thought that this anonymous whale had suffered some emotional hurt, so he wrote songs to vent, and finally he would disappear. The result is very embarrassing. The fight was pretty fast. Jing Luo still appears on the newcomer list as a singer-songwriter, and there is no sign of creative exhaustion at all. A movie theme song, Dignity. It took him only 2 days to ascend the throne. It is no exaggeration to say that he was like a dragon crossing the river. You know. This theme song was the order they wanted to take not long ago, and the media reported it extensively, causing a lot of trouble. What's the result? He was unexpectedly taken down by a newcomer halfway through. It's impossible not to be shocked. Those who thought it was luck that played a role fell silent after hearing this song. Whether it is the quality of the song or the match between the lyrics and the plot, all are impeccable. This also made major companies no longer dare to underestimate this newcomer, and some people even started to target him. It's useless for a singer to be mysterious or not. A stage name. Anyone can use it. But talent is something not everyone has. Tungfei Entertainment is a good breakthrough point. Facing calls from major companies, Dufei had actually anticipated such a situation, it just came a little faster than he had imagined. As Lin Hao's creative ability continues to emerge, it is only a matter of time before he is noticed by others. He couldn't make the decision for Lin Hao, and his small company couldn't accommodate the other party. Dufei was very satisfied to maintain such cooperation. After all, this is a matter about money, so Dufei decided to ask Lin Hao for his opinion. You said that a big company wants to sign me. Lin Hao was a little surprised when he heard Dufei's words. Yes, and they are from companies you know. MSI, Galaxy, Lingdong Dream, and even a few large media companies, all offer very good conditions. Dufei explained. He knew that the other party was currently working at MSI. This is quite interesting. The boss of the company wants to sign his own employees. No, I'm not interested. Lin Hao, who was editing the copy, refused without thinking. You're rejecting me so straightforwardly. Don't you want to hear the conditions? Du Fei raised his eyebrows. He had the impression that this guy was quite short of money, so why was he so firm in his stance this time? Something is wrong. Then tell me. Lin Hao said again. The one that pays the most is MSI Entertainment, which is your current company, 5 million a year, and you sing 10 songs yourself, regardless of the quality. That's right, Du Fei said after clearing his throat. Oh, I see. I'm not interested. Lin Hao said again. Oh shit. This kid. Du Fei's eyes went dark and he said, can you at least think about it? Is there any difference? Lin Hao didn't understand. There is a difference. At least I think you will be tempted. After all, it's not $5, but 5 million. Du Fei said seriously. Oh. He said calmly. Du Fei suddenly felt that talking to him was really tiring, and couldn't help but ask curiously, 5 million a year, that's enough, even if you just write casually, the money will be in your pocket. I don't want to fool myself. Besides, I am a person with a bottom line. Lin Hao said truthfully. 5 million a year, just write 10 songs. Seems like a lot. Not much actually. The other party actually used money to buy the person called Whale Fall. If it is well written, it will naturally be beneficial to both parties. If it is poorly written, the name Whale Fall will naturally be ruined, and one's own loss will be even greater. This is like gambling. The other party bets 5 million, and you bet on this name. All in all, there is no profit at all. I really can't figure out what you're thinking. Well, since you're not interested, I'll reply for you. Du Fei changed the subject and said, by the way, a few people from large online game companies have contacted me. They want you to help write the game soundtrack. Just a snippet will do. As for the price, I think it's okay. I understand the soundtrack. Lin Hao was puzzled and asked, what does fragment mean? Du Fei thought for a moment and explained, they don't need a whole song, just a small part of the song in a specific scene, like in the chorus. I don't really understand the details. Lin Hao understood immediately when he heard this. This is the soundtrack for the plot. The plot cannot support the length, so naturally a song will not be used. Can be fragmented. To put it bluntly, it is also taken from a part of the song. The other party wants to do the biggest thing with the least money. Forget it if the price is too low. Lin Hao did not refuse. After all, their game company has money and is recognized as a wealthy family. Hey, don't worry, I'll take care of the price. How about starting with the highest one? You try it first. Du Fei said tacitly. Okay, send it to my email. After Lin Hao hung up the phone, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have agreed too quickly. It's okay to use the office computer to read the news, but playing games seems too much and too ostentatious. I have to buy a computer. Thinking of this, Lin Hao went straight to the nearby Kashing market after get off work. The counter here mainly sells mobile phones, tablets and computers. After so many years, they are still quite professional in all aspects. I asked the boss to quickly equip me with a high-performance host and then buy me a large curved screen monitor. A full 30,000 yuan. The heartache is real. Fortunately, the boss offered a door-to-door service, otherwise Lin Hao really wouldn't know how to take it back. When he and his master delivered the computer home, Zhao Jing was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing that he bought a computer, I was immediately curious and asked, you work every day, do you still have time to play computer? Play games after get off work to combine work and rest? Lin Hao suddenly asked her, by the way, I'm off work tomorrow, do I have time to attend class? Tomorrow? Zhao Jing raised her head, thought for a moment and said, okay, this is a good opportunity for you to get some experience in this field. Lin Hao nodded, then went upstairs with the computer. Chapter 21, Frustration. The next day, Lin Hao got up early as usual, went out for some exercise, and then had breakfast. When I got home, Zhao Jing had just gotten up. He was still wearing pajamas and slippers, and looked a little listless, perhaps because he stayed up too late last night. Seeing him, Zhao Jing greeted him, you got up quite early. I'll clean up and have a meal first. Remember to prepare everything. The things Zhao Jing was talking about were naturally pen and paper. Other colors of paint are not available for the time being. Lin Hao nodded. He didn't expect that the other party would start teaching early in the morning and was more active than himself. I had nothing to do, so I went upstairs to take a shower. When she went downstairs, Zhao Jing was eating instant noodles quickly, and she mumbled, "Zhuo Shangyo's painting is just fine. I can probably understand the meaning." So Lin Hao came to the table and started watching. These are some colored cartoon characters. I don't know their names. There are both male and female characters among them. They are well drawn and the facial expressions are very detailed. Anyway, there is no problem with the quality. It is no different from the love comics Lin Hao read in his previous life. Although Zhao Jing is not a very particular person in life, this woman does have a solid foundation in comics, which can be seen in her works. He looked at it for a while before Zhao Jing slowly came over. "These are my previous works. I picked out a few basic characters commonly seen in comics. It's not too difficult. How do you think? Not bad, right?" "Very good," Lin Hao said honestly. "But do you really want to learn? Are you sure you're not just doing it on a whim?" Zhao Jing looked at him suspiciously and asked, "This will take time." Lin Hao answered simply. "Okay, then I'll teach you the basics of character drawing first, and you can learn coloring later." Zhao Jing didn't say anything else. Lin Hao nodded. With Zhao Jing's guidance, he started very smoothly. But there is a difference between what you think and what you draw. After working for a while, Lin Hao was not very satisfied looking at the paper in front of him. "What I draw can only be said to resemble some characters, but has absolutely nothing to do with comics, and is even crooked. You get the hang of it pretty quickly, but my hands aren't steady enough, and the dimensions aren't enough." "Want to try again?" Zhao Jing asked tentatively. "Good." Lin Hao said this and continued to paint. The teaching lasted about 3 hours. The characters he drew finally had some vague outlines, but they were still not presentable. "Well, it's okay. It's pretty good for the first day." Zhao Jing nodded, and suddenly stood up as if she remembered something. "Okay, let's stop here today. I'll take you to see the real thing." "Real thing?" Hearing this, Lin Hao was puzzled. The next moment, he was pulled out by Zhao Jing and sat on her electric scooter, which she called another way to attend class. The small electric donkey is still pink. Someone is somewhat speechless. Lin Hao felt that he had been cheated because Zhao Jing brought him to Hualong Plaza. "Do you think this is a shopping mall?" Wrong. Because a large-scale cosplay comic exhibition was being held in front of him. A group of cosplayers with different styles were taking photos in front. All of them were playing strange and bizarre anime characters. "Okay, now that we're here, let's go take a look," Zhao Jing said as she took off her helmet. "Is this considered money?" Lin Hao felt that fraud should be redefined. In front of this woman, he felt inferior when it came to ways of making money. "This is called a sketching class, how can it not count?" Zhao Jing said reasonably. "Shouldn't you bring a pen and paper when sketching?" At 200 yuan an hour, Lin Hao felt he had to refute it. Wrong. You must first have a concept of the character in your mind, so that you can write clearly and fluently. This is called the unity of mind and hand. This must not be his first day as a teacher, he speaks very clearly. The concept of character. Lin Hao's mouth twitched, and he looked ahead and asked, "Are you referring to cosplay?" "Yes, I am your student." "You have made progress." Zhao Jing clapped her hands in a fake manner and said, "Let's go." This place doesn't just have cosplay, there's also a large-scale comics competition going on. When he heard about the comic competition, Lin Hao nodded reluctantly. By the way, he also wanted to see how far comics in this world had developed. When I walked into the meeting place on the first floor, it was quite lively. Apart from some cosplayers posing for photos, there were still quite a lot of spectators. The participating comic works were all placed on movable square display stands, which were spread out in irregular shapes throughout the first floor. You can read any comics here. If you like any of them, just put this ticket in the gap under the booth. Zhao Jing was speaking in front, handing him a small hardcover voting paper with a chip. It should have positioning on it so that the votes and areas can be counted. Lin Hao nodded, took it, walked to a display stand, picked up a book at random and started flipping through it. There are hundreds of the same comic books on each display stand, so there is no need to queue. As for the content, to be honest, Lin Hao couldn't muster any interest. Maybe the overbearing president fell in love with my style. I couldn't read any further after turning a few pages. Then he moved on to another display stand. It's love again. Next one. This one is finally a bit creative, it's about kung fu. Only. The plot is too thin and the painting is not very good. After looking around, Lin Hao gave up completely. When I looked up, I suddenly found that Zhao Jing had been standing in front of a display stand for a long time. She was not reading the comics, but looking at those people. Lin Hao didn't know what he was thinking of. He walked over and picked up a book to start reading. Time teaches me to love you. Oh, that one T work, my name will be exposed. Seeing him coming, Zhao Jing's expression suddenly became nervous. No creativity. After a while, Lin Hao shook his head and gave an evaluation. He roughly knew who the author of this comic was, but it was still in the circle of love, just with a similar story. I'm tired of the aesthetics. But the next moment, he threw the ticket in. You know everything. Zhao Jing was stunned when she saw this, and then asked through gritted teeth. I can guess it. Lin Hao said slowly. You said, am I not suitable for drawing comics? Zhao Jing suddenly laughed at herself and said, it's the same few stories over and over again. Don't even mention you. I'm tired of it myself. It's hard to say. Lin Hao didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, a woman in bright clothes came over and also flipped through the comic book. But after a moment, she raised her head and looked at Zhao Jing, shaking her head and said, is that all? It seems you have no chance of defeating me this time. Wei Yuan, I have to remind you that the results are not out yet. Zhao Jing also recognized the woman in front of her and said coldly. I admit that your painting skills are good, but for a plot like this, is it necessary to wait for the result? Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Zhao Jing, you have been in the comics industry for a few years, you don't have this common sense, right? I told you, the results aren't out yet. Zhao Jing's tone was still cold. The results will be announced in half an hour. I really don't know why your editor would give you a chance. Do you want to go on even though you know you're going to lose? Wei Yuan looked at her watch, then raised her head and said, I advise you to go back early. There are too many people here, and it would be bad if you lose too badly. When did you become so nosy? Zhao Jing ignored her. Forget it. Since you insist on watching it, I don't mind. Wei Yuan spread her hands, smiled, then turned and left. After she left, Zhao Jing explained to herself, she is a veteran of the Qingcheng Comics Club. Our two families have always been sworn enemies. Then why are you still staying here? Lin Hao was puzzled. You also think I lost? Zhao Jing looked struggling. The truth? Lin Hao asked. Zhao Jing was startled, then suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said, forget it, I don't want to listen anymore. I just want to see the result and know how far I am behind. Lin Hao nodded. Half an hour later, the big screen in the center of the venue suddenly lit up. The ranking of this comic competition is shown above, and it is an overall ranking, with the number of votes slowly rolling from most to least. Number 1, Demon Continent awaiting impression. Author, Chang He. Votes, 228. Number 2, Magician Baiqing Pavilion. Author, Lu Chen. Votes, 199. Number 3, Transformed into a Man and a Woman Qingcheng Comics. Author, Wei Yuan. Votes, 156. When Zhao Jing saw the name of the third place, Wei Yuan, she couldn't help but change her expression. Lin Hao knew this would be the result, and he would not stop until his head was broken and bleeding. He didn't comfort the other person either. Instead, continue to wait for her results to come out. The big screen continued to play. Soon, a familiar name appeared. Number 36, Time Teaches Me to Love You by her editorial department. Author, Zhao Jing. Votes, 23. What do you think? If I don't become a cartoonist, can I become a teacher? Zhao Jing suddenly asked, looking at her ranking. Can. Lin Hao nodded. Based on this ranking, he felt that the other party really had no prospects. But according to her salary as a teacher, she can definitely live a good life. You agreed to it. Shouldn't you comfort me at this time? Zhao Jing looked puzzled. Is this guy straight? 10 yuan for each sentence, shall we start now? I boasted about sketching, but ended up coming to watch your competition, and it's almost afternoon. Lin Hao calculated it and found that it was less than 1,000 yuan. Do I need to comfort you? It's really dark. You are such a. Zhao Jing suddenly found that she had trouble finding the words to describe the other person. Looking at Lin Hao's serious expression, it was obvious that he was not joking. He really wants to make money. The originally uncomfortable mood actually changed a little at this moment. Forget it. I won't bother with you. After a while, she waved her hand generously. Let me make this clear first, because I'm accompanying you to watch this game and wait for the results. It will take longer than originally planned, so I can't charge you 200 per hour. Lin Hao did some calculations in his mind and said, the most I can pay you is 150 per hour. This number. He suffered a lot of losses. Zhao Jing was stunned when she heard this. At this point, this guy is still worrying about that little bit of money. Oh my god. Did I bring the wrong person here? Chapter 22, Vati Small Bottle of Wine. Vantage Winery. Yangshan has been very busy recently. It's really busy. How busy can he be? He had dark circles under his eyes were dull, and he became thinner all over. His belly, which had been big, was now gradually flattening out. In the past month, he hardly had a good night's sleep. This is not because of pressure, but excitement. You heard it right. It's exciting. Since the massive reform of Vati Winery, he has personally supervised and rectified every step of the new products. After the finished product came out, I can only say that it was worthy of his efforts. The small and exquisite glass bottle has a colorful brand sticker on it, with the 5 words, Vati Small Bottle Wine, clearly visible on it. Below the brand name, there is an extremely concise copy. As for why it is a colored sticker. Because the wine they produce is not the common source flavored or strong flavored liquor on the market. Instead, it is a light fragrance liquor with added fruity flavor. For example, lemons, grapes, peaches, and so on. Therefore, Yangshan feels that in the traditional sense, this kind of wine is unlikely to be liked by those discerning wine lovers. He wasn't worried either. Because Vati's small bottles of wine are mainly targeted at young people, even if they have never drunk it before, they are still potential customers of their company. Yangshan is very self-aware. In terms of quality, the taste of Vati Distillery is not superior to other big brands of liquor, and is even inferior to them. If you want to compete in the high-end liquor market, in addition to improving the taste, the brand also needs time to accumulate. And these cannot be solved in a day or two. He liked the 4 words in that copy very much. Find a different way. There are many ways to succeed, so why not try something new? The period of time when Yangshan was waiting for the product to be launched on the market was the time when his body was most relaxed. He slept for a whole day. And as the cooperative delivery chain of Vati Winery. Among them, large supermarkets are naturally the main ones, supplemented by small suppliers and distributors, and the lower-level ones are individual tobacco and alcohol shops. In order to visually see whether the small wine bottles are selling well, Yangshan used the simplest method. He pretended to be a customer and entered a large supermarket. Unlike ordinary bottled liquor, the small bottles of liquor produced by Vati can be recognized at a glance because the design is so personalized. There are all kinds of colors, it doesn't look like regular liquor. But because the price is not expensive, the area provided for the display stand is quite sufficient. It's a bit like promotion? It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are targeting the low-end market, so as long as we can sell it, it's fine. The billboard in front of me was a little crooked because of the salesperson. Yangshan looked left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, he straightened the sign that read, I have wine, do you have a story? He nodded with satisfaction and then strolled around the liquor sales area. Jing Qi, an urban white-collar worker, always likes to go to the supermarket during his off-duty days. I replenish the necessities of my home every week and buy some of my favorite drinks, and that's basically it. There's nothing special today. After buying daily necessities, he quickly came to the shelves in the beverage area, ready to buy the Eagle Flying brand liquor that he usually liked to drink. However, his eyes were soon attracted by a pile of small bottles of different colors. These. Is it also white wine? He was a little unresponsive. But the billboard in front is very eye-catching. I have wine, do you have a story? Story? What's the meaning? Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then walked forward. I picked up a bottle and looked at it. Vati small bottle of wine. The wine introduced was indeed white wine. But it's fruit-flavored liquor, isn't that nonsense? Just about to put it back. But then, Zheng Qi's attention was attracted by a piece of copy. Morning porridge can only fill the stomach, but late-night wine can fill the heart. He murmured softly. There was a sense of surprise in his eyes. This sentence is really well written. That's a very accurate summary. Perhaps feeling somewhat touched, Zheng Qi still put the bottle of wine into his shopping cart. Then, he picked up another bottle. Anything that cannot be fully expressed needs to be relieved through wine. Zheng Qi felt that these words hit his heart again. This sentence is not purely about wine, it seems more like a philosophy of life. He likes it very much. Then, put it in the shopping cart again. Then, he picked up another bottle. I always thought we had a promising future together, but in the end, even the reunion was nowhere in sight. This sentence actually has nothing to do with wine. But it makes sense. But it is greater than wine. No surprise. Zheng Qi took it away again. At the same time, his heart was also extremely shocked. These texts are so well written. Although they are just simple sentences, they can deeply touch his emotions and make him unable to extricate himself from them. While Zheng Qi was quietly reading the copy, Yangshan was not far away from him. He had waited so long for the first customer of the morning to arrive, and as the boss, there was no way he would miss him. The other party took the first bottle of wine. He felt very relieved. The other party took the second bottle of wine. His mouth was slightly open. The other party took the third bottle of wine. He was shocked. I was stunned. When did our own wine become so popular? When the opponent took the fourth bottle, Yangshan finally couldn't bear it anymore. So he walked up to the other person and said in a friendly way, "Brother, can you finish all the liquor you bought? Did you take too much?" Zheng Qi turned around and shook his head, saying, "I didn't buy this wine to drink. Not for drinking." Yangshan was stunned and asked, "Then what are you going to do with so much money?" "This is it." Zheng Qi deliberately turned the text on the bottle over to show him, and said, "The words on it are very well written." Yangshan naturally knew that the copywriting was great, and immediately asked, "Did you buy so much wine just because this paragraph was well written?" "I think these words are not only well written, but also very philosophical. I would like to collect some of them." Zheng Qi nodded. "Aren't you afraid that this wine won't taste good?" Yangshan was a little confused. This way of opening it was not right. The copywriting is good, but since the copywriting costs money, does that mean that one's own liquor is just an accessory? The wine is not important. I think these little sentences on it are worth the price. A bottle is only around 20 yuan, so Zheng Qi can still afford it. In the past, when he drank, he always focused on the taste and then experienced the feeling of being tipsy. But after reading these texts today, he realized that what he was drinking was not wine, but stories. He is also a man with a story. Yangshan was speechless, and he couldn't even open his mouth when the other party left. One person actually bought nearly 20 bottles. Although it is a low-end market and the price is not expensive, this way of buying really shocked him. Vati's small bottle of wine is very popular. It became popular without any warning. The major words on the bottle have become the exclusive symbol of Vati's small bottle of wine. Even though Yangshan increased the factory's production capacity, supply still could not keep up with demand. "Boss, we have too many orders from distributors now. We simply can't keep up with the production. If this continues, our machines won't be able to handle it." The workshop director came early in the morning. "I used to worry about not having enough money to earn, and now I'm still worried because I can't earn enough money. It took several days just to pull all-nighters. I really can't stand it. Have the maintenance team guard the machine. There must be no problems. We can't afford a single day of delay. You also have to keep the front-line production workers stable. Money is not a problem. We have to work overtime. The administration department is hiring people now. The overtime problem can be solved in a few days. I will give you bonuses at the end of the month. You will definitely not lose out." Yangshan was also extremely worried. The dealer's orders all have delivery dates on them. Old customers can wait a few days, but new customers cannot afford to delay. If you are 1 day late, you will have to pay them a lot of money. This wave of popularity came too quickly. It was so fast that he couldn't handle it. Some young people even buy wine just to collect the words on the bottles. I've been selling alcohol for all these years and have never encountered anything like this. Mr. Yang, this is not about money. Everyone's body has reached its limit. The workshop director smiled bitterly. Who doesn't want to make money? We have to push on even to the limit. Once we get through this period, I'll give everyone a few days off. Yangshan gritted his teeth. Now is the best period for sales of vatty small bottles of wine, and we must not stop at this time. In other words, how much of the market can be opened up depends on now. There is definitely no way to retreat, so we have to go ahead with it. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll ask the brothers to work harder. The workshop director knew the difficulties of the factory and agreed after thinking about it. After all, it was not easy for the factory to have the current situation. As long as they can get through this period, good days will come. As soon as the workshop director left, Yangshan received a call from the Fangxing winery next door. Hey, old Yang, I really have no temper with you for this wave of reforms. This time your factory has established a firm foothold in the liquor industry. Har har, no, brother Yang, I just have no other choice. The wine we produced before was not very popular and it was really hard to sell. I plan to increase the sales volume and earn some money. Yangshan complained. The man opposite him obviously didn't buy it. You call this selling in bulk? You're bullying me, Yang Chungang, because I don't understand, right? The low-alcohol crappy fruit wine you guys made doesn't cost a lot of money at all. Ours is real grain wine, Yangshan retorted. Okay, stop blowing it. Yang Chungang smiled and said, Brother, I am jealous. Can you give me a tip? Yangshan understood what the other party meant. This is asking ourselves where our reform proposals come from. His phone has been bombarded with calls these days, and the purpose is basically the same. He is not a fool. No one helped the factory when it was in trouble, but now that it has made a comeback he comes to ask for the secret recipe. What must he be thinking? However, Yang Chungang is somewhat related to him, so we cannot generalize. After thinking about it, I decided to spit out MSI Entertainment. Har har, thanks a lot, brother. I owe you a favor. Yang Chungang thanked him and then hung up the phone. Yangshan sighed, the other party got the information he wanted. But faced with such a huge order, I am afraid I will have to stay up late again. Chapter 23, Kairoe Automotive. Yangshan Svati Winery has come back to life. Unique advertising copy is all the rage. And sales. It's so crazy that it's impossible to put a specific number on it. Only the major liquor factories understand that Yangshan has already made a fortune and will not have to worry about money for the rest of his life at least. Seeing such huge profits, naturally other wineries are unwilling to sit idly by. Whether in terms of scale or the quality of wine, they believe that they are no worse than the other. As a result, many factory leaders held meetings to carefully study whether this copywriting advertising model could be copied and emulated. Even if I can make some money following the lead of Vati Winery, it would be good. The liquor industry is not short of profits, but it lacks sales. But it's a pity. The answers they received were consistent. Whether it is this kind of advertising highlighted by copywriting, or the low price of small bottles of wine, there is no room for them to enter at this time. The promotional model used by Vati Winery is single. There is no way to make profits by following the trend. The speed and scope of the other party's capture of the market are too great. Now, their 5 words, Vati small bottle wine, have been deeply rooted in people's hearts. MSI Entertainment. At the regular meeting, Yu Ting had naturally heard about the rise of Vati Winery. For a moment, she praised Lin Hao highly and even focused on analyzing his copywriting. Elderly people like Meng Haifeng and Jing Qing were all stunned after hearing what they heard. They are not market researchers and do not know why the wines of Vati Winery became so popular, they just heard some rumors. Their wine is selling well. It is a very general concept. Now, after Yu Ting's analysis, they finally understood the horror of Lin Hao's copy. Although they sell wine. But the wine is not the point. This has definitely opened up a new template in advertising creation history. Gao Ying and Lin Chao were also frightened. This copy was beyond their imagination. Looking at Lin Hao, they didn't know what to say. They are all newcomers. It doesn't matter if you are a little bit better. But what kind of evil is this? Only Ju Ren, who was sitting aside, seemed to be strong. His shock was already shown when Lin Hao gave him the copy to study. He was numb when he read it then, but now his expression is much calmer. He feels proud that his brother performed so well. Lin Hao has panda eyes. At this moment, he felt a little sleepy. Ever since he and Zhao Jing came back from the comic convention last time, this woman had to choose to teach after he got off work, and would not teach during his off-duty time. Stay up late every day. If it weren't for improving my painting skills. Lin Hao felt that he probably didn't have that much perseverance. But apart from being troubled, I did gain something. At least my writing is much smoother now and the characters are also acceptable. The Vati Winery has transferred another 2 million to the company, saying it's a reward for our advertising department. The company has decided to reward you 500,000 personally. If nothing goes wrong, the money will be credited to your account within 3 days. Finally, Yu Ting looked at Lin Hao and said in a warm voice. The initial price was set at 300,000. But Yu Ting personally thinks Lin Hao has great potential and is worth training. She wanted to keep the other person forever, so she simply raised the salary to 500,000. Even though her superiors were reluctant, there was nothing she could do. After all, money is not earned in a day. Hearing the news, everyone gasped. A reward of 500,000. Wow, according to the 10% commission for formal employees, you can only get this much money if you receive orders worth 5 million yuan in the company. The contract for Vati Winery itself is worth 3 million. Add this 500,000. Lin Hao earned at least 800,000. Needless to say, some elderly people can figure it out in their minds. An advertising planner earns 800,000. Oh shit. Enough to last them a year. Even though they do a lot of advertising planning on a daily basis, those are just insignificant small orders, and most of them pay commissions of 3 to 500 yuan. The number of such large projects with a budget of over 1 million that can be completed in a year can be counted on one hand. Are you envious? That's for sure. But who can blame their writing skills? Look, there is an additional reward of 2 million. Party A must be making a lot of money to dare to do this. In the final analysis, it is a matter of mutual benefit. Thank you, Sister Yu. Lin Hao was drowsy at first, but when he heard that he was suddenly rewarded with 500,000, his eyes suddenly became much clearer. The leaders of the Vati Winery are good people. It's okay, you deserve it. Yu Ting waved her hand and smiled kindly. After the meeting, Lin Hao was surrounded by people congratulating him. He thanked them one by one. I don't feel anything in my heart. The profits from the 2 songs have not yet been paid, but the money will only increase in the future. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Lin Hao simply took a nap. In the afternoon, he completely edited the advertising copy for Kairoué Automobile. I originally wanted to find Yu Ting and give it to her directly, but I found that she was not in the office. Think about it. Or send the copy to the other party's email. Lin Hao decided to leave work on time. What he didn't know was that Yu Ting on the other side was making her final effort. Since the boss made the decision at the last meeting, she could only choose a planned advertisement to carry out the strategy. What a coincidence. She also has her eyes on Kairoué Automobile. Because most car companies' advertisements are similar in form but not in reality, you can basically use them by adding some new ideas, and the chances of them being approved are relatively high. The final backup plan was written by her herself. I revised it many times at home. While I have time today, I'll quickly invite Party A out for a chat. Manager Yu, hello, nice to meet you. The person in charge of the connection was Liao Wenheng, manager of the marketing department of Kairoué Automobile Jiangning branch. Hello. Yu Ting shook hands with the other party and greeted him. Since we met at a restaurant, we could only eat first and then talk about work. Neither of them wanted to waste time, so they just ate a little. After dinner, Yu Ting began to introduce her ideas to the other party. PPT made from notebook. Each page is written in great detail. According to Yu Ting's idea, in addition to promoting its products in its own stores, Kairoué Company can also rent and renovate a small car showroom inside a shopping mall. This will create a diversion effect even for people shopping in the mall, leading to non-demand shopping. The copywriting not only mentions shopping malls, but also open-air squares with high traffic can actually be turned into auto shows by simply building a tent. This allows customers to experience it more intuitively than a direct store, and there is no need to introduce too much vehicle information, relying entirely on the customer's own senses. As long as the above points are rolled out, the profits will definitely be significant. Manager Yu, I think what you said is a good idea, but for our company, the initial investment is a bit too large. Liao Wenheng is the head of the public relations department. He has seen a lot about publicity, so he only looks at the key points when looking at an issue. Excuse me for being blunt, but nowadays all the major car companies are spending a lot on advertising, and competitiveness has increased in recent years. At a certain stage, what everyone is competing for is actually endurance. Yu Ting's words were also sharp. Manager Yu means that whoever has the money will have the last laugh. Liao Wenheng obviously disagreed with this statement. No, money is only one aspect. The key is to spread out all the sales points and make customers remember them. I believe that when Kairoué Auto's experience stores are widely deployed in these places with large customer traffic, the popularity of the auto company itself will also be improved. Yu Ting explained. Manager Yu may not know that our Kairoué automobile is positioned as a mid-range luxury sedan. If it is transferred to these places, it will affect people's impression of our car company. Liao Wenheng refuted calmly. If your company insists on going with the so-called high-end brands, I'm sorry to say that the payback time will be very long, Yu Ting frowned. Manager Yu, I heard that the advertising planning of Vati Winery also came from your company. Liao Wenheng asked, suddenly changing the subject. That's right. Although she didn't know where the other party got the information, Yu Ting had no intention of hiding it. He nodded, which was a good opportunity to let the other party know the strength of his company. That was a great idea that turned a liquor factory on the verge of bankruptcy into the current leader. Liao Wenheng couldn't help but praise, Manager Yu, I believe in your company's strength, so I still hope that your company can open up the market for our Kairoué Auto Company in a creative way, rather than the so-called volume of investment. Yu Ting frowned. The result is obvious at this point. The other party indirectly rejected her current plan. Can we come up with a creative solution like the one offered by Vati Winery? Do you really think that everyone in their advertising department is a monster? Creativity takes time. And time is exactly what she lacks most at the moment. Seeing her silence, Liao Wenheng continued, of course, in order to get better ideas, our contract can be extended for a few days. Manager Liao, if the advertising copy is similar to that of Vantage Winery, no car company will refuse it, with all due respect. Yu Ting knew what Liao Wenheng meant. He had witnessed the madness of the Vati Winery and looked down upon ordinary plans. But she needed to remind him. If she really had such a plan, she would be able to sell it for a high price even if the other party was not Kairoué. And Vati just caught up with Lin Hao's inspiration. Manager Yu, I understand what you mean, but we at Kairoué came here with sincerity, otherwise we wouldn't have asked MSI Entertainment to commission advertising planning, right? Liao Wenheng said with a sharp tone, in this case, I'll be frank. If your company's copywriting is only at this level, I'm sorry, there is really no need for us to cooperate. But if your company has better ideas that you are not willing to bring out, we, Kairoué, can add money to the contract. As long as it can open up the market for our Kairoué cars, we are willing to pay more. Yu Ting fell silent after hearing this. The other party has spoken so strongly, there is nothing I can do at the moment. Better ideas. How could she not want to? But it one tea happened just by talking about it. Just as Yu Ting was about to get up and say goodbye, an envelope suddenly popped up in her mailbox. She was stunned. Look more carefully. His face suddenly brightened with joy. Because the sender column is Lin Hao. Chapter 24, Overwhelmed. When Liao Wenheng saw Yu Ting remain silent, he assumed that the other party could not come up with a better solution, and he felt a little regretful. After all, there is the precedent of Vati Winery. He felt that this meeting should at least be a surprise to him. But the result? Not bad. It even made him lose much interest. As a marketing manager, Liao Wenheng is not a newbie who knows nothing. But his mind is as clear as a mirror. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting in this position. Although the investment idea proposed by Yu Ting is quite novel, it is ultimately a capital guarantee, and the effect of this method is actually very small. Use investment to gain customer attention rather than the attractiveness of the product itself. This pattern was enough to disgust him. Not to mention anything else. Sighed. Seeing that the other party showed no intention of looking up, I was afraid there would be no follow-up. Liao Wenheng stood up and prepared to leave, but until he walked to the door, Manager Yu from MSI's advertising department showed no intention of speaking. I feel a little unhappy inside. Even if the deal doesn't go through, can't you even say a polite word? Is this the attitude of MSI Entertainment? He pushed the door open angrily. He sneered and was about to leave when Yu Ting behind him suddenly called him. Manager Liao, if I can come up with a better copy to satisfy you, is your company really willing to pay a higher price? Liao Wenheng paused. He turned around in confusion. Yu Ting just looked at him with a smile on her face. At this moment, it seems like he has become a different person. I always feel that the other party's momentum is a little different from before. He thought for a moment and asked uncertainly, can your company really come up with better copywriting? I believe Manager Liao will not be disappointed. At this moment, Yu Ting smiled confidently. The reason why she ignored the other party just now was not because she was putting on an act, but because she was looking down at the email that Lin Hao had just sent. Inside was an advertising plan that had just been written. At first she was afraid that Lin Hao would choose other companies to commission the creation, but in the end they both chose Kairoué Automobile. Seeing this, Yu Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Then she watched hurriedly. The 4 words in the title, Emperor Yu Huan, left her a little confused, but after reading the entire text, her hand pressing the mouse began to tremble. Except shocking. Still shocking. Is this guy really a recent college graduate? The leap in thinking is simply a demon. She suddenly wanted to take back what she had said before. Creativity is something that some people cannot understand. It really came too fast. Here, Liao Wenheng was surprised by the difference between Yu Ting's front and back, but he still walked back and sat down. Because he wanted to see where the other person's confidence came from. Next, there was a long discussion between the two. By the time they came out of the restaurant, the lights outside were already on and it was dark. Yu Ting holds the signed contract. Liao Wenheng was holding a small USB flash drive in his hand. The two smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. The next day, Yu Ting came to the office of CEO Chen Jungwo early in the morning. I'm not here to take credit. Instead, he wanted to improve Lin Hao's treatment. He wrote another advertising plan. The boss Chen Jungwo knew Lin Hao. After all, the recent commotion over the small bottles of vati wine has been so severe that it is even harder not to understand it. I don't know how the news got out, but now the company's advertising orders are basically endless. At the moment, there's pressure underneath. Because of the vati incident, the requirements on some orders are no longer realistic and need to be screened before being delegated to departments. But how long has it been? It's about a month since the signing of the copywriting for Vati Winery. The other party actually had another idea. This forced him to take it seriously. Mr. Chen, this is the new contract we signed with Kairoué yesterday. Yu Ting directly handed the contract to the table, which was obviously more convincing. Chen Jungwo picked it up and started reading it. Skip the rest. Go directly to the payment page. Full payment, 8 million. What a big deal. His eyes fixed. Then he closed his eyes and began to think. The original commission price for this plan was around 4.5 million, but now the other party has directly offered 8 million, which is 3.5 million higher than the original price. This is not 350,000. The extra money is enough to entrust it again. And this money is not fake. The contract was signed yesterday, which means the money has already arrived at the company. Being able to raise the original price to this level. That copy is not simple. Chen Jungwo immediately thought of the key point. Tell me what you think. After a while, Chen Jungwo put down the contract and asked her. Yu Ting knew that the boss had agreed, and then continued slowly. I gave him a commission of 10% for the contract with Vati Winery, which was not much, only 300,000. Later, I got him 500,000 for the additional 2 million from Vati. This contract is now worth 8 million. I want to increase his commission to 20%, his monthly salary to 20,000, and give him a few more days of vacation a month. The promotion is so big that the old employees won't be able to accept it. Chen Jungwo frowned and did not refute. Instead, he pointed out the subsequent impact. I will talk to him about this. Confidentiality is not a big problem. Yu Ting came up with a compromise. She had no other choice about this. Special talents can only be treated specially. It seems that you are very optimistic about him. Chen Jiongwo asked. Mr. Chen, if we give up on this kind of talent, it will definitely be a huge loss. 2 big copywritings in 2 months, Yu Ting didn't know how to describe this speed. Fortunately, it was her part. If it was in other companies, she would probably be treated as a treasure. She had to fight for it. Because she couldn't figure out Lin Hao's thoughts. It is unrealistic to expect to retain employees just by relying on a contract from the company. Let's do as you say. Don't make anything public and the company's system must not be challenged. Chen Jiongwo made the decision. Yu Ting nodded. After coming out of Chen Jiongwo's office, she felt relieved. This boss is not someone who will compromise easily, so he is giving me face today. After going downstairs, she quickly called Lin Hao into her office and told him the whole matter in detail. The latter naturally nodded. Being able to make money while lying down has never been something that Lin Hao could refuse, not to mention that the other party also increased his salary, which was a bit surprising. But he could probably guess it. Copywriting. My production is a bit fast. While making money, it also shows some of your strength. Yu Ting probably did this to show her sincerity, and her purpose was probably to keep me. In short, the result is good. He was too lazy to think too much. When Lin Hao got home from work that day, he did not ask Zhao Jing to teach him how to paint as usual. The latter nodded, but didn't say anything. He took out a can of beer from the refrigerator and sat on the sofa to watch TV. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of a word. Female alcoholic. Very appropriate. He was so busy studying comics during this period that he almost forgot the game music that Dufay mentioned before. Sit in front of the computer. Gotta admit it. Lin Hao hasn't played games for a long time. Suddenly it felt a little strange. Following the link sent by Dufay, he quickly downloaded the game. There was also a contract in the mailbox. It says the price offered by the other party. A 30-second soundtrack for the scene. 1.8 million. Not low anymore. Big Jianghu. This is the name of the game. Seeing this, Lin Hao probably knew what subject he was dealing with. The above introduces martial arts masterpieces, plots such as fighting in the martial arts world. Tried it for a while. Lin Hao thought that he had no interest in such a game, but it was okay to watch the plot. Perhaps because the single monster killing and level up mode is too boring, many love-hate stories between sex and camps are added. These plots just satisfy those gamers who don't want to spend too much time on the game. The so-called Buddhist entertainment. That may be the case. Figure out the category of the game. 2 songs also emerged in Lin Hao's mind at the same time. But none of them are suitable for him to sing. To put it bluntly, his voice isn't martial arts-like enough, and his tone isn't experienced enough. He can sing this kind of song, but it's hard for people to resonate with it. The matching gap is too big. There's nothing I can do. After all, it is impossible for him to sing all types of songs. Thinking like this, he called Dufay. Hey, brother, is there good news? After the call was connected, Dufay's voice sounded extremely surprised. I have some ideas about the game's soundtrack. Looking at the game interface on the monitor, Lin Hao said slowly. Then what are you waiting for? Come to the company to record it tomorrow. Hearing this, Dufay grinned. In 2 months, he won the first place on 2 newcomer lists. What else is there to say about this result? I'm not going to sing it myself this time. Lin Hao said slowly, I am only responsible for composing the music, you may need to find a singer. Looking for a singer? Dufay was stunned. Aren't you a ready-made singer? Does your throat hurt? Dufay suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in a concerned tone, there's no rush for the music arrangement. Why don't we wait until you recover? It's not difficult to find any singer, but no one can compare to the influence of Whale Fall. Isn't this equivalent to taking money out of your pocket? It has nothing to do with my voice. I can't sing the song I wrote this time. Lin Hao explained. Hearing this, Dufay was dumbfounded. As a singer-songwriter, you can't sing the songs you write yourself. Beyond the outline. Oh shit. Is it still possible? What kind of singer do you need? A tenor. Dufay's brain started working rapidly. Don't hire a famous singer, that's too expensive, and the money party A has is not enough for that. Someone older, with a voice that has more experience, and whose singing can make people feel like a chivalrous hero. Lin Hao stated his request. Forget it. I am a rough man and I don't understand what you are saying. Let me ask my friend to find it first. I will call you when I find the letter. Dufay was also confused when he heard these requests. But it is hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are many singers with 2 legs. Chapter 25, Ways Out for Older Singers. 10 o'clock at night. Earthsea Bar. Amid the noisy voices of the guests, Yang Xiaolin was standing on the stage holding a guitar and singing with all his might. There were a lot of drinkers below, and from time to time a few familiar faces who frequented the place waved to him as a greeting. In places like bars, in order to create an atmosphere, he basically sings rock music. It's just that my throat feels a little uncomfortable today. Before I went out, my wife made me a bowl of pear soup. I felt comfortable after drinking it, but after singing a few songs, I started to feel some dull pain. After all, I'm getting old. It's not easy to make money from singing. Yang Xiaolin, who is nearly 40 years old, couldn't help but think so. He liked playing rock music when he was young, just out of pure liking. He formed a band at that time and it was quite popular underground for a while. But the good times didn't last long, and the team couldn't be led. After making some money, everyone had their own ideas and gradually they dispersed. As for himself, he did not give up during that period and submitted his resume to large entertainment companies, but they did not like it at all. Later, he got a job as a resident singer in a bar. Sing. I continue to sing it till now. The salary was not much, just a few thousand, but Yang Xiaolin was content. His children are now in primary school, so there must be a limit to the pursuit of dreams. It cannot be endless. Sometimes it's time to step back and face life. As if thinking of his wife and children, Yang Xiaolin recovered a lot of his condition and his throat didn't hurt as much anymore. The Earthsea Bar was usually open until about 3 a.m., but he didn't have to wait until the end. When there are a lot of people, we only need to sing about 10 songs, and it usually ends before 12 o'clock. There were no surprises today and he completed the task at 11 o'clock. Just as he was about to drive home, he was stopped by his boss Sun Yinglong. Old Yang, wait a moment before you leave. I have something to tell you. Sun Yinglong called him. What's wrong, brother Sun? Although Yang Xiaolin is nearly 40 years old, Sun Yinglong is older than him. After putting the guitar in the car, he walked over again. How is your family lately? Sun Yinglong walked aside and handed him a cigarette. Everything is fine. Yang Xiaolin took the cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and immediately started coughing. The strength in my throat came back. Pump slowly. Seeing this, Sun Yinglong smiled and said, your throat isn't feeling well today, right? A little bit. The two have known each other for so many years, and Yang Xiaolin didn't hide anything. Sun Yinglong took a deep puff of his cigarette, took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, take this, Lao Yang. What does this mean? Yang Xiaolin took it. I found a thick stack of money in the envelope, about 30,000 yuan. Old Yang, we have known each other for quite some time, right? Sun Yinglong asked with a smile. Not short, almost 10 years. Yang Xiaolin thought for a while and said, I'm sorry, but at your age, it's no longer appropriate for you to sing in a bar. Sun Yinglong sighed and explained, our bar used to pursue a rock style. People liked it and were willing to spend money on it, so I asked you to be the mainstay. Now look at who comes to the bar. How many people come here to listen to music? In addition, the bar's performance in the past 2 years has not been very good. The money earned is just enough to live on, so I plan to change the model. I hope you can understand. Yang Xiaolin was stunned. This day had come much earlier than he had imagined. He is nearly 40 years old and will not be able to make a living in this industry for many more years, but when this day comes, he still feels a little bitter. Yang Xiaolin felt that Sun Yinglong had not done anything wrong to him. Instead, he owed him something. What kind of bar would keep using the same person for 10 years? Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, Brother Sun, I understand, but I can't take this money. Take it. Sun Yinglong held the hand he handed back and said, the child is still young. This little money is not only for you, but also for the family. I will give it to you as a subsidy. Yang Xiaolin was silent. Although I have been working all these years, my savings have been emptied by getting married and buying a house. With my children going to school and household chores, the money I earn every month is just enough. Now I suddenly lost the job I depend on for survival. Holding the envelope, Yang Xiaolin suddenly felt that he had lost his direction. He returned home in a daze, and only came to his senses when his daughter saw him and jumped towards him. Holding his daughter, Yang Xiaolin suddenly didn't know how to talk to his wife. Night. After coaxing my daughter to sleep, Yang Xiaolin walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette for himself. His throat was still a little uncomfortable, and he usually didn't smoke at night, but today he felt inexplicably irritable. There is no source of income. The pressure came upon me instantly. As the head of the family, he has to think of some solutions. After all these years in the bar, he has some connections, but most of them are superficial. Can I help or not? It's hard to say. There is no better way. Got to give it a try for the family. Hello, Mr. Liu, here's the thing. I have something to ask you. See if you can help. Okay, I'll wait for your news, okay. Mr. Wang, right? It's me, Yang Xiaolin from the high bar, okay, you go ahead and get busy. Hello, Manager Yu, I'm Yang Xiaolin. It's like this. Doo-doo. The number you dialed cannot be connected at this time. Put the phone aside. Looking at the dark night outside the window, Yang Xiaolin had a complicated look. I used to understand what it meant that the world is fickle, but I felt really uncomfortable when it happened to me. But who made him ask for help? Since the idea of relying on connections doesn't work, I can only try other things. The next day, Yang Xiaolin went to a nearby bar again. The only thing he had going for him was his great voice, which allowed him to sing any song. However, as soon as the other parties learned of his age, they all rejected him without exception. When he was at his wit's end, Sun Yinglong suddenly called again. Hello, Lao Yang, you haven't found a job yet, right? Sun Yinglong asked hurriedly after the call was connected. Not yet. Yang Xiaolin didn't understand what the other party meant. Did he want him to go back? I asked someone to ask for you. It just so happens that there is a company that is recruiting singers of your age. You might as well give it a try. Sun Yinglong said slowly at this time. Which company? Hearing that Sun Yinglong cared about his affairs, Yang Xiaolin felt a warm feeling in his heart and asked immediately. Tungfei Entertainment is said to be a very popular company recently. Sun Yinglong said, if you are interested, go and try it. This is an opportunity. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Yang Xiaolin said with emotion. Okay, why would a man of your age do this? It's all to support your family. I'll help you wherever I can, but the rest depends on you. Sun Yinglong said. I see. Yang Xiaolin nodded, chatted with Sun Yinglong about something else, and then hung up the phone. Afternoon. He drove to Tungfei Entertainment. It's nearly an hour's journey, which is not close. Hello, I heard that you are recruiting singers, right? I would like to give it a try. Soon, Yang Xiaolin went in and said to the front desk. That's right. It was Wu Feifei who received him. She knew that the company had indeed been having this problem recently. They had interviewed quite a few people in the past 2 days, but none of them seemed suitable. After asking the other party to register briefly, he was allowed to go upstairs. It just so happens that it's not over yet. Now. Dufei and Liu Chunxing upstairs were accompanying Lin Hao for the interview. I have to say that Dufei is very efficient. These days, Lin Hao comes here almost every day. There's nothing we can do about it. In the end, it's up to him to decide whether the singing is good or not. So whenever there was an interview, he would come and take a look in person. For this reason, he would take leave from time to time. However, despite its high efficiency, the singers who come for the interview are of varying quality. From those who are too young to have graduated to those who are too old to be able to walk, they are simply not up to his standards. Dufei also blushed and scolded Liu Chunxing from time to time, as if it was the other party's fault. Okay, that's enough for today. As soon as the last singer finished singing, Dufei passed him without Lin Hao saying anything. What the hell is that? He couldn't even listen to it. I really doubt whether these people are deliberately messing with me. Lin Hao nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Yang Xiaolin, holding a guitar, ran over. "Dear teachers, my name is Yang Xiaolin, and I am here to interview singers," he said hurriedly when he saw several people were about to leave. "Well, another one pops up." Du Fei and Lin Hao looked at each other and sat down again. "Well, sing a song you are good at first. The pitch doesn't have to be too high, just normal will be fine," Du Fei said in a standard tone. Yang Xiaolin nodded. He took a deep breath, then started singing while playing the guitar. There were only 3 people interviewing him, which was nothing compared to the hundreds of people in the bar, so he was not nervous at all and was able to relax. He sang the songs that he was good at, and he sang them steadily. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Hao was stunned while sitting in his seat. The first thing he noticed was the tone. The reason why many people can't do it is because the feeling is not right when they open their mouths, so no matter how well you sing, it won't work. The person in front of me has a bright, deep and light voice. When he sings, he has a sense of freedom and relief, and is full of tension. Maybe it's because of his age, there's a hint of hoarseness in his voice, which you can't hear unless you listen carefully. Their voice is quite recognizable. This is Lin Hao's conclusion. When the song was over, he nodded towards Du Fei. The latter shuddered, quickly took out a sheet of music, handed it to the other party and said, "Try this song again, just sing a short part." Yang Xiaolin nodded, took the music score and started reading it. "Swords Like Dreams. This is the title of the song. It looks like a song about Jianghu. Is there a market for this kind of song?" He couldn't help but ask himself. Then he shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. After just a moment, he was stunned. Yang Xiaolin couldn't help swallowing and forced himself to calm down. This song. It turned out to be original. And it's so well written. Chapter 26, Producer. Yang Xiaolin used to be a songwriter, so he knew the difficulty of creation. That's not just talk. A good song. The completion time may be as fast as 1 or 2 months, or as slow as 1 or 2 years. This is not an exaggeration. If one can really write a good piece of work within a few days, it is because of a sudden burst of writing inspiration, which cannot be treated equally. This is why the songwriter is more important than the singer. Because the quality of a song ultimately depends on the melody. As for whether the lyrics are good or not, that is just icing on the cake. Yang Xiaolin felt that he had met an incredible composer and he must seize this opportunity. Adjusted my mood. He spoke slowly. My sword. Where to go from here? Love and hate are not exclusive. My knife. Cutting through the sky. Perhaps because he was not very familiar with the lyrics, Yang Xiaolin did not sing very smoothly and even stumbled a bit. Soon, he realized his shortcomings and his face became slightly tense. No way. This kind of singing while looking directly at the music score is a real test of the singer's eye-mouth synchronization. He hadn't tried it in a long time. I am a little bit lacking in ability. In addition, he is a bit old, and his reaction speed is much slower. Okay, let's stop here. No need to sing anymore. After hearing the other party sing the beginning, Lin Hao waved his hand to signal him to stop. It was enough. Well, I might be a little nervous. Can you give me another chance? Yang Xiaolin thought that the other party was not satisfied with his performance and immediately became anxious. He really didn't want to miss a song of this level. No. Lin Hao then shook his head. Yang Xiaolin's expression changed when he heard this. This was an opportunity he had finally gotten. Is the result still failure? Thinking of this, what came to his mind was his gentle wife and lovely daughter. As a husband and father, being powerless is the cruelest sentence for him. When is the earliest time to record a song? Lin Hao asked him again. Yang Xiaolin's emotions had not yet calmed down, and he thought he had misheard when he heard it. He's asking you when you can come over to record a song. Du Fei was a little impatient. Is he too old or something? Can't he hear what he's saying? If Lin Hao hadn't had the final say, he would have lost control of his temper long ago. This time, Yang Xiaolin heard it clearly. I felt like I had returned from hell to heaven. I was so surprised that I immediately said, "Today is fine." Today. Lin Hao thought for a moment, then reminded, how about, go back and familiarize yourself with the lyrics first. There's no rush to record. After he said that, Yang Xielin couldn't help but blushing. I just agreed to it without even singing the whole song. Isn't this just a waste of time? I will practice hard tonight and start recording tomorrow. Yang Xielin thought about it and decided to work overtime tonight to avoid any further complications. The day after tomorrow. I'll give you another day to stay in good shape. He knew the other party was anxious, but he also had to take care of his health. No problem. Giving himself one more day means more time to prepare. Yang Xielin looked at him gratefully. Okay, let's sign the contract first. Seeing that Lin Hao agreed, Du Fei naturally had to follow suit. His contract works two ways. One is a two-party cooperative relationship, where one party is responsible for composing the music and the other is responsible for singing, and then they negotiate the price. After the recording is completed, the money and goods are settled, and they have no relationship with each other. The other is to sign the singer Yang Xielin and pay according to the commission like other companies. However, considering his age, Du Fei kept the commission very low, to 1%, and treated him completely like an amateur. Even so, Du Fei didn't feel like he owed the other party anything. Even if it's only 1%, there will still be a shortage of people willing to sing. Mr. Du, I choose commission. To Du Fei's surprise, the latter directly chose the 1%. If we have a cooperative relationship, I can pay you 100,000 in one lump sum. Du Fei saw this and felt that he should explain it. No. Yang Xielin shook his head and refused. Compared to a fixed price, he needs a stable job more. After all, he is getting old. He has already seen the quality of this song and there is nothing much to say. 1% is 1%, which should not be too little. The most important point. After signing with the company, he felt that he would be able to get unknown opportunities. This is the most critical. Have you thought about it? He asked. Yang Xielin nodded. Du Fei was a little speechless. A performance fee of 100,000 yuan for one song failed to impress the other party. This guy has a very sharp eye. Does he also think that this song will be popular? Why? Come to think of it, it's just that Lin Hao is too outstanding. It can't be concealed. The contract was signed. Wait until the day of recording. Before dawn, Yang Xielin arrived downstairs of the company early. After staying up all night at home and practicing for a whole day, he felt in good shape and his voice had recovered well. My mood has always been in an excited state. I can't sleep at all. So I got up relatively early. When he arrived, the company was not open yet, so he waited at the door and reviewed the songs at the same time. Wu Feifei, who was the first to open the door, was startled by him. I practiced singing all the way to the company gate. That's really good. However, the two had met each other before, and Wu Feifei was the first to greet him. Uncle, you are really hardworking. You started practicing so early. There's a recording today, so I'm warming up in advance. Yang Xielin felt a little embarrassed when he heard that. Recording? Here? Wu Feifei was very surprised and asked, You passed the interview? She regretted it right after she finished saying it. Wasn't she just talking nonsense? Why did she come here so early in the morning without his approval? Was she causing trouble? Well, I passed it by luck. Yang Xielin said modestly. That's great. Don't stand outside. Come in and sit for a while. It's still early. Wu Feifei said immediately in a warm voice. Since I passed the interview, we will be colleagues from now on. She couldn't help but start to think of her own ideas. The other party will be a singer of the company in the future, and I am just a small receptionist, so it will be a good idea to establish a good relationship with him. She still clearly understands the pros and cons of this. Thanks. Yang Xielin nodded and followed him in. 8:30 in the morning. Du Fei and others finally arrived. Lin Hao asked Yu Ting for leave again. Ever since the last talk between the two of them, they have been letting him go. As long as he dares to ask. The company dares to give it. Excellent people are never bound by the system. Lin Hao finally understood the meaning of this sentence. His best friend Zhu Ren would ask him from time to time what he was doing, and Lin Hao would just say that he had something urgent to do or was not feeling well and wanted to go back to rest. He didn't hide it from the other party on purpose, but he was afraid that the boy wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. Soon. Song recording begins. This is Lin Hao's first time as a producer, so the requirements are quite high. The feeling that he cannot sing out must be sung out by the other party. Since the contract has been signed, he must do his job in a down-to-earth manner. Your voice is bright and rich. Try to sing it more clearly and don't drag on the ending, which will affect the feeling of the song. After recording several times, Lin Hao pointed out the other party's problems. Yang Xiaolin nodded. At the beginning, he didn't know the identity of the young man in front of him. After being reminded by the on-site staff, he realized that the other party was actually a composer, and the song in his hand was written by him. The shock I felt in my heart was simply beyond words. Look at the other person's age. He looks like a college student. He was really scared. I sang with a lot of freedom, but I tried to be as carefree as possible emotionally. I imagined you as a knight, feeling happy to avenge his enemies. After another round, Lin Hao said again. Okay, I understand. After being reminded by the other party, Yang Xiaolin hurriedly adjusted himself again. Knight. The joy of revenge. These things are quite interesting to him, and he is happy to try them. Okay, you sang well this time, but the hoarseness in your throat is too obvious. Drink some water and take a rest. After singing it a few more times, it felt much better, except for some minor flaws. Compared to singing, Lin Hao can hear the music more clearly. Good. Yang Xiaolin never gets tired of it. My throat is a bit dry indeed. I drank some water, rested for a while, and then started again. This time, the song Soared Like a Dream was finally recorded completely. Liu Chunxing and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. This was the most tiring time during the song recording process. But after Lin Hao revised it over and over again, they really felt that the song sounded different. Putting aside his age, the other party is truly professional. No wonder he is so popular, there is a reason for it. Du Fei did not have this understanding. He is too vulgar. The song just finished. He mailed the chorus to the Dujianghu Game Company. However, the people in Dujianghu were a little surprised after seeing the finished product. According to their idea, they hope that Jing Luo, who is very popular on the new artist list recently, will sing the song, even if the quality is a little worse. Because they want the heat. There's heat. The game will naturally attract attention. What song did Ku Tengfei send? Sung by Yang Xiaolin. Who is Yang Xiaolin? If he hadn't seen Jing Luo's name in the composer column, Dujianghu would have felt that he had been cheated. Never mind. After all, it was composed by Whale Fall. Let us listen to it first. At least the name, Soared Like a Dream, is acceptable. Just listen. They couldn't stop. Even though it only has a chorus, it has a strong martial arts flavor and is very suitable for a scene in the game. It is no exaggeration to say that it is tailor-made. No surprise. Agree to sign the contract. Signing a contract and then receiving payment is Du Fei's favorite thing. Although Lin Hao did not mention the profit sharing this time, Du Fei still gave him 30% according to the assigned creation. That is exactly 540,000. In his mind, he could only live a better life by holding on to Lin Hao's thigh. Chapter 27, Here we go again. Dongzi, hurry up and get online. The update of Da Jianghu will be completed in 5 minutes. We, the Wudang sect, must win this sect competition. In an unknown internet cafe, a man named Zhang Bin stared at the monitor with shining eyes. Here we come, here we come. By the way, call Xiao Hai and the others as well. There's strength in numbers. By the way, I saw on the official website that not only has the competition system for the 8 major sects been updated, but a soundtrack has also been released. I forgot the name, said another person. What's there to say about the game soundtrack? If you want to listen to music, just open Cloud Listening. It won't interfere with playing games. There's a very powerful newcomer on there recently, his name is Whale Fall. I highly recommend him to you. Zhang Bin was very disdainful when he heard this, and then he recommended it to the other party. I know Jing Luo. Both of his songs are great. Many people in the dormitory are listening to them. Another classmate said excitedly. So powerful. The other party looked unconvinced. 2 songs in 2 months, and won the first place on the new artist chart twice, what do you think? Fuck, so cruel. The other party was shocked. Alright, you two can talk about the song later. The game has been updated, hurry up and go online, business is important. Zhang Bin quickly gave the instructions. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed into the game in a flurry. This time the update of Dujianghu includes a melee system among the 8 major sects in the game. The activity will be held once a month and it will be a large-scale battle. Whichever sect persists to the end will receive extra generous rewards. I want to feel superior in the game. This battle must be won. After all, the event just came out. If they succeed, they will be far ahead of others. Zhang Bin and others are from the Wudang sect, and the number of players there ranks only in the middle among the 8 major sects, which is not very advantageous. Soon. The system prompt has arrived. Do you want to enter the final battle site, Mount Longhu? Is this even necessary to think about? Zhang Bin and his friends quickly clicked to confirm. After a few seconds of reading the teleportation array, the character was instantly teleported to the battlefield. At this time, players from other sects also came in one after another. In the Longhushan area game area, the positions of all players are random. Except for players from the same sect who cannot attack, players from other sects can fight, and it will be an indiscriminate melee. As the system countdown ends, the battle begins. Moment. All the players couldn't stay still. Fuck them hard. Zhang Bin was also very excited. He shouted to his companions and quickly controlled his character to kill. At this time, as the players began to fight, a classical and melodious flute sound suddenly rang out in the game. And this flute sound is the prelude to Swords Like Dreams. Don't say. Put it in the present moment, it's quite exciting. It has a bit of the flavor of the inner world, and it is blown really well. The players couldn't help but think. Hurry, hurry, Hazy, give me a reply. I can't take it anymore. After a while, after chopping down 2 players from the enemy camp, Zhao Bin looked at the little health left in his character and became anxious. But his shouting made it impossible for the brothers to come over. At this point, there were already huge crowds of players. Just when Zhang Bin thought he was about to fall, the heroic flute sound stopped, and Yang Xiaolin's voice sounded immediately afterwards. Go straight into the chorus. Come in a hurry. Go in a hurry. I hate that we can't meet. Love is fleeting. Hate is also hasty. Everything is up to the wind. Laugh wildly. A long sigh. Live a happy life. Sad life. Who will live and die with me? Oh shit. This song is okay. Zhang Bin, who was about to give up, suddenly felt a surge of blood. They are all children of the world. I'm not afraid of him at all. Thinking of this, he suddenly became energized and controlled his character to kill again. It's not just Zhang Bin. Many players have been influenced by this song. To be honest. As soon as he opened his mouth, he had a strong sense of underworld. Coupled with Yang Xiaolin's unique voice. It's simply impossible to refuse. Above. The Jianghu they play is a martial arts masterpiece, and it is because they like this theme that they persist in playing this game. Therefore, I am full of love for all kinds of martial arts in the world. But no one could have imagined that the song could express such a heroic and soul-stirring feeling. I fell in love instantly. Killing is even more exciting. Finished the activity. It is a pity. Zhang Bin's Wudang clan only won second place. But that's the rule, I can only try harder next time. Thinking like this, they all sighed. At this moment, Zhang Bin suddenly thought of the soundtrack from the game, so he logged into Yunting and searched for the lyrics. But this check. Zhang Bin was shocked. This song exists. Swords Like Dreams. The song title also has a martial arts flavor. He doesn't know the singer Yang Xiaolin. But he was very familiar with the composer column. Whale Fall. It was actually composed by Whale Fall. You know, Whale Fall is his favorite singer nowadays. He actually composed this song. Without thinking too much, Zhang Bin directly downloaded his own playlist and asked a few of his friends to listen to it. There was only one chorus in the game just now. And now. He could hear the whole song. My sword. Where to go from here? Love and hate are not exclusive. My knife. Cut through the sky. I don't know right from wrong. I'm drunk. A hazy. Gratitude and resentment are illusions and emptiness. I wake up. A spring dream. Life and death are all empty. Listening quietly to the magnetic middle-aged male voice in the headphones, Zhang Bin felt that the lyrics touched his heart. At this moment, the words, "the greatest hero," emerged in his mind, and he wanted to travel the world on horseback with a sword. Come back to your senses. To get his approval. Yang Xiaolin's singing is not bad. The full version of the song, Swords Like Dreams, was released at the same time as the update of the Dazed game. The ranking of new singers on Yunting at the moment. Yang Xiaolin was climbing up unknowingly. Because of the game. The number of downloads exploded slightly from the beginning. And as more and more people downloaded it, the name of Jing Luo in the composer column was directly dug out by fans. Champion of the newcomer list for 2 consecutive months, including a strong surge at the end of the month. For most fans, the stance is tough. So many people remember this name. And on the overall song download rankings, the downloads of Guest and Dignity have exceeded 800,000 and are now heading towards 1 million, which is shocking. But this time he appeared as a composer. Surprised though. But most fans still wanted to listen to it first. The results were polarized. Some people like it. Some people don't like it very much. Fans who are used to Jing Luo singing love songs prefer songs with a younger style, preferably songs with delicate and deep expressions that can resonate with people. Even if it's not about feelings, it can be something else. But they were not interested in the voice alone when the song was sung by a man who was nearly 40 years old. Even if the song sounds good. But I'm really not interested in this kind of martial arts style. Another group of people are deeply attracted by this heroic voice. It may also be that I'm older and past the age of romance, so it sounds easier to accept. Of course, this is not absolute. It depends on the person. The singer is too old, I really can't enjoy it. You're wrong. It's precisely singers of this age who can sing out the flavor of this world. Otherwise, why doesn't Jing Luo sing it himself? I don't know why Jing Luo would write such a song. It's too different from his previous style. This is the official soundtrack of the game Dazed. It's a custom song. It's a perfect match. Do you understand? Anyway, it's not Whale Falls singing it himself, it's just a song, it doesn't matter. In the comment section of Sword Like a Dream, the fans were already in an uproar. In short, everyone has their own ideas and no one agrees with anyone else's views. With the emergence of controversy among the public, this song was once again pushed to the top of the hot searches. It became popular. The quarrel got heated. The fire is a bit inexplicable. The number of downloads soared to 140,000 in one day. For a while, Yang Xiaolin actually took the top spot. But it's only a few days into the month. The other people on the newcomer list almost fainted when they saw this, including some singers who were planning to make a second attempt on the list. The 2 months of fighting with Whale Fall alone almost made them depressed. Now that the other party has finally stopped releasing songs, Yang Xiaolin came along. It just so happens that it was composed by Whale Fall. It's so immoral. You are such an old singer, why do you still want to release songs as a newcomer? Can't you just stay here quietly? He actually took first place on the newcomer list. I'll go. Are you going to let people live? Tingfei Entertainment. Dufei didn't expect such a scene. He swears to God, his goal is just to earn 1.8 million from the big Jianghu company. He didn't care at all about what ranking Yang Xiaolin's song would get. What can you expect from a singer of such an old age? Just don't be too bad. Because he was afraid that Lin Hao's reputation would be affected, after all, the composer wrote Whale Fall. But what is going on now? How did you get to their first place? It made him laugh and cry. Bostu, several production crews have contacted our company, saying that Sword Like a Dream has received very good response, and they hope to invite Yang Xiaolin to participate in the recording. There are interviews and activities, and the prices they offer are all reasonable. Liu Chunxin came to the office and handed a newspaper to Dufei, saying, there is also this report. Mr. Zhu Rund, a leader in the industry, also expressed his love for this song. He helped us suppress a lot of negative public opinion. Dufei nodded when he heard this. He understands everything, like commercial performances or recording a show. Lin Hao had been invited before, but he rejected them all. But Yang Xiaolin is different. You should go. Since you are a member of the company, you have to make money. Can't just sit there idle. Thinking of this, he picked up the newspaper and started reading again. Zhu Rund. A singing artist of the older generation. He hasn't heard much about it, but tracing back to his father's generation, he was definitely a top star. Since even he agrees, it means this song will be a hit for sure. Chapter 28, Response. By the way, what about Yang Xiaolin? Have you notified him? Du Fei couldn't help but look up and ask after flipping through the newspaper in his hand. He has something to do today and has asked for leave. I'll call him later to let him know. Liu Chunxing explained. Okay, let's take care of those announcements for him first, stagger the time. Du Fei thought for a moment and then said, also, take advantage of this time to hire some more people. If that doesn't work, give him a manager. It doesn't have to be a very good one, just someone who is about the same will do. The more money the company can save, the better. This person is Yang Xiaolin. The company signed it. But Du Fei was not sure whether he could use it in the future. I mentioned this time because Lin Hao's song requires such a voice. What's next? It's hard to say. Therefore, while the other party is still popular, it is not a bad idea to make more announcements and become more familiar to the audience. Even if I don't sing anymore, it would be okay if I could take on some work occasionally to support myself. I want to be Yang Xiaolin's age. Du Fei just felt a headache. Lin Hao is creating a difficult problem for himself. Liu Chunxing was embarrassed and nodded when he heard it. I understand, Mr. Du, I will recruit him right away. These days, he was either busy for Lin Hao or for Yang Xiaolin. The little work I did in the media was actually not much. This agent. It's time to confess. Mr. Du suddenly came to his senses. It was already evening when Liu Chunxing called Yang Xiaolin, who had just arrived at the Dahai bar and parked his car. When he heard Liu Chunxing say that the company had accepted several notices for him, he hurriedly thanked him and expressed his gratitude in his words. He knew that the song took first place on the newcomer chart. It's not that he was concerned about the results, he was worried that his singing was not good enough and would not live up to the song, so he was staring at it the whole time. He is afraid. I'm afraid that my fans won't accept my voice. I didn't expect it to become so popular. To this, Yang Xiaolin didn't feel proud at all. He's at that age. Maybe I'll have to rely on this song for my whole life. This situation is not uncommon in the music industry. So it's nice to have something else to do. At least it can guarantee family life. Hang up the phone. Yang Xiaolin came back to his senses. The reason he came to the Dahai bar today was just to thank Sun Yinglong. To have achieved what we have today. It can be said that the other party really helped him a lot. Old Yang, I heard you singing the song Swords Are Like Dreams, it's good, with a bit of chivalrous style, that's it. Sun Yinglong was a little surprised to see him coming, but still smiled and gave him a thumbs up. It's because they wrote the lyrics and music well, I just followed my feelings. Yang Xiaolin shook his head and suddenly said to him seriously, it's all thanks to you, brother Sun, otherwise I wouldn't have this opportunity. Hey, these are all small matters. Besides, whether you can be selected depends on your own ability. But this time you have successfully stood out from the circle. Sun Yinglong joked. That's about the same. Yang Xiaolin didn't know how to answer. What about next? Sun Yinglong asked again, have you signed with them? Yes, I signed it. Yang Xiaolin thought of his wife and children, nodded and said, at my age, I don't have many choices. It's better to stay in one place. That's fine. Why are you here today? Sun Yinglong understood what he meant and asked again. Brother Sun, I want to sing here all night today. Yang Xiaolin suddenly said. Here? Sun Yinglong was shocked when he heard this and said, you are very popular now. It's not appropriate for you to sing in a bar, right? It's okay. I just want to find the feeling of the past one last time. It can be regarded as a farewell to the stage. Yang Xiaolin smiled and said, it's a good opportunity to sing the new song and see if the response is really that good. Sun Yinglong heard him say this, and he knew what he meant, so he could only remind him, okay, but don't damage your voice. Don't worry. Yang Xiaolin nodded and walked straight in. Seeing him coming, the bar suddenly became lively. In the past, few people knew Yang Xiaolin, but now it's different, some things spread very quickly. You can't hide even if you are well known in the underground circle, let alone become famous on a big platform like Yunting. They all urged him to sing a song. Looking at the people in front of him, Yang Xiaolin didn't say anything, just nodded and walked onto the stage to sing the new song. This night, daily sales at the Earthsea bar reached a peak. Star Ocean Entertainment. Inside the meeting room, CEO Xiao Xiaogang was also flipping through the newspaper in his hand, but his was much more detailed than Dufay's and was all edited. It not only includes Zhu Durun's evaluation, but also some other well-known music critics and writers. After taking a look, I found that these people almost all have one thing in common, which is that they all think highly of this song. After a while, he suddenly frowned and asked, "How did the last contract negotiation go?" When UDI from the artist department heard this, he was shocked. Naturally, he knew that the boss was referring to poaching, so he quickly replied, "I have contacted him, but Tingfei Entertainment's boss Dufay directly rejected it." "What do you mean?" "The conditions you offer are not good." Xiao Xiaogang continued to ask without raising his head. "He didn't mention the money and refused very straightforwardly," said UDI. He was also a little confused about Dufay. Thinking of the other party's firm attitude when he rejected me, it seems that no matter how much money I give, there will be no hope. Not for money. Are young people nowadays so confident? Xiao Xiaogang heard this, shook his head and smiled. What other news? It's not just us. MSI Entertainment and Lingdong Dream are also silent. UDI was afraid that the boss would think he was incompetent, so he explained again, it seems that both sides have rejected it. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's analyze it. This Jingluo's 3 songs ranked first 3 times. There must be some explanation, right? Xiao Xiaogang didn't intend to listen to UDI's explanation, but greeted everyone and said, "At this meeting today, you can speak freely and don't be restrained." Feng Ying from the music department seemed to have anticipated the boss's attitude. On the surface, everything seems calm. But she understood that this was the calm before the storm. So, she adjusted her glasses and spoke first, "Then Mr. Xiao, let me go first." Xiao Xiaogang nodded. The first song about Whale Fall, Guest, was okay in terms of composition. In my opinion, the main reason for his success was the lyrics. It matched his experience and really resonated with people. So we didn't complain about our first loss. The second song, Dignity, was inspired by director Chu Feng. The lyrics and music were both good, and we didn't take precautions, so we suffered a loss. As for the third song, Swords Like Dreams, I heard it was the official soundtrack of a game, which was very different from his previous lyrics and music styles. Because of this, I think he asked Yang Xiaolin to sing this song, but I didn't expect him to perform so well. The comments on this song were very polarized, and it was a gimmick that made it popular. I don't agree with your point of view. As soon as she finished speaking, veteran producer Fei Ming shook his head. Oh. Hearing this, Feng Ying smiled and asked, "What do you think?" In fact, the 3 songs of Jingluo are very good in quality. They are all rare masterpieces. It is not unfair for us to lose, but there is nothing we can do. To put it bluntly, it is impossible for any company to come up with 2 good songs when a new artist debuts. It is not logical. Fei Ming said slowly, the reason why he didn't care about this is that he is a singer-songwriter and doesn't have to consider this issue at all. Moreover, he is very careful. Just like you said, when faced with a style of music he is not good at, he teaches it to specific people to sing. This shows that he attaches great importance to the completion and quality of the song, and does not simply want to write a song to hit the charts. After saying this, he was actually a little confused. Singer-songwriters often write songs based on their own situations. But the other party was a little different. He wrote songs that he was not good at. It can only be said that they were a bit weird. And he finished speaking. Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking that this was the case. A good horse deserves a good saddle. The good songs written by the old composers are basically given to the company's popular singers to make money, but what can the following debutantes get? It's just about being able to listen. Of course, if you simply want to compete with the opponent, you can use it. But is it really necessary? It's just a waste of resources. After all, the purpose of a company is to make money, not to vent anger. The possibility of a new singer becoming popular with a song cannot be ruled out, but it is extremely rare and the probability is completely negligible. I agree with you, that's true. Huang Jinyu from the composing department also echoed this, a new artists list is not worth our investment, and there is not much negative public opinion now. If we enter the market at this time, people will think that we are too targeted, which will be counterproductive. Feng Ying wanted to continue refutation. At this time, the boss Xiao Xiaogang suddenly asked, "How long will the other party's rookie period last? If you don't release a new song this month, it will end at the beginning of next month." UDI, who had been silent for a long time, said hurriedly, "The Yunting newcomer list is time limited, and it is impossible to always treat singers as newcomers. 3 months. That is 1 quarter. No matter how many songs you release this quarter, you can make it to the new artist chart. The only exception is the album. After this quarter, you will no longer be considered a newcomer and can only strive to enter more authoritative sales charts. That's where all the singers compete. Although we didn't gain an advantage in the rookie list, if the opponent has passed the rookie season, the results may not be so good." UDI added, as if he understood Xiao Xiaogang's meaning. "That's right. Once you enter the sales list, what you compete on is your overall strength. Besides, there are so many singers, so it's not easy for a newcomer like him to stand out," Feng Ying said at this time. Xiao Xiaogang's expression eased slightly and he said, "Okay, let's stop here for now. Fei Ming, tell me about the production of your album." When he spoke, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is finally over. Chapter 29, Encounter. Mid-September. Lin Hao passed the driving test. Pretty fast. There aren't many people learning to drive here, and basically it's the instructors who urge them to take the test, which is quite the opposite of the situation in later generations where people give out red envelopes. Along with the driver's license came the share of the song guest. Excluding the 50,000 yuan that Dufei had previously advanced him, he received a total of more than 140,000 yuan. According to this ratio, the number of downloads is almost going to break 1 million. He logged into Yunting curiously and took a look. The data was still rising. It stands to reason that settling accounts every 2 months is a bit slow, but this steady and long-term approach is really good. As long as someone downloads it, you will get money. It can be said to be a huge profit. Lin Hao looked at his bank card and saw a little over 3 million yuan in it. I have saved up a lot. He plans to buy a car. Not just for when you go home. Mainly, he wanted to go on a spontaneous trip and see the world. Since he came into this world, he seemed to be busy most of the time. It just so happened that Yuting secretly approved a few days of personal leave for him. It would be a waste if you don't go and have some fun. Thinking like this, he came to the Motor City. In fact, Lin Hao has no idea about car brands. Because he is not familiar with the car logos in this world and they are very unfamiliar to him, he can only raise his budget as much as possible. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and if you are really cheated, there is nothing you can do. Since it is a self-driving tour, then a sedan won't work, it must be an SUV. In fact, if he were to run in the general election, a motorhome would not be a bad idea, but it was unnecessary as he was not planning to go too far. Traveling can become tiring after a long time. Have a goal. It will be much easier to choose next. Lin Hao is a very opinionated person and basically won't listen to any sales recommendations. Buy whatever you like. That's his character. For example, the 7-seater in front of you. The power is sufficient, and more than 300 horsepower is enough for daily life. It's just that the interior is a little simple and the third row of seats is a bit small. After thinking about it, he realized that he wouldn't need so many seats by himself. For example, this 4-seater is slightly smaller. The rest of the place is okay, but the presentation is a bit worse. Let me put it bluntly. There is no liking for it. After visiting several stores, Lin Hao finally set his eyes on a white SUV. The exterior design is tough, streamlined and well-proportioned, which looks very youthful and is more in line with his aesthetic. Moreover, the power, interior, fuel consumption and space are all good. Overall, the comprehensive performance is very strong and there are no shortcomings. No hesitation. Pick up the car on the same day. Lin Hao spent nearly 500,000 yuan, and still felt a little painful. He got in the car and headed straight for the mall. I bought some necessary tools for self-driving tours, including tents, chandeliers, sleeping bags, etc. Very mixed. Of course, there is also food. It felt like I didn't load much, but the whole car was filled up. Then he called Ju Ren and asked him if he wanted to go. Ju Ren naturally went to ask for leave happily. The result was not passed. I said, "Why is it okay for you to treat but not for me?" Ju Ren complained to him on the phone. He really wanted to go, but work was more important. He couldn't just give up work just to go out and have fun, right? I can only understand that they are the favored party. It's a character issue. This is what Lin Hao replied. Since Yu Ting doesn't plan to take a leave, there's nothing we can do. Maybe asking for leave for 2 people at once won't have a good impact. Then just go by yourself. It just lacks something to enhance the atmosphere. You mean lonely? Lin Hao felt that there was some truth to it. In addition to preparing these things, he also brought pen and paper. I have been learning painting with Zhao Jing recently. My skills are becoming more and more proficient day by day. I have practiced enough and it is a good opportunity to practice when I have nothing to do. Everything went right. After saying hello to Zhao Jing and saying that he would be away for a few days, Lin Hao immediately drove off. His destination this time was Yongning Lake, southeast of Jiangning. I searched online and found that the environment here is beautiful, the temperature is suitable, and it is not a tourist area, so it is not crowded and very suitable for camping. A journey of more than 200 kilometers. It took more than 2 hours to get there. After getting off the highway, the car plunged into the mountain road, and the surrounding scenery also changed accordingly. Surrounded by mountains. Lush green. Escaping from the hustle and bustle of the city, even the air feels a lot fresher. Galloping along the mountain path, bypassing several winding mountain roads. Jump out from it and move forward. From afar, the appearance of a small forest at the foot of the mountain is gradually emerging. Yongning Lake is right next to the woods. You can see the end at a glance, and there are many small islands connected in the central part. I don't know what elements are contained in the lake, but the entire lake appears a light pink color from a distance, which is extremely beautiful. And by the lake, there is a flat gravel road. This is the end point that vehicles can reach, making it convenient for tourists to rest. At this time, there are quite a few cars parked neatly on it. On the shore of Yongning Lake, some people have set up tents and are playing with their children. He is not the first. Right now, it's summer and the temperature is still quite hot. When Lin Hao got out of the car, he felt a little sticky. He did not stop by the lake, but found a place with few people and higher ground towards the grove. There was a stream right next to it. He drove the car over with great effort. The road is uneven, and at this time, a high ground clearance SUV is still useful. The tent is directly connected to the rear, allowing the trunk space to be used as a bed. After spraying insect repellent inside and out, he changed into a pair of shorts and went to the stream. This stream starts from the mountain, passes through the woods, and then converges into Yongning Lake below. It can only be regarded as a small tributary. Because the terrain he was in was relatively flat, the water was not so turbulent and the water was not deep, which was just right for taking a shower. Lin Hao jumped down without thinking. The water in the stream was up to my chest. The subsequent cool breeze brought him great comfort. After soaking in the water for a while, he returned to the car, retrieved a few bottles of carbonated drinks, placed them in a rope bag, and threw them into the stream. The other end was tied to a stone. After soaking it for a while, he picked up a can and drank it down in one gulp, feeling indescribably refreshed. I hold the sun and the moon in my hands and pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Suddenly I remembered a sentence. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel in a good mood. I watched the scenery quietly for a while, and suddenly I heard a faint singing voice coming from the woods. From far to near. It was played on guitar and the melody was very familiar. Breaking up should be decent. No one should say sorry. Why the debt? I dare to give and I dare to be heartbroken. As the lyrics were sung softly. It's his dignity. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this. Ever since watching the movie Loved You last time, Ling Pei was hit hard by Shu Na and even became a little depressed. In addition, the company had not had any announcements recently, so she decided to look for inspiration on her own, and came to Yongning Lake to enjoy the scenery. There were quite a lot of people on the shore, especially children, who gathered together and were quite noisy. She prefers quieter times. So I walked to the edge of the woods and tried to sing a song by myself with a guitar. I don't know why, but when I picked up the guitar, the lyrics of the song Dignity came to my mind. Maybe I was too deeply moved after watching the movie. She couldn't help but ask herself. But no answer was given. So she could only sing a few simple lines according to her mood. Now, although I didn't find any inspiration, my impression of Whale Fall became deeper. Really? The gap is still too big. Only then did Ling Pei realize how difficult composing music was. It was not something that could be studied by one person alone. So I can only be a singer. I am still ignorant of the immensity of the world and am still thinking about creation, but I don't have the slightest clue at all. Shaking his head bitterly, he walked out of the woods and suddenly found a man standing opposite him. Eyes met. She has an impression of this person. You are? Ling Pei asked. MSI Entertainment, Advertising Department, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was also startled when he saw her, because he had seen her in the cafeteria on the 12th floor. Is this a colleague? Hello, my name is Ling Pei, from the music department. She also remembered it at this time. What a coincidence. The scene was a bit awkward. Lin Hao was only wearing a pair of shorts. But the two simply shook hands. Are you coming here to camp? After a moment's silence, Ling Pei saw the off-road vehicle and tent behind him and couldn't help but ask. Well, I came out to relax. What are you doing? Lin Hao looked at her holding the guitar and remembered that she had just sung decently in the woods. Is this emotional hurt? I came here to relax and find some inspiration. Ling Pei explained. Oh. Lin Hao nodded. I felt a little suspicious. Do you need to sing a song like Dignity to find inspiration? Then, you go ahead and do your work first. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk much, Ling Pei didn't know what to say. Good. He nodded. Ling Pei quickly left with the guitar. Looking at the other person's back, Lin Hao didn't care. I went back to my tent, changed into a short-sleeved shirt, took out my stuff, and fried a piece of beef ribeye, which solved the problem of lunch. In the shade of the tree, Lin Hao had a comfortable sleep after dinner. In the afternoon, he would sit on a bench by the stream, looking at the lake in the distance and painting. According to his current level, he is still lacking in complex character scenes, so he can only start with the simple ones. Lin Hao chose the Gundam Seed series for himself, which literally means the Destiny gene with advanced evolutionary elements. He simply changed the name to Mobile Suit Gundam. The character portrayal in this anime is relatively simple, but he can barely keep up with the mechas and scenes. It is within the range of his current capabilities. Among the Gundam series, Seed is his favorite anime and it is also the longest. Compared to the grand battle scenes in other Gundam series, Seed actually focuses more on the emotional entanglements of the characters, which is more delicate. Of course, the effect may be worse if expressed in the form of comics now. But now that it has been created, it will definitely be converted into an animation in the future, even if it costs my own money. Thinking of this, Lin Hao began to write. Chapter 30, Intestinal Perforation. Lin Hao draws very quickly, but writes a little slowly. In the early stages of the story, the introduction of the background and characters alone took up a large amount of space, which really tested his ability to control the rhythm. As the first drafts are formed one by one, Lin Hao suddenly regretted choosing this topic. The complicated model introduction is really overwhelming and can easily confuse you. After only finishing an initial plot, Lin Hao decided to stop. His brain couldn't keep up if he continued, so he had to slow down a bit. After all, the story between the Earth Federation and ZAFT has always been a complicated one. So don't be anxious. I couldn't help but stretch. I looked up and suddenly found that something was wrong with the weather. The sun was shining brightly just now, but now it has become completely cloudy. Not a moment. A light drizzle began to fall. Lin Hao immediately hid in the tent. Because of the weather, it was a little dark inside, so I turned on the hanging lights to make the visibility better. Listen to the da-da-da sound made by the rain hitting the tent. He felt calmer than ever before. At this time, looking through the tent towards the lake in the distance, a layer of light mist had risen above it after being covered by continuous raindrops. Combined with the unusual color of the lake, it looks like a fairyland for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but hum a few lines. The red rain poured down, bringing up memories. How can I hide? You are as beautiful as ever. Flowing through my heart. The last period was sprinkled at the ferry. If it were just like the first time I met you, why should we feel sad about parting? In fact, there is no so-called beautiful eyes lingering in the heart, nor is there a sad farewell between anyone. I just suddenly remembered this song, forced to give it some emotion. The rain outside is getting heavier. With nothing to do, Lin Hao lay down in the car and started browsing on his cell phone. After browsing around, he didn't find any news that interested him. Just reporting on some upcoming albums and movies, and street shots of some big stars, etc. Do secret photography. It should be helpless. Suddenly, an advertisement for a small game at the bottom of the section caught his attention. A small game that can make money, you can also try it. This is the game's slogan. It's written too plainly. It's too materialistic. Lin Hao was very contentious. But he clicked in anyway. Of course, he didn't download it directly on impulse, but went to the official store to search for the game and verify its authenticity. The game is called King of Kings. It really does exist. So Lin Hao downloaded it. Once completed, enter the game. Suddenly he realized that it was a little different from what he had imagined. How to say it? This is a game with literary elements. Couplet. There are just too many ads. It took him a while to figure out the rules, which were similar to a fighting competition. There's not much gameplay, but there's real money to be made. Any player in the game can come up with a couplet, set their own reward amount, and then post it. Players who want to make money will naturally match the second line. Because the initial status of the link is kept secret, players who want to participate can only see it by paying, so the challenge is real time. Certainly. The challenger only needs to pay 1/10 of the opponent's money. In other words, the person who makes the right choice needs to protect 10 people to make money, while the person who answers the right answer only needs to protect one person to make money. In order to prevent challengers from leaking questions, there is no communication system in the game. But the game is more than just that. It also has two lists. One is called the couplet attack frequency list, which records the number of times the couplets are matched. There is a list called the couplet defending frequency list, which records how many people have defended the challenge. The winning rate is included at the end. Seeing this, Lin Hao immediately became interested. I immediately came up with a game name that suits the situation. Intestines pierced. Very imposing. Looks pretty good. Then he started browsing inside. There are a lot of price tags and quite a few players. Lin Hao simply skipped over those small ticket coupons worth a few cents or dollars and directly found a mid-priced one. A reward worth 200 yuan. This is fine. 20 bets on 200. Lin Hao plans to give it a try. Then go in and pay. At this time, as soon as the money arrived, the hidden couplet in the system revealed its true face. Silkworms are the most powerful insects in the world. It's a couplet composed of 2 characters. I have seen so much in my previous life. Lin Hao understood a little bit. It's not difficult for him. Look at the countdown below. 2 hours. There is actually not much room for this kind of instant couplets. But for him, that's enough. Hong is a riverside bird. Without even a thought, Lin Hao attacked directly. After answering, their completion will not be displayed immediately. The system will have a judgment time, and the exact time is unclear, but it will be considered successful only after it passes. Lin Hao was not in a hurry either. He just wanted to try one first. Putting his cell phone aside, he moved a stool and continued to watch the rain by the tent. For some reason, he likes rainy weather very much. A sentence popped up in my mind again. All sounds listen to the music. Holding his chin up, he listened to Qiu Shui asking about floating. That's about it. Different from Lin Hao's comfort. Xu Wenjie is a somewhat arrogant literary editor. It may be related to his working environment, which makes him feel that his literary talent is at the top among his peers. But how to prove it? The game King of Kings gave him a chance. Couplet. It can be said that this is what he is best at. Apart from studying stories in books, my biggest hobby is writing couplets. I remember that I had a competition with my colleagues at an event before, and I won the first place easily at that time. It's no exaggeration to say. It's like looking down on all the other mountains. This thing? It is difficult to say, but it is also easy to say. Although it is just a small game, Xu Wen, who is proud of himself, is determined to give it a try and wants to show his strength to other players. Besides, this game can make some profit, so why not do it? Then, he hung up a couplet with great interest. Nor was it unexpected. Within 10 days, no one could break it, and the profits were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. For him, money is not the most important thing. The main purpose is to demonstrate one's literary level. And he gradually became disappointed with this little game. No one can answer even my simplest questions. The level of the players here is not very high. Today, same as usual. Xu Wen, who was at work, distributed and arranged today's manuscripts, and took advantage of the break to paddle in the water with his mobile phone. In fact, he doesn't like to use his mobile phone on weekdays. He thinks that written communication should be face-to-face, such as holding offline literary events or competitions. It's a pity that there are too few activities like this at the moment. You can count them on one hand, and it's impossible to find a place to sign up. So Xu Wen had no choice but to rely on his mobile phone to read literature, so much so that his colleagues were secretly amazed when they saw him, thinking that he had changed his personality. As soon as he logged into the game, he received an official notification message. Your first couplet has been written by a player and is awaiting review. Seeing this, Xu Wen smiled and shook his head. Another guy who doesn't know his place. There have been many messages like this recently. But after review, all of them failed without exception, and I couldn't even see what those guys who spent money wrote. After all, it can only be displayed after passing. So it's very funny. If you know it won't work, it's better not to write it. Anyway, if it were Xu Wen, he would definitely not be willing to lose this person. As he was thinking this, another system notification arrived. Your first couplet has been reviewed and matched by a player. It has been approved. Different from the previous reply. Xu Wen was stunned. Accidents are accidents. But it's acceptable. After all, it has been such a long time, and he finally met a guy with some strength. But it depends on the opponent's level. So he opened the other party's second line. Hong is a riverside bird. Xu Wen read it out with approval. It is really well written. But it's not difficult. After thinking about it, he hung up another couplet, and the reward was still 200 yuan. This time, Xu Wen increased the difficulty a little bit. He felt that it was time to make the other party suffer a little. But he just hung up here. The system prompt sound followed. Your first couplet has been written by a player and is awaiting review. Your first couplet has been reviewed and matched by a player. It has been approved. The review process this time was obviously much faster, as if the auditor was watching us. Xu Wen was a little surprised this time. The opponent's speed was a bit too fast. That's unreasonable. I quickly clicked to check it out. When playing Go Under a Pine Tree, the pine nuts follow the pieces as they fall. When fishing by a willow tree, the willow branches are often accompanied by a dangling fishing line. See the second line. Xu Wenyang was quite shocked. There's not a single fault to be found. This opponent is a bit more literary, unlike the usual guys who try random things. At this point, after 2 consecutive couplets were broken, he began to feel like fighting and was a little unconvinced. Itself. In this game, the person who answers the second couplet is at a disadvantage. Because the person who sets the questions is not subject to time constraints and can think of whatever he wants and set the questions whenever he wants. However, the second line needs to be matched with the first line, and there is a time limit. If you can't answer it, you have failed. It seemed like a back and forth battle, but in fact Xu Wen was the one who took advantage. So the other person answered quickly, which also showed on the other hand that he was better than him. This is exactly the fact that he cannot accept the most. Then he asked the question again. Keep racking your brains. This time Xu Wen simply stood there without moving. Soon, 2 prompt sounds from the system came. He opened it with a grim look. 3 parts bamboo, 2 parts bamboo, and 1 part bright moon. From a 5-step tower and 10-step pavilion, you can see the 100-step river. Xu Wen refused to accept. Continue to recharge. 10,000 bricks and tiles, 100 days to build the cross temple. 1 boat, 2 oars, 3 people rowed across the Sitong Bridge. Not convinced. Come again. When 2 boats run side by side, the oars are not as fast as the sails. 8 notes playing together, the clearness of the flute is hard to compare with the harmony of the xiao. Not convinced. Come again. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. The two sides fought back and forth for about 10 rounds, and after that, Xuan had no money left in his card. And he suddenly remembered that this was his extra savings. His face suddenly turned pale. Thinking of the vicious woman at home, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his chest. Asking for money is definitely a no-go. But just give up like this. He is unwilling to accept this. Chapter 31, Shock. Lin Hao didn't expect the money to come so quickly. To be honest, he was so engrossed in watching the rain just now that he had almost forgotten about the game. It was the message ringtone of his cell phone that inadvertently reminded him. It has been approved by the official side. This was within his expectations. But the other party was obviously a little too excited. You answer one question, and the other party will follow up with another one. Like. A little bit unwilling to admit defeat. But he had no intention of letting them off. All games are played based on strength. After several rounds, the guy with the ID name DACAIZ suddenly fell silent. Probably he doesn't plan to continue. After all, what is lost is real money. Well, the reason why Lin Hao played in the 200 yuan reward range for a while was mainly to see what level of difficulty it was at. With the other party's interference, I got a good idea of the situation. He seemed to be able to cope with it. Then, he set his sights on the couplet worth 500 yuan. There is an upper limit in the game. The maximum prize for a correct bet is 500 yuan. If it goes higher, it seems that the nature of gambling becomes serious and distorted. The inventor of this game obviously understood this. The reason why the advertisement is made like that is probably to attract players. I looked at my balance. Lin Hao confidently clicked on the first couplet of the couplets. People talk about people, and people talk about people. If everyone talks about you, it's better not to say anything. I have to say. As the prices are different, the difficulty of writing couplets increases sharply. Lin Hao also frowned slightly. He wanted to play the game in a happy mood, but at the moment, he was afraid that he would not be able to do it without thinking carefully for a while. He was thinking. At this moment, several middle-aged men gathered in the backstage of the King of Kings and were staring at them. Their expressions were all solemn. Because the game adopts manual review, every couplet that the player comes up with actually has to be judged by the back-end staff. Pass or not. That means they have the final say. After all, this system cannot automatically reply and does not have relative artificial intelligence. This requires that the reviewer has a certain level of literary literacy to be qualified. Otherwise, you can't understand what others post, so how can you judge them? How do you know whether you can pass or not? It's okay to make mistakes all the time. Isn't this game dead? Center Renhua is one of them. He was formerly a visiting professor at a university. About literature. I'm not that great in my field, but I'm doing okay. This game software was developed by him with the investment of several like-minded old friends. The reason why I came up with such a software. To put it bluntly, there are too few young people willing to participate in this hobby. They have organized several activities before, such as ancient poetry, opera, and text analysis, but not many people signed up. As a result, the scene that day was quite deserted and nothing could be done. I had no choice. I asked someone to develop a small couplet game to test the waters first. If the effect is good, we can add some independent poetry creation activities to integrate it. In short, the direction is good. Although it is called a game, it actually has little to do with games. From a practical point of view, it is to use money to hook players. Center Renhua did not agree with this model at first, but the software developer persuaded him. You don't have much gameplay. It's still this kind of brain-burning couplet. Even if some people are willing to play, they will quit after a few tries if there is no prize. If you want to make the activity popular, you have to at least use some tricks. Center Renhua knew the difficulties involved, so he had no choice but to agree. The commission model that the developer mentioned again was completely rejected by him, and he could only insert advertisements to keep the software running. Encountered this kind of stubborn customer. The developer is also speechless. Just for the sake of literary interest, I didn't even plan to make any money. Such a good idea was wasted. Don't say. The game has been online for only a few days and it is quite popular. These old friends are also very happy. Today I was reviewing couplets in the backstage as usual. The situation is similar to before. Many people hang up the first line of the couplet, but few can come up with the second line, and some of them are just making up nonsense. Center Rengwa couldn't help but sigh. There is nothing we can do about it. The timeliness alone is enough to discourage a lot of people. But he still didn't plan to increase the time. Because this thing requires a certain level of on-the-spot skills. If you really want to set the time to 3 or 5 days, then it will be meaningless. It's not all unsightly. Fortunately, he met a good one. Silkworms are the most powerful insects in the world. Hong is a riverside bird. Center Rengwa was delighted when he saw this couplet. He loves this business. Although now I am watching it as a viewer and reviewer. But well written is well written. Then he curiously looked at the time it took the other party to finish the second line. 1 minute. Center Rengwa couldn't help but gasp. Although this couplet is not particularly difficult to match, it still requires some effort on the part of literature enthusiasts. Even him. I need to think about it for a while. But what does your 1 minute mean? Could it be that you have the answer in your heart after just one look? That's too fast. Center Rengwa couldn't help but look at the other party's game name. Internal piercing. Hey. This guy is quite interesting. I couldn't help but make him laugh. Then he began to observe the other person. But the next operation of piercing intestine shocked him even more. The player on the opposite side named Dazed was actually quite good. He asked a question right after that and directly upgraded the difficulty. But I don't even want to think about it. Another minute. When playing Go Under a Pine Tree, the pine nuts follow the pieces as they fall. When fishing by a willow tree, the willow branches are often accompanied by a dangling fishing line. Looking at the couplet in front of me, Center Rengwa was a little speechless. At this time, the game goes on. The great scholar keeps it. Attack through the intestine. In the end, the talented man lost. It's not terrible that he lost. The scary thing is that the latter's matches all lasted less than a minute. Center Rengwa was no longer calm. I quickly called a few friends nearby to come and watch. Any one of these couplets is not simple. Several people even started discussing this. I say, Lao Center, this guy doesn't look like an ordinary person. He might be a professional. An old friend said thoughtfully while stroking his beard. Impossible, professionals wouldn't play this kind of game. Another person immediately rejected it, saying they wouldn't even consider it. But look at this, his level is not ordinary. The couplets chosen by this player called Great Talent are quite difficult. How can it be possible to match them without some time? I had a hard time within the time limit, but look at this guy, he only had 1 minute, isn't he this nonsense? The man continued. Upon hearing this, Center Rengwa couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, it's terrifying. This guy's speed is even better than that of professionals. I think even if we call the top people in the country over, they probably won't be able to get it right within a minute. I really can't believe it. It looks like this is a very powerful guy. Someone said in surprise. Look, this guy paid 500 yuan for a couplet, someone suddenly said. Everyone was startled and looked over immediately. Then, everyone fell into deep thought. People talk about people, and people who are talked about talk about people. If everyone is talked about, it is better not to say anything. This first couplet is okay, but it is difficult. What do you think? Disaster. Okay, this time he has met his match. For hours is something I don't think he could have expected. Not necessarily. This guy has some skills. I haven't the slightest idea. Center Rengwa spoke truthfully and couldn't help but frown. The difficulty of this couplet does not lie in its category, nor does it contain any unnecessary associations or traps. It is nothing more than expressing what is said through the pattern of complex words. But this complex word is the most difficult. Because it needs to echo the previous couplet, this means that the second couplet also needs to repeat a word to respond. It's not easy. This is much more difficult than breaking down characters and sentences. He couldn't help but look at the time. 3 minutes had passed. Sudden. There is movement on the intestinal side. The second line popped up. People talk about people, and people talk about people. If everyone talks about you, it's better not to say anything. The officials who manage the officials are managed by the officials who manage the officials. If the officials are managed, why bother to manage more? Oh my god, this couplet is pretty good. Why didn't I think of it? Someone said in surprise. Lao Center, do you have this guy's contact information? Let's see which big shot has come to our place. Another person couldn't help but say. That's right, you have to get to know this kind of person. No. Center Renguo was stunned, but when he remembered that his game did not provide a dialogue mode, he suddenly felt annoyed. The person in front of me is really skilled. This is no longer a problem that can be described by a professional, it is more like a mountain standing before our eyes. Center Renguo felt that the other party was not only good at couplets, but should also be extremely good in other literary fields. Can't see through. It's totally unfathomable. Then look at the opponent's winning rate. Name, intestine piercing. Win rate, 100%. Number of couplet challenges, 11. There's no doubt about it. There are so many of them here, the only way is to pass. But just as they got through, they found that the other party had gone offline. This is not playing anymore? Don't. He shouted wildly in his heart, but no one responded. Lin Hao didn't know that there were people in the background of the game who were shocked by him. Lying in the car, he just felt a little tired. Staring at the phone for a long time will make your eyes tired and cause visual fatigue. Moreover, it was quite difficult to earn the last 500 yuan, and I had to think too much. Fortunately, the amount withdrawn in the end was not small. It could soothe his heart a little. Keep playing. I'm a little bit addicted. No need. Your main focus is to enjoy the entertainment, not to be dominated by the game, which would be stupid. The rain outside the tent gradually subsided and stopped completely after a while. Lin Hao stood up, opened the tent and walked out. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky have dissipated and the moon has quietly emerged. Look at Yongning Lake again. Under the faint moonlight, there are already patches of phosphorescence. Different from the beautiful feeling during the day, the scenery at night seems darker and more gloomy. Chapter 32, Steering Wheel Problems. Some people are busy traveling, while others are busy living. Qin Zheng belongs to the latter. Nearly 30 years old and single, he is still working hard in the workplace, striving to climb up the career ladder, so busy that he has no time to fall in love. This is not. There was another message from home. She said she had arranged a blind date for him. Qin Zheng refused without even thinking about it. He felt that what he needed now was a car, not a girlfriend. Because the car can save him time going to work. And a girlfriend will only make his life more crowded and even more tiring. At least that's what he thought. If you really want to get married. Qin Zheng also hopes to have more time after he succeeds. Not like it is now. Every day I work overtime and it's all overtime, and my life is extremely suffocating. Thinking of his ex-girlfriend's departure, Qin Zheng still couldn't let it go. He was a little unsure whether he would fail in his next relationship. Shake your head. Pull your thoughts back. Recently, while at work, Qin Zheng would occasionally use his mobile phone to check out the popular car models. Because Qin Zheng usually lives frugally, he has a certain amount of savings in his pocket, so he has a lot of room for money when it comes to buying a car. But he still couldn't find a car model that caught his eye. Maybe I'm too picky? Qin Zheng thought it was okay. He is not an obsessive-compulsive person. So why is that? Aimlessly scrolling through the circle of car friends. Suddenly, a hot post with a lot of likes caught his attention. You can't buy this Kairoué car. The steering wheel always has problems. Brothers, I'm really at my wit's end. I'm almost out of money for it. Steering wheel problem. This is a big deal. See title. Qin Zheng was a little surprised. But he didn't understand why the other party had to spend his own money. Shouldn't he contact the manufacturer for such a problem? Is there any other reason? Out of curiosity, he clicked on the comments section. Brother, my car has the same problem as yours, the steering wheel is the same. It always goes off the track, which is very troublesome. Not only does it cost money, but it also wastes gas. Har har, this is a common problem with Kairoué. As soon as I got in the car, I knew this guy's steering wheel was not good. Fuck, you guys dare to buy a car with a bad steering wheel? Are you trying to save your life? Is the brother upstairs new here? Calm down, these are just minor issues. That's right, the steering wheel problem is a small matter. Anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. Look at the content in the comment section. Qin Zheng was stunned. When did a steering wheel deviation become a minor problem? Look at the tone of these people. It doesn't sound like a joke at all. Is there anything else about this car that is outstanding? But no matter how good the steering wheel is, there can be no problems. This is a matter of life and death. Is this a joke? So he looked down again. Finally he found a comment with an explanation. Brothers, the problem with my steering wheel is very simple. I always like to go to the bath center. I wonder if yours is the same. Just the content. Qin Zhen was stunned again. What does a bad steering wheel have to do with running to a bath center? Why are you talking so strangely? So, he typed directly under the comment and asked, friend, let me ask, is there really a problem with the steering wheel of this car? After a while, the other party replied. Har har, you're new here, buddy. If you want to know, I mind if you go to the store. The answer is there. Qin Zhen looked at the other party's reply and was confused for a moment. Go to the store? Why go to the store to get the answer? And what answer could there be? Will the salesperson tell you that the steering wheel is not working? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Unable to suppress his inner thoughts, Qin Zheng finally came to the official flagship store of Kairoué with the idea of taking a look at other cars. As soon as he entered the store, Qin Zheng stopped. Entering the hall, facing you is a huge movie screen. Now, a set of images is playing on the screen. On the left lane is a new model of Kairoué sedan, driving very fast, while on the right is a high-speed train traveling at high speed. Is this a speed competition with the high-speed rail? Qin Zheng couldn't help but think when he saw this. I just feel that this wave of advertising is a bit fake. No matter how fast your car is, it can never be as fast as the high-speed rail. He shook his head. Isn't this cheating? Just about to go into the store to take a look. The screen flashed and changed to a video of a boy and a girl talking. Qin Zheng stopped again. He looked up. The boy and girl in the video are breaking up, and the girl asks him to get back together as long as he can drive faster than the high-speed train. The boy agreed. This is how the scene of Kairoué automobile and high-speed rail running side by side appeared. The result was naturally that the boy failed, the car was scrapped, and his driver's license was revoked. The ending of the story had a sad atmosphere. Qin Zheng was shocked by this intuitive scene. He suddenly remembered the scene of his breakup 4 years ago, which was also in a high-speed railway station. But his girlfriend didn't say this. But he walked very freely. He knew that it was irreversible, so he just stood there and watched quietly until the train slowly disappeared from his sight. The past suddenly came to mind. Qin Zheng was stunned for a moment. Hello, do you need to see the car? The sales staff are no longer surprised to see Qin Zheng in a daze. Recently, most customers who come to the store are shocked by this video. As a result, sales soared, and I didn't even need to introduce myself too much. Now, thanks to this video, their workload has been reduced, but their bonuses have increased. They can't do anything about it. Well, if I need it, is the car in the video still available in the shop? Qin Zheng suddenly asked, coming out of his memories. Yes, but it's not the same one. It's a brand new one. The salesperson said in a friendly manner and took him into the auto show hall at the back. Just walked into the auto show hall. Qin Zheng was once again shocked by the scene before him. There was actually a large fish tank on the booth in the middle of the hall. And inside, there is a car. Oh shit. No wonder Qin Zheng was surprised. It is true that the Kairoué flagship store is quite impressive. Kairoué is definitely the first one who dares to do this these days. This is the car in the video, but it's scrapped. Now it can only be used for exhibition. The salesperson said with regret, but he was actually smiling in his heart. I was shocked when I saw this kind of operation for the first time. How could scrapped cars be placed in a sales showroom? But the higher-ups let us do this. Not only do they park their cars, they also water the lawn and raise fish. The effect of doing so is obvious. 1 month's sales are almost as high as a year's. Do you think it's scary? Is this the car that boy was driving? Qin Jing couldn't help but walk forward to take a look. At this time, most of the people who came to see the car stayed here, as if this scrapped Kairoué car gave them infinite regrets and reverie. Yes, sir. The salesperson didn't know whether it was true or not, but since their superiors told them to say so, they naturally said so. By the way, I heard someone say that there is a problem with the steering wheels of the cars in your store. I wonder if it's true. Retracting his gaze, Qin Jing asked a question that had been bothering him all day. Yes. The salesperson smiled and nodded, but it's not a question in the traditional sense. What do you mean? Qin Jing asked curiously. Just like the video you saw, the boy gave up on himself after losing the girl. He no longer believed in love, so netizens made a spoof of him as a way to commemorate him. The salesperson said slowly, but he didn't know that this statement was also spread by the company. Qin Jing understood instantly. Thinking of those comments again. Suddenly I understood what those people said. There is no problem with the car itself. The reason why their steering wheels are not good is probably because they have a similar story to their boy in the video, so they linger in such places. It really is. It's hard to put it into words. How much does this car cost? Apart from anything else, Qin Jing was indeed moved by the story, so he wanted to buy one. The landing price is nearly 300,000 yuan, and there are discounts if you are willing to take out a loan, the salesperson explained. No, I want the full amount. I want one that's exactly like this one. Qin Jing pointed at the bathtub in front of him and said seriously. No problem. Another order. The salesperson was calm. Similar scenes are happening in Kairoué's major flagship stores. Steering wheel is not good. This sentence became a common problem among the majority of Kairoué owners. Now major brands have begun to imitate us, and the stories they write are endless, but the effect doesn't seem to be as good as we imagined. In the office, Luo Hang, the person in charge of market research, reported to Liao Wenheng. Imitation. Just imitating the story. Liao Wenheng shook his head indifferently and said, the strength of this copywriting is not just the story. Do you know why I placed a scrapped car in each flagship store regardless of the decision of the upper management? Because this will give customers a more intuitive experience. What if others follow suit? Luo Hang couldn't help but ask. Do you know the small bottle of Vati wine that became popular not long ago? Liao Wenheng asked him back. You mean, our copy is also unique and no one else can imitate it? Luo Heng tried to interpret. That's right, but it's not absolute. Compared to the small bottles of Vantage wine, the probability of us being imitated is still higher. Liao Wenheng said, however, our early sales have already recovered part of the investment. It will be difficult for them to enter the market again. Once the investment is too large, they may not be able to attract so many customers. These people are not fools and understand the pros and cons. So they can only start with the story, but this is the only way to achieve a good effect. Once customers recognize the origin of the story, it is difficult for them to pay attention to them. In fact, according to MSI Entertainment's plan, you don't actually need too many scrapped cars. One is enough. You just need to put it in the head office to raise its profile, and then you can rely entirely on word of mouth. But Liao Wenheng didn't want anything to go wrong. This is the best time for Kairoué Automobile to gain popularity. He naturally wants to expand his influence to the maximum extent. Chapter 33, Are you still in need of an assistant? Similar to the sudden rise of Vati's small bottle wine, Kairoué Automobile also got a big piece of the pie. But they both have one thing in common. That's cutting the market. Segmented the market into themselves and other companies. It can't be called a monopoly. But their high profits are still frightening. Their numbers can double in the blink of an eye, and this is still an understatement. Regarding the benefits, Kairoué Auto is already unique. Why did this happen? Go back to the roots. It's still the advertising effect. Everyone can see it clearly. So who made the advertisement for Kairoué Automobile? Someone got the answer. MSI Entertainment. Many companies are beginning to get anxious. If the advertisement for the small bottle of Vati wine became popular by accident, how will Kairoué Auto explain it? Another god-level advertising planning copywriter? The advertising department of MSI Entertainment is really too awesome. Don't you have any creative bottleneck? Look at the love story played on the big screen. It has become a hot topic in the news, and many netizens are commenting on it and expressing their feelings. And there's also the issue of the car sinking the bathtub. Kairoué is really willing to spend money. The flagship store is fully equipped with it, fearing that customers will not see it. Nowadays, the short videos on the internet are about to explode. In line with the previous story. Have to. The popularity has skyrocketed. The most hateful thing is that all the sales staff in the store want to run to their side. Nothing else. The commission is high. Moreover, there is not much work that requires talking, it is nothing more than simple reception, which are the most basic living skills and do not require any technical content. What is the difference between this and making money while lying down? Looking at Kairoué's major flagship stores, the entrances are almost collapsed by tramples. Even if they don't buy a car, there are still a lot of people gathering to see the big fish tank every day, and there are also internet celebrities and so on, which makes it quite a gimmick. Is the car good? Stop joking. They are all car companies, so they all know each other. Yes, Kairoué is a mid-range car brand, but there are some that are better than yours. After all, it's because the advertising is good and the customers buy into it. Just like someone who buys a small bottle of vatty wine. What they care about is the wine. It's a story. So people who bought Kairoué cars were also confused. Many car companies sighed. But then, they went crazy and went to MSI Entertainment. Don't be afraid to spend money. But you guys are responsible for the copywriting. Yu Ting has been having a headache recently. I just feel like my hair loss is getting serious. She is a woman. Image is very important, okay? All right. Let us get back to the topic. Although Lin Hao's two advertising plans were both very impressive and earned a lot of money for the company, the pressure was also overwhelming. Everything that can be pressed is pressed down. But all that could not be suppressed now fell into her hands. There are actually the same products. You know. Advertising is something that is difficult to copy. In other words, for the same product, it is difficult to come up with two popular advertising copy. Compete with yourself. Even Lin Hao can't do it. Therefore, she could only put aside the liquor and car companies for the time being. Even if the other party offered a lot of money, it was impossible to earn it. She could only blame the wrong timing. As for the rest, I will put some small texts down for everyone to clear up. It's relatively simple and can also give the newcomers some practice. Even so, she still had accumulated a lot of required information. Different from the previous model, now customers who come to us for our services do not need any timeliness at all. As long as you can give the solution, it will be fine. Even if it's a few months at night, it's not a big deal. If the ad gets good response, you can even add money or something. What he said was very clear. It seems like he is coaxing her between the lines. This was in the past. Yu Ting didn't even dare to think about it. After all, Party A is often the boss, and whatever they say is what counts. If you can't produce the copy within the specified time, they can find another one. Are you afraid that no one will do the job for you just because you have money? But it's different now. I, the second party, am quite popular. And all this. Thanks to Lin Hao. She thought so. Lin Hao came back 3 days later. There is actually still some vacation time left that Yu Ting gave him. But he felt it was about right. I've seen everything I should see, so there's no need to stay any longer. However, during these few days at Yongning Lake, my body and mind did get a certain degree of relaxation. Back home, Lin Hao first took down all the equipment in his car and sorted them out. Because there are a lot of things. Zhao Jing was a little surprised when she saw it. Have you been traveling these days? Only then did she understand what Lin Hao meant by going out with her for a few days. Love is not about work, it's about self-driving travel. This guy is quite open-minded. Just go out for a walk. Lin Hao said as he carried things into the house. A newly bought car. Zhao Jing couldn't help but be curious when she saw the SUV in front of her. What kind of job does this guy do and why is he so rich? She was a little confused about buying a car for traveling. Lin Hao nodded, and then said, by the way, I have drawn a part of the first draft these days. Would you like to help me color it later? When Zhao Jing heard about the comics, she said absent-mindedly, okay, just give it to me later. It's a bit much. How much? Lin Hao asked uncertainly. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jing shook her head and said, it's free, okay? I've already been fired by the editorial department, so just consider it a gift to celebrate your job loss. Lin Hao was startled when he heard this, and asked uncertainly, is it because of the loss of the game last time? It's only partly related. Zhao Jing was not sure either, and said in a self-deprecating tone, maybe it's more that the people in the editorial department have lost confidence in me. Let alone them, I have lost confidence myself. I have been drawing the same few stories over and over again, and my mind is exhausted. I really can't think of any good themes. As a cartoonist, if I can't produce good works and have no performance, then there is no point in saying anything. Have you decided? Lin Hao asked again. Giving up a hobby is not an easy decision. What else? Zhao Jing looked at him suspiciously, as if nothing had happened. Why do I feel sorry for you? A little. Lin Hao said truthfully, actually, your painting skills are pretty good. Forget it. You're a layman, what do you know? But I'll just assume that you're comforting me. Zhao Jing said indifferently. Okay, well, thanks a lot. Lin Hao knew the woman's temper and didn't bother to be polite with her. After he had packed his things and taken a shower, he took down the draft of the comic and handed it to the other party. There's actually a lot of paper, but the story doesn't progress much. This is the drawback of comics. Unlike anime, they are just a passing moment. Some of the pictures and texts above all need a little bit of filling. Mobile Suit Gundam, what is this? Zhao Jing took it and was a little puzzled when she saw the name, and didn't quite understand it. Well, you can understand it as a story about machine wars. Lin Hao tried to explain. Huh? A robot story. Zhao Jing couldn't help but smile after hearing this, and then looked at him with a sympathetic look. I'm not trying to hit you, but this thing became outdated a few years ago, and no one is using it now. She was telling the truth. Robots are too narrow in scope and not very interesting. A few years ago, some people did create this theme, but the popularity only lasted for a while before it was completely forgotten by people. There is no market. It doesn't matter. I'm just practicing a little and writing something casually. Even though he was looked down upon, Lin Hao didn't mind at all. Okay, you have a good attitude. I'll go get the things. You keep an eye on it for a while. Just tell me what color you use. Zhao Jing said this and stood up to get her things. Lin Hao nodded. Although he asked Zhao Jing to help him color it, he was the only one who knew what specific colors to use. So he had to watch while Zhao Jing was coloring. I have to say, manual coloring really tests the cartoonist's hands. Lin Hao felt that he couldn't just be stable. As long as it is a little out of the frame. This one needs to be redrawn. But Zhao Jing applied it very seriously. Lin Hao was guiding her on the painting colors by recalling them. She didn't even need to look, as she could quickly switch back and forth with her hands. As the coloring progresses, Zhao Jing's movements gradually slowed down. Because the story of the comic in front of her seemed different from what she imagined. Lin Hao told her the story of the robot. But people can actually sit inside the robot and control it. This robot is too big. This is not the main point. What does the grand story background mean? She had some understanding of the concept of the Earth Alliance. But how come there are new humans still living on the moon? Zhao Jing was stunned by this wild and imaginative thinking. She thought Lin Hao's work was too exaggerated. It's so exaggerated that I can't watch it anymore. But as the story unfolded, she frowned and was gradually attracted by the plot. Then, the hand that was coloring simply stopped and started looking directly. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing that Zhao Jing didn't move for a long time, Lin Hao reminded her appropriately. Wait, let me take a break and take a look. Zhao Jing ignored him and said with a focused look. Lin Hao was speechless. The woman said wait a minute, but she actually saw through it. He didn't draw much in the first place, just a few storylines. Why is it gone? Is this all you drew? What about the rest? After reading the last page, Zhao Jing asked him anxiously. The story just reached a thrilling point, but it suddenly came to an end. How can you keep people in suspense like this? A complete dog out of context. These are all I have drawn for now, Lin Hao explained. By the way, can I ask you something? Zhao Jing suddenly asked him in a serious tone. You say? Lin Hao was stunned. Are you still in need of an assistant? She asked excitedly. Chapter 34, by her editorial department. Still need an assistant. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this. Are you asking him? Zhao Jing naturally noticed that the other person had some doubts in his expression. She thought about it and quickly explained, I mean, how about I be your assistant from now on? Help you finish this comic. Isn't this necessary? Lin Hao was a little speechless. You are a cartoonist yourself and your drawing is pretty good. Why are you being his assistant? Of course it's necessary. I'll have to help you color it later. Zhao Jing became anxious when she heard him say that. I don't have any money to give you. Showing kindness for no reason. Lin Hao felt it necessary to remind this woman. I don't want money. Zhao Jing was almost angry to death when she heard that. What kind of person did he think she was? She really wanted to sew this guy's mouth shut. Free. Free. Are you sure? If it's free, why would I be his assistant? Lin Hao was a little confused. Well, naturally I have some other small requests. Zhao Jing's face looked unnatural for a moment, and her tone became weaker. What are your requests? Tell me first. Lin Hao suddenly became alert. The last time he was cheated of a lot of money by this woman. Aren't you the author of this cartoon? When signing your name, could you also include me? Just right, assistant. Zhao Jing said expectantly. That's it. Lin Hao felt that things were not that simple. Also, you have to treat me to a meal. Zhao Jing pretended to be pitiful and said, I don't even have a job now. How about this, in addition to coloring, we can divide the painting work, and I will give you an extra 5,000 yuan a month. Lin Hao thought about it. Zhao Jing's painting skills alone would definitely be higher than this price. But this woman has cheated him a lot, so he can just use her as a tool for now. Make a deal. Zhao Jing didn't know what he was thinking, so she nodded readily and said, but don't you have to tell me the story in advance? Lin Hao felt a headache when he heard this. If he draws it himself, the plot is all in his mind, so he doesn't need to write it out. But it was different when Zhao Jing helped him draw. He had to write the story in as much detail as possible. He couldn't just speak to her the whole time. Fortunately, it is not that long when presented in text form. Lin Hao worked overtime and got it done. For the rest of the time, the two of them worked well together. Once the basic characters and models are colored, there is no need to change them later. Zhao Jing was completely attracted by the story of Gundam. Even though Lin Hao asked her to rest, she continued to work day and night. Lin Hao was helpless about this. Logically speaking, women wouldn't like topics like this. Perhaps the emotional entanglement in it touched her? Unable to figure out the situation, Lin Hao could only return to work temporarily. Zhu Ren was the happiest one to see him come back, but there was already resentment in his eyes. We agreed that if we become rich and powerful, we will not forget each other. Now it's fine. It seems that they have become rich and powerful and have forgotten each other. Fuck, you've had so much fun these days, haven't you? How dare you come back? As soon as he got to work, Zhu Ren came over with a chair to question him. Don't say that. I called you. Lin Hao spread his hands and said, who told you that your leave application was not approved? Come to think of it, it's not my fault. There's nothing I can do. If Sister Yu doesn't approve, why do I feel like you're such a special case? Zhu Ren sighed and then said, unable to understand. Because of this. Lin Hao pointed to his head. Screw you. Zhu Ren said, and then he took out a bunch of plans from his arms and stuffed them into his pockets, saying, you're back just in time, show me quickly, this is what Sister Yu gave to us newcomers, and she told us to keep trying. I don't have any idea at all, and I've been worried sick for the past 2 days. It's been such a long time, and you haven't figured out a single thing. Lin Hao took over and asked. Of course there is no such thing. I submitted several in the past few days, but they just refused to pass. What can I do? Zhu Ren complained. He originally wanted to win by quantity, so even if he gave one more, it would be fine. But they were all killed. It's really discouraging. At one point I suspected that I was just working in this department just to get paid. Thank you for your help. Lin Hao comforted him by patting him on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense and take a look quickly, Zhu Ren urged. Lin Hao nodded. For this best friend. He has no temper at all. I can only turn the pages one by one. Suddenly, his eyes froze. I remember that the submission deadline for this Parkview coconut milk factory has passed, right? Lin Hao pointed at the plan in front of him and asked him. It was a long time ago, I don't know why, but they came again. Our company has been so popular recently. Have you heard of Kairoué Automobile? They said that our company also produced the advertising copy, but I asked Brother Meng and the others, and they all said it wasn't. I suspect that the outside world has spread the news incorrectly. Zhu Ren analyzed it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt there was a problem. When Lin Hao heard this, he couldn't help laughing. The text was indeed written by myself. However, because the salary was increased, the company did not disclose it. Maybe. Lin Hao said this. Zhu Ren didn't care, and shook his head instead. The one you're looking at for coconut juice won't work. This is a big contract, maybe it was put in the wrong place. It's too difficult. The simple one is at the back. This is it. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao made the decision. What? Zhu Ren almost thought he had heard it wrong. This coconut milk factory is a big customer. Then, his eyes lit up. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him, so he lowered his head to Lin Hao and said, Quick, tell me how to do it. Lin Hao nodded and explained softly in Zhu Ren's ear. After a moment, Zhu Ren raised his head with a flushed face and said with a bit of embarrassment, Is this what you said possible? It's just this one idea, you can use it or not. Lin Hao said straightforwardly. What he thought of was naturally the edge advertising method of the famous coconut milk brand. Isn't it a bit too shy? Zhu Ren hesitated, a picture formed in his mind, and he always felt that something was not right. Who cares which one it is? As long as it can be used and make money, that's enough. Lin Hao said angrily. Okay, I'll arrange for you after this is done. It seems that he has made up his mind. Zhu Ren kicked his feet and fled from the crime scene. Send Zhu Ren away. Lin Hao also began to prepare for his next copywriting. Since you are at work, you definitely can't lie down. And since they have enjoyed special treatment that they don't deserve, naturally they have to give something in return. Yu Ting had already sent him the information about the big customer via email. Lin Hao picked around and found not many that he could afford. One of the milk tea companies offered a decent price. Lin Hao thought about it. I can't help but think of the advertising slogan. In the following days. Apart from work, Lin Hao draws comics with Zhao Jing, and the progress of the comics does not disappoint him. After Zhao Jing worked day and night, it was completed quickly. As for the publishing house, she even volunteered. It was sent directly to the editorial department of my old employer, by her. Lin Hao was speechless. She felt that the other party had a vengeful mentality. It's not advisable. But since it's already been sent, I can only believe it. By her editorial department. Since the morning, Tan Zhifei has been busy reviewing the manuscripts submitted by the authors. Because the manuscripts were hand-drawn, even after they were sorted, there was still a thick pile. Everyone knows. Their editorial department has been performing poorly recently and has already crossed the red line. The boss got angry several times and none of them escaped. They were all severely beaten. Tan Zhifei was also helpless about this. He had already cut off many of the authors he had, and now there were only a few who could be used. The comics industry. That's it. The audience was not large enough to begin with, and coupled with the lack of results, there is nothing much to say about the current situation. Thinking of several authors with good painting skills who terminated their contracts, Tan Zhifei also felt it was a pity. However, in the face of dismal sales, it seems unnecessary to talk about this. Thinking like this, he began to read. There are quite a lot of authors submitting articles recently, and the overall environment seems to be reviving. But there are very few things that can catch his eye. Most of them just follow the trend. Most female authors write about love, while male authors write about otherworldly monsters. From time to time, some other things pop up, which are quite novel. It's just that the plot is not very attractive and it's too far-fetched. What catches the eye are all very cliché routines. There is no way. There are only a few popular themes on the market now, so there are not many choices. Only. Everyone is almost vomiting after watching it. Why is the editorial department not efficient? To put it bluntly, I can't come up with anything new. So Tanjifei not only looks at the painting skills, but also the story is very important. After looking at it for a while, he felt like his eyes were going blind. After taking a sip of tea, an old editor sitting opposite him also raised his head, and it seemed that his waist was sore from looking at it. After stretching, the other party greeted him and said, "How's it going, Lao Tan, do you have anything new?" No, most of the romance stories are written by female authors, while the male authors prefer stories about fighting monsters in other worlds. There are a few stories about magic that are barely acceptable, but the art is so poor that I think readers will find it difficult to accept them. Tanjifei sighed and couldn't help but light up a cigarette and take a couple of puffs. This thing can refresh the mind and can be said to be a magical item in their office. It's about the same here, nothing to pick. The old editor opposite also lit up a cigarette. The two men smoked at each other, and soon a fairy-like atmosphere rose in the office. As if infected, more and more editors joined in. "Hey, let me take another look." Rubbing his temple, Tanjifei knew that he couldn't give up, otherwise he would not be able to report to the boss. He could only lower his head and look for it again. Soon, he saw a familiar name appear. Zhao Jing. Is it her? Tanjifei was slightly stunned. Immediately, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. By the way, Zhao Jing has been an author working with him for several years. His drawing skills are impeccable, and he was considered a best-selling cartoonist in the past. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The other party seemed unable to get out of the subject matter and kept going around in circles. To be honest, Tanjifei hopes that the other party can make a breakthrough. But the sales volume couldn't withstand the pressure. It's so bleak. So the only option is to terminate the contract. But what does the other party mean now? Got a new topic. Chapter 35, Gundam. Thinking like this, Tanjifei still slowly opened Zhao Jing's manuscript. In fact, the relationship between the two is not simply that of editor and author, but more like partners who have worked together for many years, so they shouldn't be so unfamiliar. Although it has fallen into this situation now. But there's nothing we can do about it, right? Sighed. Since the other party found him. Well, let us take a look first. Immediately, he fixed his eyes on the title of the comic. At the same time, I was praying in my heart. Never use a name related to love. Because this kind of subject matter is what Zhao Jing is best at. Over the years, she has drawn countless comics about love stories. But right now, he really doesn't need it. There are just too many of them, and there are still a bunch of them on the left that he hasn't read. However, the result surprised Tanjifei. Mobile Suit Gundam. He murmured softly. What does this mean? Never heard of it. But it didn't feel new. I've been an editor for so many years, and to be honest, I've seen quite a few comics. There are many cases where a book is given a name that sounds reasonable just to attract readers' attention. It's nothing new. Just in his impression. Zhao Jing is not that kind of person. So there must be some meaning. So he patiently turned to the first page. The beginning of the story made Tanjifei frown. The drawing seems to be something similar to Robot Wars. But that's not entirely true. It looks a little different. The Earth Alliance Army and the ZAFT Army Satellite New Human Free Zodiac Federation are in conflict due to economic friction. Both sides wanted to find a proper solution, but for various reasons, their intentions were sabotaged and finally war was declared. The background setting is pretty good. Just the subject matter. Tanjifei is not very optimistic. You know, story templates like Robot Wars are a thing of the past. It's not even innovative. It can be said that there is no market for this kind of subject matter nowadays, and you won't even see it in major comic shops. If we go back a few years and catch the wave of popularity, maybe we could have sold some. But now, that would be like dying without knowing how. The comics market itself is not big, so the tolerance rate is very low. Innovation may not be accepted by readers, let alone retro. If it were another author, Tanjifei would be able to draw a conclusion after reading this. kill it directly. But since it's Zhao Jing, he decided to give the other party some time. So, Tan Zhifei continued to flip the paper. As the story slowly unfolds, his expression finally changed. Although it looks like a robot, it is essentially different from a robot. This new energy-like Gundam actually requires humans to control it, and it is a high-performance fighter body. Soon, with the opportunity of Bloody Valentine, the plot has ushered in its first wave of changes. The Earth Federation army took action first, using nuclear bombs to attack the satellite where the new humans lived, causing heavy casualties. But what followed was the crazy revenge of the ZAFT army. The Earth Alliance, which thought it could win by relying on its numerical advantage, was caught in a tough battle and soon faced defeat on multiple fronts. The two sides were forced to fall into a stalemate again. The scene changed, and it was a scene of several young people going to school together. Tan Zhifei knew. This is where the protagonist appears. But the seemingly comfortable life did not last long. Faced with the 5 new machines jointly produced by the Earth, the ZAFT army came directly to snatch them. See here. His heart also began to lift. Because these 5 aircraft look obviously unusual. If it is stolen, what should the protagonist Kira do? Soon, the story gave him the answer. Perhaps it was the protagonist's halo that worked, and Kira boarded the Earth Federation's secret weapon, the Strike Gundam, in the chaos. However, his childhood friend Aslan now stands on the opposite side, driving the Aegis Gundam. Because his mother died on the satellite, Aslan himself has hatred towards the Earth Alliance. At this time, the two friends took on different missions. At this time, Tan Zhifei was already fascinated by what he saw. That's right. This stuff is too addictive. The intricate background story and the new product called Gundam simply made him unable to stop. In a seemingly chaotic large-scale battle, it also delicately depicts the emotional life and past of many people. Although Tan Zhifei regarded Kira as the protagonist, but everyone in this comic has his or her own beliefs and is not at all inferior. After all, there is no right or wrong, it's just a different standpoint. He spoke highly of the comic. Masterpiece. This is a masterpiece. Tan Zhifei was not exaggerating at all. What the hell is this robot battle? It has nothing to do with anything at all. That's called Gundam. It is a new type of weapon driven by humans for combat. Thinking like this, he was eager to get the other editors to take a look. Raise your head. Suddenly he found that he was the only one left in the office. Looked at the watch. Only then did I realize it was time to eat. Tan Zhifei thought about it for a while and had already included this comic in his final draft plan. The so-called final draft is the authority held by these editors. To put it bluntly, I just think the comics are good and can be published. Each editor only has 3 places. These places are basically reserved for the contracted writers they have. But Zhao Jing, it is no longer in the picture now. This meant she had to replace a contract writer. But Tan Zhifei did not hesitate at all, because he knew the author in his hand and knew that he would never be able to create a better work than this one. Afternoon. Wait until the editor-in-chief Tang Hongju comes back after dinner. He was the first one to come over. Editor-in-chief, I found a comic theme that may be very popular. Would you like to take a look at it first? Tan Zhifei went straight to the point. Tang Hongju was stunned when he heard this. In his impression, Tan Zhifei has always been a steady person and rarely would he urgently look for him for such things. Doesn't each of you have 3 places? Tang Hongju couldn't help but look up and ask. Well, this author is a little special. Tan Zhifei explained. What? Tang Hongju asked with a smile, are you a newcomer? No wonder he asked that. Normally, they will come to me to check it only after they have finalized the draft. Such temporary proposals are probably from new authors who have emerged lately, and need some coordination because they are competing with old staff for positions. Not really, I'm just an old author and a little special. Tan Zhifei said with a wry smile. Just say what you want to say, old Tan. Why are you still keeping us in suspense? Tang Hongju urged. He's an old author we had a contract with before, and his contract was recently terminated. Tan Zhifei had to explain. Tang Hongju heard this. I understood it instantly. Small comic editorial departments like theirs often don't sign based on the work, but sign directly to the person. What does it mean to sign someone directly? It means that the editorial department promises to publish a certain number of comic works for a certain author within a quarter or a year, and the author will receive a fixed share of the profits during that period. As for the specific number, it depends on the author's accumulated popularity and the quality of his manuscripts. Only by maintaining relative stability can he get the opportunity. This is also to prevent the author of a comic from being poached by other companies after it suddenly becomes popular. Therefore, the penalty for breach of contract is naturally high. Let both parties work with peace of mind. If things really get to the point of being a disaster, there is a way out. After all, they can also control the amount of publication, so there is a lot of room for maneuver. And Tan Jifei mentioned the termination of the contract. It goes without saying. That must mean the author has started to go downhill, or the extent of the losses is a bit unbearable. When the time comes, the team will naturally be eliminated. There is nothing wrong with it. They help with publishing in order to make money, not to do charity. Why would authors who don't make money waste their time? But the probability of this type of author producing a hit is extremely small. Is it Zhao Jing? Tang Hongju asked, as if he had thought of something. Tan Jifei nodded. I didn't expect that she would be able to submit the manuscript. She has the skills, but the subject matter is too narrow and there is not much future for her. Tang Hongju knew Zhao Jing quite well and gave an objective evaluation. This cartoonist was quite popular for a while a few years ago, so the editorial department signed her at that time, as she was considered an old hand. But as time goes by, romance comics are no longer the mainstream of the market. The editorial department did not treat her unfairly. Even though the sales were not good, Tang Hongju published her work several times out of respect for their past experiences. If he hadn't hit the loss line recently, he would actually be unwilling to deal with these people. How about this, you put it here first, and I'll take a look. Since Tan Jifei said so, Tang Hongju decided to take a look first. Tan Jifei nodded. After leaving the office, he had no intention of reading the manuscript. His mind was full of the plot of Gundam. But the story is not over yet. Zhao Jing only gave him half of the hand-drawn draft. The rest will be sent after the contract is signed. It really keeps people in suspense. What's wrong, Editor Tan, have you found anything? Seeing him going in and out of the editor-in-chief's office, someone couldn't help but look up and ask. I happened to see a nice one and was thinking of deciding on it first. Tan Jifei nodded. You are too anxious. Are you afraid that we won't be able to snatch it from you? Another person joined in and teased him. Unexpectedly, Tan Jifei looked at him seriously and nodded, saying, You're right, I'm really afraid that you guys will snatch it away. Hey, what does this mean? Did you find a treasure? The man asked. In the office. Hearing this, many editors looked up at Tan Jifei. Something is wrong today. I'm not quite sure yet, but the subject matter is quite novel. We still have to see what the editor-in-chief thinks. Tan Jifei said with a slow smile. Seeing this, everyone didn't know what to say. Just think that he is happy to see prey. Half an hour later. The door of the editor-in-chief's office was pushed open. Tang Hongju poked his head out and said hurriedly, Everyone, put down your work and come in for the meeting. Chapter 36, Conservative. Oh my god, what's going on? Did old Tan make the right bet? I guess so. This is the first time I've seen the editor-in-chief look like this. What kind of comic can make the editor-in-chief so excited? It's too awesome. Old Tan, you can do this. It seems like you really got lucky this time. Congratulations in advance. Office area. After hearing Tang Hongzhou's words, a group of editors started talking. Immediately following, there was the sound of a chair being moved. Soon, everyone came to Tang Hongzhou's office and stood there. As for why standing instead of sitting? Because the Bihar editorial department is really poor, all the usable places have been used, so there is not even a decent meeting room. Everyone complained in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Tang Hongzhou ignored everyone's expressions and directly held up the draft of the Mobile Suit Gundam comic and said, Old Tan has discovered a hot-selling product. I just took a look and it is indeed quite novel. You can all take a look at it later. I plan to print 50,000 copies and put them on the market first. As soon as he said this, Everyone gasped and their faces changed drastically. 50,000 copies. What's going on? You know, this number may not be a big deal for some large comic companies. But in the Bihar editorial department, there are many comics published at the same time, and they have never won by quantity. Basically, we sell as many copies as we print. Their ups and downs will not be too big. If the market demand is large, you can just print more. If the demand is small, you can also take the loss into consideration. Certainly. Doing so may result in missing out on some of the best sales opportunities. But this is the only way a small comic editorial department like theirs can do. Therefore, publishing 50,000 copies of a single book has already broken the ceiling. At least not in recent years. This is completely different from the previous conservative style. But everyone is also very curious about what kind of comics makes the editor-in-chief so confident. Then, 7 or 8 people gathered around the table and watched together. The drawing looks like a robot. No, it's like a giant robot. Look. That's called a Gundam. It's a new energy machine that needs a human to control it. Wow, this battle scene is pretty good. It even goes to outer space. It has a rich imagination. The ZAFT army is really powerful. They directly stole 4 of the latest machines. Fortunately, Kira captured one, otherwise the Earth Alliance would be in trouble. Tan Jifei watched these people analyze and felt that they were no different from himself at that time. Because he had seen it once before, he did not go over at this moment, but watched from the side. As expected. After the initial discussion, the entire office was slowly becoming quiet. Until there is silence. After a long time, everyone looked up in shock. Look at me. Let me look at you. I want to say something, but I don't know how to start. How is it? Have you seen enough? Tell us what you think. Tang Hongju was very satisfied with everyone's expressions and spoke with a smile. Editor-in-Chief Tang, I think 50,000 copies is a bit conservative. An old editor suddenly said. This time it was Tang Hongzhou's turn to be shocked. Since when can 50,000 copies be considered conservative? To be honest, I've never seen a comic book with this theme. It can be called innovative, and in terms of its excitement, it is definitely the best this year. Even last year's best-selling comic, Lord of the Stars, may not be as good as it. The old editor analyzed with reason. Isn't the evaluation too high? To be frank, sales still depend on whether readers can accept it. I don't deny that the theme of this comic is novel, but it's hard to say about the current market. Someone thought for a moment and said, someone drew robots before, but they were only popular for a short time. Now no one even draws them. That can't be said. After all, there is still a difference. But being conservative is not a bad thing. The story is always good. Zhao Jing is a veteran author with good painting skills. I didn't expect a female author could be so creative, it's really amazing. At this time, Tan Jifei said firmly, no matter what, this comic is definitely exciting, and I believe it will be a hit. Tang Hongju nodded when he heard this, but he didn't dare to be too aggressive. After all, it was about money. He could only persuade him, how about this, old Tan? Let's print 50,000 copies first to see the market reaction. If it's good, we can print more. You also know the situation of our editorial department. Editor-in-Chief, with such a big market, 50,000 copies are simply not enough. Tan Jifei wanted to fight for it. Tang Hongju waved his hand and said, okay, let's do this for now. You should also consider our editorial department. By the way, please contact Zhao Jing as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Tan Jifei sighed and could only nod. Let us go for a while. Everyone congratulated Tan Jifei. After all, the probability of making a mistake when the first print run is 50,000 copies is very small. So this is a big order, and he can make some money from it, which is a good thing. Tan Jifei felt bitter when he heard this. The first print run of this comic is only 50,000 copies. Where is enough food in the market? But he is just an employee and has no say at all. Think about it. He still called Zhao Jing. Hello, Miss Zhao, it's me, Tan Jifei. After the call was connected, Tan Jifei introduced himself as usual. I know, Editor Tan. Zhao Jing said indifferently. The first draft of the comic you submitted this time has been reviewed and has reached the publishing standards. Will the contract be sent to your email? Said Tan Jifei. I wonder how many copies you plan to print for the first print. Zhao Jing asked instead of agreeing in a hurry. The initial plan is to print 50,000 copies. Tan Jifei gritted his teeth and replied. 50,000. Zhao Jing was stunned. In the past, this was a truly remarkable number. But right now, even if she agreed, Lin Hao couldn't settle the matter. It's a bit insulting to say that you printed 50,000 copies of this masterpiece for the first time. That's right, 50,000 copies. We will put them on the market first to see the effect. If the response is good, we will continue to print more copies. Tan Jifei said. Editor Tan, this is not the first day we've known each other. Do you think it's possible for a comic like this to have a first print run of 50,000 copies? Zhao Jing said coldly. Ms. Zhao, you also know that I don't have much say. Tan Jifei heard the anger in Zhao Jing's voice and explained helplessly. Is this what the editor-in-chief meant? Zhao Jing was silent for a moment. Yes, I tried my best. Tan Jifei did not hide it. Oh, he's really getting more and more timid. Zhao Jing couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Zhao, the current market is different from the past. Our small editorial department can't afford it, explained Tan Jifei. I'm just an assistant for this comic. I have to ask the author's opinion. Zhao Jing suddenly changed the subject. Assistant. Tan Jifei was surprised and asked, this cartoon was not drawn by you? Yes, I'm just an assistant. The author is someone else. Zhao Jing answered truthfully. Then. Tan Jifei's heart sank. If it wasn't Zhao Jing, then what were the chances that the other party would choose their by her editorial department? Broken. I have to tell the editor-in-chief about this right away. I submitted my work to you because of our long-term friendship, but you don't seem to have any sincerity. Zhao Jing said disdainfully. How about this, Ms. Zhao? I'll talk to the editor-in-chief again, and you can also come up with some ideas then. How do you think? Tan Jifei made a timely point. Zhao Jing agreed, and she also had to discuss it with Lin Hao. After hanging up the phone, Tan Jifei ran to the editor-in-chief's office, while Zhao Jing called Lin Hao to explain the situation. Lin Hao, who was at work, was so angry that he laughed after hearing the other party's thoughts. The first print run of the previous Life masterpiece was 50,000 copies. Is this a joke? But he was not in a hurry, but told the other party his thoughts. The more Zhao Jing listened, the brighter her eyes became. When Tan Jifei called again. The first print run has been increased to 70,000 copies. Because Zhao Jing is not the author, Tang Hongju has to add it, and this is already the limit. What do you think? Tan Jifei asked uncertainly. Zhao Jing was not in a hurry, but said slowly, how about this, Editor Tan, you only need to be responsible for the first print run of 50,000 copies. As for the money for the subsequent print runs, we will pay for it ourselves, and you only need to be responsible for providing sales channels. How about that? You're going to pay for more printing yourself. Tan Jifei was surprised. This was not a small amount of money. That's right, we will pay for the additional printing ourselves. Zhao Jing said this, but she was actually very panicked inside. She never expected that Lin Hao could be so rich. What about the profit sharing? Tan Jifei frowned and asked a practical question. We don't want a cent for the first print run of 50,000 copies. Zhao Jing said seriously, but for every additional copy, we will pay you a 10% channel fee. If this still doesn't work, there is no need for us to cooperate. Tan Jifei was stunned. I also quickly calculated in my heart. 10%. That is the commission they usually give to authors, or even less. The factory wholesales them a copy for about 7 yuan, and the selling price is 30 yuan. 50,000 copies are definitely not enough for the market. But the other party also gave up 10% profit points. Think about it. Tan Jifei felt that if it were him who made the decision, he would definitely not agree. But if the editor-in-chief hears this news, I'm afraid he will relax a little. How many more copies do you plan to print? After a while, Tan Jifei couldn't help but ask curiously. 200,000 copies. Zhao Jing said after a pause. 200,000 copies. Are you crazy? Tan Jifei was really scared. He felt that 50,000 copies were not enough to satisfy the market, but he would not think of increasing the number to 200,000 copies. That's a bit exaggerated. How many copies did last year's best-selling book sell? Are there 300,000 copies? Probably not. Editor Tan just needs to reply to me whether he agrees or disagrees. Zhao Jing lost her patience. Wait a moment, I'll go find the editor-in-chief. Hang up the phone. Tan Zhifei thought about it and decided to go to Tang Hongju again to make a decision. Chapter 37, Dream Weaver. Regarding Zhao Jing's proposal. Tang Hongju thought about it and decided to agree. Since she is not the author of the comic, the initiative is obviously not on her side, so there is no big problem in relaxing the terms appropriately. Let us keep this author first. In addition, let us put aside the issue of the number of copies printed in the first place for now. Maintaining profitability is the editorial department's main goal now. Certainly. He more or less understood in his heart that the upper limit of this comic would not stop at 50,000 copies. Maybe more. But the reprint of 200,000 copies is definitely a joke. It is one thing that the other party is rich, but I don't know where this confidence comes from. It is indeed a bit exaggerated. That comes down to it. Or my understanding of the market is too superficial. In itself, physical comics exist in a small circle compared to other entertainment arts. There are not a few readers, but the number does not increase much every year. However, there are many authors. After all, the threshold for hand-painted work is relatively low, and there are too many people who want to make a living from this. It just so happens that small editorial departments like theirs support quite a few people. It's not that Tang Hongju doesn't acknowledge the power of this comic, otherwise he wouldn't have called everyone to a meeting to discuss it. He was willing to increase the first print run to 70,000 copies, which was enough to demonstrate his sincerity. But the editorial department does not serve Zhao Jing alone. If all the resources were given to you, what about others? Is it still being published? Do you expect this comic to support an editorial department? It's not realistic. So he thought he should be more conservative. The first 50,000 copies were the best-selling period of comics, but the other party actually planned not to charge a penny. Tang Hongju understood that the other party felt that the comics would gain momentum in the middle and late stages. Want to take a gamble? Although there are profits, there are also great risks. And what about me? The risk will be much smaller. If I can sell 50,000 copies, it will definitely be a good thing for the editorial department and myself. Being optimistic is one thing. The market is another matter. No one knows whether this high-quality comic will be accepted by readers. But myself. It is definitely the safest option. Tan Zhifei had expected this situation to happen. I want to say something. But in the end it turned into a sigh. Things will be much simpler afterwards. Drafting a contract. Both parties signed. As for the author's signature, Zhao Jing herself uses her original name. There is nothing wrong with writing it in the author's assistant column. And the author's name. She originally wanted to write Lin Hao's name on it, but after thinking about it, she decided it would be better to ask the other party. After receiving Zhao Jing's call, Lin Hao refused it outright. He is the type of person who likes to stay behind the scenes and make money, so of course he couldn't agree to use his real name. As for how to get it, just let her decide. Zhao Jing didn't expect Lin Hao to say that. Thought about it. I helped him think of one though. Dream Weaver. That's right. It's the Dream Weaver. Zhao Jing couldn't help but admire her own imagination. This guy himself demonstrated the term new human in the Gundam comics. The new humans are stronger than ordinary people in some aspects. Being a space settler. Break the perception of conventional reality. Everything they do is ahead of the times. It just happens to echo the three words, Dream Weaver. Tan Zhifei was looking forward to seeing the author's name, but unexpectedly Zhao Jing quickly wrote down the three words, Dream Weaver. Is this a pen name? He was a little stunned. But I feel relieved when I think about it. It is common for authors to choose a pen name. Maybe the other person doesn't like the attention. It's normal to have some quirks. Signed a contract. The rest of the matter will naturally be handed over to the by her editorial department. However, Zhao Jing still followed Lin Hao's idea and instructed that the factory should produce the additional 200,000 copies at the same time as the first print of 50,000 copies. Tan Zhifei nodded and understood what she meant. Said it was reprinted. But the sales time of the two is not staggered. Once the first print of 50,000 copies is sold out, they can enter the market directly. In a sense, the other party took advantage of the situation. However, this behavior is still based on confidence in comics. After all, there are 200,000 copies. If we pay them the factory wholesale price of 7 yuan, they each have to come up with 1 point per million. It's not a small amount. Even though Tan Zhifei is optimistic about this comic, he doesn't think all 200,000 copies can be sold. Even if we can sell half of it, it would be the best we can do. In this case, the other party will not only have to pay 10% of the profits to the editorial department, but will also suffer a loss of at least around 700,000 yuan. No matter how you think about it, it's not worth it. If the number of reprints is smaller, there is still profit to be made. He felt that the other party was too greedy. Shake your head. Tan Zhifei put aside all distractions. All this has nothing to do with me anymore. The bank account number of the editorial department's finance department was handed over to the other party. Zhao Jing didn't say anything, but directly sent a message to Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao was celebrating with Zhu Ren in Xiangsu Pavilion. But this time it was the latter who strongly requested it. Because his advertising plan was approved. For Zhu Ren, he is finally no longer a marginalized person in the department. So he seemed unusually excited. Especially when I think of the shocked looks those people in the office gave me. He just felt that he had reached the peak of his life. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhu Ren enjoyed the happiness of working, and he also received a large bonus. And all this is thanks to his good brother. Arrange. A wave must be arranged. Seeing his friend no longer tired and now full of energy, Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. He didn't tell the other party that actually 2 advertising copywritings were approved. Among them is his. It's just that Yu Ting kept it a secret for him. In the latter's view, such an incredible speed would surely arouse jealousy if word got out. This is one aspect. On the other hand, Yu Ting is mainly afraid of being poached. Although she had already pushed the limit of the benefits she offered, the other party's creativity never stopped. This value is difficult to estimate. But it will definitely not be less. Why is MSI Entertainment's advertising department recognized by so many companies that would rather line up to get a copy from them? Is it really because my department is so powerful? That's pure nonsense. It was because the 2 copywritings Lin Hao had previously produced had caused a sensation, causing the company to enter a crazy money-making mode ahead of time. If such talents were released, which company would not fight desperately to grab them? Yu Ting is really worried about this. Lin Hao didn't think too much about it. There's nothing surprising about that. After all, the phrase, "hold it in the palm of your hand," is so powerful that it is difficult for most people to refuse. As for Zhu Ren's copy, the other party actually reviewed it several times. Yu Ting originally meant that she thought it would be difficult for the public to accept and would result in negative comments. But Lin Hao, who was present at the time, understood her difficulties and immediately put forward his own opinions, insisting on using this plan. Face his push. The latter thought about it and agreed. After all, Lin Hao's thinking on advertising is extraordinary. And now in the department, no one treats him as an ordinary employee. Yu Ting is even more unable to do so. Lin Hao, don't leave after dinner, let's continue singing. Zhu Ren said drunkenly. Ha! You can sing too. Lin Hao supported the guy and said speechlessly. Fuck, what do you mean by that? You actually doubt my singing ability. Come on, brother, I have to show you my singing skills today. When Zhu Ren heard this, he immediately quit. Lin Hao originally wanted to go back and rest early, but this guy persuaded him and brought him to the karaoke bar. Next, he finally understood what creation was. Song sung by Zhu Ren. It has nothing to do with the original singer. Lin Hao could only say that it was a version he had never heard of. Watch each other's performance. My head is so heavy. At this moment, he suddenly saw the text message sent by Zhao Jing and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The Bihar editorial department needs to transfer 1 point per million yuan. This number is somewhat different from what he imagined. Not more, but less. However, his savings after buying the car were not that much, so it was just barely enough. If it really is millions. He can't take it out yet. Taking advantage of the gap, he transferred 1 point per million to the other party. Ju Ren in front sang more passionately at this time, and suddenly stretched out his hand to pull others to sing in chorus. Also requested a song about friends. No way. Lin Hao had no choice but to go ahead. But the basic pitch was taken away by the other party. How about it, brother? Did I sing well? After the song ended, it was not useless. At least Ju Ren sobered up a little. You sang very well. Don't sing it again next time. Lin Hao felt his temples throbbing. Why? Ju Ren looked puzzled. I can barely resist hitting you, but I can't say anything about others. Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. This is easy. Ju Ren suddenly said with deep affection, then I will just sing for you alone. No, you disgust me. Lin Hao quickly refused. Fuck, I'm going to disgust you. Ju Ren insisted. Lin Hao was speechless. The two of them quarreled until midnight before they parted ways. When Lin Hao returned home, Zhao Jing was still awake and watching TV in the living room. Seeing him coming back, she sniffed and then asked suspiciously, Did you drink? Yeah, I drank a little. Lin Hao nodded. He usually didn't drink at all. But if you go out with Ju Ren, there is rarely a chance of getting away unscathed. By the way, let me tell you something. The contract has been signed and the date has been set. It will be officially released next Monday. Zhao Jing reminded him. Okay. There was no problem on Lin Hao's side. Why don't you ask me why I chose Monday? Zhao Jing suddenly looked up and asked. Wasn't it decided by the Bihar editorial department and the factory? Lin Hao asked back. Zhao Jing shook her head. According to their plan, we can actually move up the release date by 1 or 2 days. Did you deliberately delay the time? Lin Hao asked in confusion. Why? The author of Qing Cheng Comics has also scheduled it for release on Monday. Zhao Jing suddenly said. Lin Hao was stunned when he heard this. Qing Cheng Comics? I have some impression. Suddenly, he remembered the woman he met at the last comic convention. To snipe her. Lin Hao soon came up with an answer, saying it with a smile. That's right. Zhao Jing nodded expressionlessly. It won't happen again. Lin Hao found it funny, but still reminded the other party. Chapter 38, The Beginning. Qing Cheng Comics. Inside the meeting room. Editor-in-Chief Hu Quanguan couldn't help but frown when he received the distribution report provided by his subordinates. Does the Bihar editorial department also have a publishing plan on Monday? He couldn't help but ask. I just got the news that an old author named Zhao Jing will publish it on Monday. Someone below answered promptly. Zhao Jing. To be honest, Hu Quanguan had no impression of it. However, he was a little confused by the actions of the Bihar editorial department. Small comics clubs like theirs usually have an unwritten rule that everyone will stagger their release times. For example, if you send it on Monday, the next one may choose Wednesday, or it may be later, next week, and so on. This ensures you can make money. And that's what was done before. It's just a little weird this time. Because it was I who first drew up the release plan. There is no way that Bihar's editorial department didn't know about this. So the other party did it on purpose. But what is the reason? Hu Quanguan had no idea why the other party wanted to break this balance. That doesn't make sense. Editor-in-Chief, I know something about Zhao Jing. At this time, someone else raised his head and said. Tell me about it. Hu Quanguan immediately signaled the other party to speak. You should know that I have a female author named Gui Yuan under my supervision, the man continued. Hu Quanguan nodded. Gui Yuan. Of course he knows. He is considered an old author of their Qing Cheng comics. And sales have been very good. Well, Gui Yuan and this Zhao Jing have some grudges against each other. The man hesitated for a moment and then explained. Festival. Hu Quanguan was slightly stunned. He usually wouldn't ask about such private matters between authors, but it was still a bit serious to the point of celebrating the festival. But now that this is mentioned, he understood immediately. The other party obviously wanted to snipe Gui Yuan. Otherwise, why choose the same day? And all this can be explained. But Hu Quanguan didn't intend to get involved. If the Bihar editorial department completely breaks off relations, he can fight back. However, as an editor-in-chief, he cannot interfere in the competition among his authors. By the way, how many copies of Gui Yuan's comic were printed in the first print run? Hu Quanguan asked again. 30,000 copies. The other party continued to answer. If sales are good, we'll add a little more. Hu Quanguan thought for a moment and added. The man nodded. Naturally, I understood what my editor-in-chief meant. To put it bluntly, the editor-in-chief's statement is also a kind of encouragement to Gui Yuan. But he didn't care at all. After all, the two of them had competed so many times, and Zhao Jing seemed to have never won. Time flies. On Monday. Fun Comics Shop. The boss Pang Wuqiang was tidying up the shelves before dawn. He had to split boxes of new comics, then select some and put them in the most conspicuous place on the shelf to make it easier for customers entering the store to choose. And those comics are gradually not selling well. In order not to take up inventory, it has to be placed on the small staircase at the door. The final destination of these works is to be labeled with discount or buy a few and get one free. To this, he's used to it. This week's supply is quite sufficient. And there are many kinds of comics, big and small. But Pang Wuqiang first recommended the works of Fenghua Society. Because the other party is a large company, they offer the best conditions, the payment is quick, and the products are easier to sell, so they are the main source of profit for the store. The second one should be Qingcheng Comics. Apart from Fenghua's, theirs is actually quite good too, with stable sales. Looking further back, it's quite complicated. Does Bihar editorial department count as one? However, it seems that only one author released a comic work this week. Still a newcomer. Never heard of it. So Pang Wuqiang didn't dare to import too much goods. There are only about 200 books on the list. That's it. It's hard to say whether it will sell well or not. If it fails, it will be another expense. There is no other way. In order to enrich the market, we can only buy some of them. Besides, I have to maintain relationships with the editorial departments of all these comic companies, big and small, so I have to show some respect, right? For the stable ones, order more. For the unstable ones, order less. Then distinguish between best-selling authors and new authors. Pang Wuqiang felt that this was the most cost-effective way for him. We were busy like this for more than 2 hours, until the sunlight came in from outside and the store was finally tidy. He was resting at the cash register, waiting for the first customer. Soon, a chubby young boy poked his head in and looked around. Pang Wuqiang was immediately delighted when he saw this. This boy is called Chen Peng. He is a frequent customer of his and has a very mischievous personality. Why don't you come in now? What are you waiting for? He greeted. Uncle, are there any interesting new comics today? Chen Peng walked in and asked with a smile. A lot of goods have been delivered today and are all displayed. You have to choose for yourself whether they look good or not. Pang Wuqiang doesn't like reading comics. He is just a boss in the purest sense and cannot answer these questions, but people always ask him. Okay, uncle. Hearing that there were quite a few new comics, Chen Peng responded and then went to the shelves to pick them out. The first area he looked at was also the works area of Fenghua Society. It is generally recognized that the comics published by Fenghua Society are the best and the style of painting is very exquisite. But this time he was a little disappointed. Why is it the plot of the Demon King killing monsters again? Didn't it happen last time? And the protagonist this time is too soft. He muttered. Then I changed to another one. This book is okay. The protagonist is decisive in killing people, but the plot is a bit old-fashioned. He thought about it, shook his head again and put it back. Continue to the next one. In this way, he read several books in a row, but none of them aroused his interest. There were also several love stories during that period, but Chen Peng was too lazy to even take them. To be honest, he is really tired of watching themes like killing monsters, and as for love stories, he can't get into them at his age. The only things that kept him interested for a while were the passionate fighting comics, but that was just the way it was, there wasn't much of a plot to talk about. In this regard, as a comic fan for many years, Chen Peng is still very picky. I was wondering whether I should go back. Suddenly, a comic cover caught his attention below the shelf. It looks like a robot, but it takes up a lot of space. Behind the robot, there are fluorescent wings that look like wings. Looks pretty handsome. Mobile Suit Gundam. Chen Peng picked up one. Just looking at the title of the comic, he didn't quite understand. Because the theme of robots has not appeared for a long time, in his impression, they are all tacky products. Originally Chen Peng had no intention of reading it, but the design on the cover was really pretty. Then, he still couldn't help it. The robot war was different from what Chen Peng had expected. What is depicted here is a new era, and an era of advanced technology. Chen Peng was stunned by just the initial sabotage battle. Not only are robots driven by humans participating in the war, but they have also been sent into space, and the satellite base stations are actually habitable. When the 5 aircraft developed by the Earth Alliance came out, Chen Peng's eyes lit up. Compared to the ordinary Gundams that fought before, these 5 obviously look more powerful, and one of them is exactly the same as the one on the cover. It must be used by the protagonist. It's a pity that it was snatched away before I could use it. Oh shit. Chen Peng was about to swear, but he held it back. Because Kira has already sat on the Strike Gundam. But Aslan is also very powerful. Aegis Gundam is not outdone. And they are still good friends. Who should I support? Chen Peng asked himself. Unconsciously, he had been drawn into the plot. The boss Pang Wuqiang waited for a long time, but the boy didn't come out, so he walked over curiously to see what was going on. I found Chen Peng reading a comic book with great interest. He was still mumbling to himself. Something like, kill him or, come on Kira. Pang Wuqiang didn't understand at all. But this is the first time this has happened. In the past, when this kid found a comic he liked, he would just read part of it and then buy it. Why is he so obsessed with it today? Ahem. He tried to interrupt. But Chen Peng ignored him at all. Cough 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 cough. Pang Wuqiang's throat hurt from coughing. Hey, uncle, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? At this time, Chen Peng finally saw him and asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay. What comic are you reading? It's so interesting. Pang Wuqiang waved his hands quickly and asked curiously. Just take a look, just take a look. Chen Peng rolled his eyes and said, Uncle, I want this comic. How much is it? 30. Pang Wuqiang had no doubt about it. Here you go, I'm leaving now, uncle. Chen Peng threw him 20 yuan and he ran away with the comic book. Pang Wuqiang was stunned. Then he looked down at the place where Chen Peng took the comic, and there were still some left. Mobile Suit Gundam. What is all this? Shake your head. He just thought that Chen Peng was just having fun. What Pang Wuqiang didn't expect was that not long after, Chen Peng came back again, and brought with him a few boys of similar age. It's this comic. Believe me, you won't go wrong buying it. Chen Peng picked up a copy of Mobile Suit Gundam and said confidently. Is this true? We can't even understand the name. Several friends were a little unconvinced. How can I lie to you? If you don't like it after watching it, come to me and I will treat you to a night in the internet cafe. Chen Peng said anxiously. This is the Chen Peng you mentioned. You must keep your word, said one of them. Keep your word, hurry up, there are not many goods left, let others buy them. Chen Peng urged. Several people nodded. Then he came to the cashier with the comic book to pay. Pang Wuqiang only reacted at this time. What a shit, just take a look. This guy was afraid that he wouldn't be able to buy the goods if he sold them out, so he went to ask people to buy them. It's a pity that he actually believed it. After packing the bag and handing it to the other party, Pang Wuqiang pulled Chen Peng and asked, Tell me, kid, is this comic really that good? Hee, uncle, it looks really good. Chen Peng didn't pretend this time and said with a smile. Is it better than what you have seen before? Pang Wuqiang continued to ask with a serious expression. Uncle, let me tell you this, it's better than anything I've seen before. Seeing that his friend was about to walk away, Chen Peng didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Pang Wuqiang nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, and then let him go. Chapter 39, Fermentation. I've been selling comics for so many years. Pang Wuqiang can still sense some trends from market feedback. It can be said that he is more sensitive in this regard. For example, the children today paid so happily that the children who came later didn't even look at them. This is basically impossible to happen under normal circumstances. Moreover, Chen Peng is an extremely smart guy. The quality of the comics that made him buy them so eagerly must not be too bad. Thinking so, he walked to the shelf with the book titled Mobile Suit Gundam. I took out my purchase order and compared the information, and found that this comic was actually produced by the Bihar editorial department. Pang Wuqiang remembered it immediately. This is the comic that they imported 200 copies of for fear of losing money, and it is also the only work they released this week. The author is still a newcomer. He looked down at the name. The author's name is Dreamweaver, which is indeed a name I have never heard of. The name, Assistant Zhao Jing, was also marked below. He had some impression of this name. It seemed that the other party was a painter of romance comics. But none of this matters. The comic itself seems quite attractive. Think about it. Pang Wuqiang felt that he should conduct another experiment to see if it was a coincidence. Therefore, he put the Gundam that should have been at the bottom of the shelf on the top of the shelf, which was in the positions that attracted much attention. Soon, more and more customers began to come into the store, all looking for their respective targets. Pang Wuqiang at the cashier counter happened to be able to see that position. He was not in a hurry and waited for the customer to search for it himself. After a while, a man wearing glasses finally picked up the comic and started reading it. After reading quietly for a while, the other party's expression suddenly became very excited. He closed the comic book and then brought it directly to him. "Boss, let's settle the bill." The other party spoke directly. "Aren't you going to look at anything else?" Pang Wuqiang was stunned, then smiled and made a routine recommendation to the other party. "No need, just this one. Please be quick." The other party urged with obvious impatience. "Okay." Pang Wuqiang stopped talking nonsense and quickly collected the money and paid the bill. Wait for the other party to leave. His face finally changed. It's no coincidence that this comic is a bestseller. But we really have this ability. Otherwise, how could the other party be so determined to take out the money after just looking at it for a while? Give it some thought. Pang Wuqiang made up his mind. He had to act before anyone else. Thinking so, he quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Editor Tan, it's me, Old Pang from Fun Comics. I have something to ask you. I was so busy the past 2 days that I made a mistake on the purchase order. I wanted to buy 2,000 copies, but ended up writing 200. When I was sorting it out today, I found that the number didn't match. I'm really sorry." After the call was connected, Pang Wuqiang pretended to make a mistake and explained, "How about this? For the sake of our cooperation, I'll order a few more, 3,000 copies, and see if you can send them to me later." When Tan Zhifei heard this, he was a little confused at first, but he didn't think about it in any other way. Just like what the other party said, the number of 200 copies is indeed a bit of a joke. This small mistake is understandable. The other party was an old customer and had enough sincerity. He could only nod and say, "Okay, I'll ask the factory to send it to you later." Okay, thank you for your help." Pang Wuqiang quickly agreed. He was really afraid that the other party would regret it. After hanging up the phone, Tan Zhifei shook his head, and then helped contact the factory to deliver the goods as soon as possible. He thought that was the end of it. It was only in the afternoon. The situation has changed again. The calls came one after another. His line was busy, and the other party even called other editors directly. The whole office. All of a sudden, all that was heard was the ringing sound. Everyone was startled, but they all picked up the phone patiently. "Hello, Mr. CAI. You want 2,000 copies of the Mobile Suit Gundam comic?" "Sure, no problem. I'll have someone send it to you in a minute." "Oh, long time no see, Boss Ju, 4,000 copies." Yes, we can ask the factory to ship them right away. It's a small problem." "Boss Lee, you want 5,000 copies? Are you sure it's Mobile Suit Gundam?" "Okay, I'll contact you right away to deliver it." "Hey, Boss Liu, do you want 4,000 copies as well?" "There's no one else. I'll arrange it for you right away, don't worry." "Hello." Finish the call. Everyone's face changed. It seems that so many calls are about the Mobile Suit Gundam manga, and the amount requested is quite large. Normally, these comic shops would probably only take 1 or 2,000 copies at most. But why are they all acting crazy today? Could it be? They couldn't help but think of a terrible fact and looked at each other in bewilderment. There is only one reason that could make these comic shop owners so anxious. That is, this comic is now popular. And it became a hit on the day it went on sale. Tan Zhifei was stunned on the spot. It seemed that he was still a little unresponsive to the scene just now. Old Tan, don't just stand there, report to the editor-in-chief quickly and tell him how to solve this problem. We can't suppress it anymore. A man stood up and urged. It's Old Tan. We only have 50,000 copies in stock. I'm afraid it's not enough. Do we need to print more? Another person said. Old Tan. Old Tan. Okay, I'll go right away. Tan Zhifei came to his senses, shocked beyond belief, and quickly told the editor-in-chief what had happened. Tang Hongju was equally surprised when he received the news. He did not expect that the response to Mobile Suit Gundam on the first day of sales would be so enthusiastic. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly asked everyone to send out the goods first. The old trick of supply exceeding demand really doesn't work for them, and it's best not to offend the sales channels of these physical stores. If you dare to suppress them today, they will ignore you when they purchase goods tomorrow. If you were a big company it wouldn't matter, but for a small comics editorial department, it means nothing to these people. While asking the factory to ship the goods, Tang Hongju first asked Tan Zhifei to count the demands of these bosses. But the result is a little bit indescribable. 37,000 copies. Just one day. These guys are about to take away 37,000 copies of comics. Tang Hongzhou's first print run was only 50,000 copies, which meant that the factory still had 13,000 of his copies. But that's not how the problem is calculated. Because when this comic was released, some of the orders had already been taken away by this group of people. So the actual inventory is definitely not 13,000 copies. Half of it would be good. Editor-in-chief, I'm afraid our inventory is not enough. Tan Zhifei looked at the data he had counted and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What are you panicking about? Tang Hongju suppressed his inner turmoil and said, this is just their current estimate. It is not certain that all of them will be sold out. Actually say this. He himself had no idea what was going on. These comic shop owners are all experienced and will never sell at a loss. Since they dare to take it, it can definitely be sold for 80% of the price. Read this. He suddenly felt regretful. But it's useless to say anything now. Tang Hongju immediately decided to go down and take a look in person. When Tan Zhifei heard that he was going to the scene, he naturally took on the role of driver. The two drove around for a long time before they found a comic book store that they had a channel relationship with. For fear of being recognized by the boss, the two men did not enter the store, but parked the car at the door and waited. There was already a long queue in front of the comic book store, but the front was still motionless. After a long while, a clerk ran out and shouted, sorry, the Mobile Suit Gundam comic you want is sold out. If you need it, please look for something else. No. I've been waiting for so long and you tell me it's gone. No, you must give us an explanation. That is. Those who had not yet entered the store immediately became unhappy when they heard this. The clerk could only persuade them earnestly and assured everyone that he would notify them as soon as the product was in stock. It took a long while before he persuaded everyone at the door to leave. Tang Hongju and Tan Zhifei in the car didn't know what to say when they saw this scene. The goods from this factory haven't even been delivered yet, but the stock in the store has already been sold out. At this speed, those 37,000 books simply can't be filled. Let's go, Zhifei, let's go to another store and have a look. Tang Hongju closed his eyes and still said without giving up. The more popular this comic becomes, the more it's like digging into his flesh. I originally thought that the achievement of 50,000 copies would satisfy myself and the editorial department. But with the current trend, let alone being satisfied, you'd be considered strong if you can keep your mentality intact. Tan Zhifei nodded dully. The two came to another comic book store again. This time, Tang Hongju didn't sit in the car. He couldn't sit still at all, so he simply put on sunglasses and a mask and walked out. Seeing that the editor-in-chief was like this, Tan Zhifei could only learn to follow behind him. There was still a long queue at the entrance, but Tang Hongju thought of a solution. He denied that he wanted to read the Mobile Suit Gundam manga, but instead wanted to read something else. So, the two were let in. The store was quite empty. Apart from those people queuing at the door, there were only the two of them and the clerk. So they all came here for Mobile Suit Gundam. They picked up a comic book at random and pretended to read it. At this time, they heard the clerk whispering on the other side of the shelf. "I say, don't take out all these Mobile Suit Gundam comics later. Leave a few for my friends to buy when I get off work." One of the shop assistants whispered. "Return a few books. What are you thinking about? My brother called me at noon and begged me to get him one back. If I can't get it back, he will definitely be angry with me." Another person couldn't help but complain. "Well, let's each keep 2 copies. Don't lose them. I just saw the boss secretly hide a few of them. I guess this thing won't be here for a while." Real. What kind of relationship do we have? How could I lie to you? Don't you see how popular this comic is? The guy in the queue behind me just whispered to me and asked me to give him 20 more so that he could take a copy out. You didn't agree. What the hell, the door is so airtight, if I really get a copy out, these guys will eat me alive, do you believe it? TSK, this author called Dreamweaver is really amazing, and the drawings are so great. Of course not. Nowadays, people who buy comics keep them as treasures.